Chapter 3774. Gu Fei's fifth wave of the ultimate heavenly tribulation was simply too heaven-defying. It was the legendary life and death yin-yang tribulation. Throughout the ages, even in the cultivation history of the ancestral realm, the life and death yin-yang tribulation was a heavenly tribulation that had only appeared once in hundreds of thousands of years. Of course, anyone who triggered the life and death yin-yang tribulation during their extreme Tao heavenly tribulation would be extraordinarily lucky. It could be said that Gu Fei's luck was simply too good to be able to trigger such a heavenly tribulation. This was definitely a heavenly tribulation that could make one despair. At this moment, the young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint of the life and death yin-yang tribulation displayed his invincible battle prowess. He pierced through Gu Fei's forehead with a single finger. If it had been anyone else, they would have long since died after being struck by that finger. However, Gu Fei was no ordinary person. While others had their essence spirit in their forehead, his entire body was imprinted with his life imprint. Even a single strand of his hair was imprinted with his life imprint. Therefore, even if someone were to kill Gu Fei, as long as Gu Fei was left with a single strand of hair or a single drop of blood, he would be able to be reborn right away. However, the power of death that was injected into Gu Fei's body was rapidly devouring his life force. His entire body was thinning at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, all that was left was skin and bones. The power of death that the heavenly Tao imprinted into Gu Fei's body was simply too terrifying. In just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei's life force was about to be depleted. "Are you still not going to die this time?" The young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint placed his hands behind his back and looked at Gu Fei calmly. "It's that ** start again." This time, the disheveled old man in the void was truly enraged. He had just gotten rid of the fella who wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to kill Gu Fei. Now, someone was going to use the same method to deal with Gu Fei. The disheveled old man knew very well that the fella who struck in the dark was extremely skilled. He wouldn't have struck personally and would have sent someone else as cannon fodder. One had to know that the price of dealing with Gu Fei was simply too great. If he were to successfully overcome the tribulation and become an extreme, grade, utmost being, the consequences would be dire. Boom! A huge hand suddenly grabbed down from the sky. Without any warning, the huge hand directly grabbed towards the young man. A powerful force surged out from the huge hand and instantly enveloped the space around the young man. However, when the large hand slammed down, the young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint did not dodge at all. He allowed the large hand that descended from the sky to strike his body. When the giant hand dissipated into the void, the young man was still standing there, motionless. It was as if he had been standing there since the beginning of time. The disheveled old man, who was seated cross-legged in the void of the array formation, could not help but be shocked when he saw that. At this moment, the terrifying figure suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a cold look in his eyes, and his face was as calm as an ancient well without a trace of emotion. "Preposterous! How dare you act tough in front of me?" The disheveled old man was enraged. "Do you think I'm joking when I've laid down multiple killing formations?" Even if it was the heavenly Tao imprint, he was confident that he could destroy it completely. He was about to strike again. However, at this moment, Gu Fei's voice rang out in the disheveled old man's mind. The initially enraged, disheveled old man suppressed the rage in his chest and sat quietly in the array formation space without saying anything more. At this moment, Gu Fei's body was undergoing a shocking change. The initially skinny Gu Fei expanded like a balloon. At this moment, an unprecedentedly powerful life force burst forth from his body. In the next moment, he returned to his peak state in an instant. An extremely domineering aura filled the air, causing the space around him to tremble. This was a technique that was born from death. It's just a struggle before death. The young man formed by the heavenly Tao imprint said, indifferently, "Just who are you?" Gu Fei glared at the figure opposite him with a grim expression. Instinctively, he could sense that this existence posed a huge threat to him. The person behind him was definitely an extreme Tao supremacy. Could it be the same person? At this moment, the disheveled old man who was seated in the void of the array formation suddenly opened his eyes. Even though he had killed a fella who used his will to effect the heavenly tribulation, that fella was not an extreme Tao supremacy. Interesting. The disheveled old man suddenly laughed. What sort of a character was an extreme Tao supremacy? There was no need for them to personally make a move to form such an irreconcilable karma with Gu Fei. Those fellas did not want to see Gu Fei become an extreme Tao supremacy, nor did they want to personally make a move. Therefore, those cannon fodder were the unlucky ones. Actually, the disheveled old man had guessed this long ago. The fella he killed earlier on was simply too weak. Profound meaning of life and death. I'm someone who walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. You want to kill me with a mere deathly aura? You're thinking too highly of yourself. Gu Fei stared at the young man opposite him and sneered. The next moment, his aura changed drastically. At this moment, he seemed to have turned into a terrifying Grim Reaper, with countless ferocious spirits vaguely appearing and howling around him. I've underestimated you. A wave of spiritual will came from the young man. Kill. Gu Fei's murderous aura was terrifying. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void instantly. He displayed the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. Boom. The next moment, there was a loud bang as the 2 fists collided. 2 bursts of deathly energy exploded, and the 2 figures separated. However, they clashed again in an instant. Bam! In less than 10 moves, Gu Fei was sent flying by that fella's palm. Half of his body was smashed into pieces and turned into a mist of blood. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei was sent flying, 2 beams of yin-yang divine light shot out from that person's eyes and chased after Gu Fei, slashing into Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei's body shook as though his vitality had been severed and he had turned into a corpse. However, at the next moment, a shocking wave of energy erupted from Gu Fei's body. It was the aura of life, and endless vitality erupted from his body. In just an instant, the small half of Gu Fei's body that was smashed into pieces recovered rapidly. Very soon, his martial body was completely restored. Extreme death could give birth to extreme life. This was Gu Fei's understanding of the great Tao of life and death. Life and death existed mutually. Where there was life, there would be death. This was the law of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Again, Chapter 3775. Those supreme martial artists who used their will to influence the heavenly tribulation did not know that they were actually helping Gu Fei by doing so. Because the heavenly Tao was merciless, the 5th wave of the supreme heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. If it were not for those guys who wanted to deal with Gu Fei would not have had it so easy. The merciless heavenly Tao was much more terrifying than those supreme martial artists who had emotions. Die! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei charged towards the figure formed by the imprint of the heavenly way. Extremely sharp sword light shot out from his body and pierced through the figure. The figure merely waved his sleeve, and all of the sword lights that pierced towards him immediately shattered in the void. In the next moment, the blurry figure instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Gu Fei was taken aback. Without hesitation, he immediately retreated. However, at that moment, A palm had already pressed against his chest. Bang! Gu Fei's entire body exploded. Every drop of Gu Fei's blood was emitting dazzling primordial divine light. Every drop of blood seemed to be nurturing a powerful life. This was Gu Fei's current realm of the great Tao of life. Every drop of blood, every strand of hair, and every piece of bone was a life. They were all his life. It was too difficult to kill such a person. As long as a drop of blood or a strand of hair was not destroyed, he could be reborn and reappear in the world. This was an ability that only supreme martial artists could have. Supreme martial artists were publicly recognized as invincible in the myriad worlds of execution. It was almost impossible to kill them. This was also the reason why there were very few battles between supreme martial artists, because if one couldn't be killed and escaped, it would definitely be a disaster for the other supreme martial artist's family and force. Once the supreme martial artist took revenge, the consequences would be extremely severe. Rumble, suddenly, a thunderous sound rang in the void. Gu Fei's martial body was blasted into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist quickly gathered, and a figure appeared in the void. Humph, even so, you still have to die. The blurry figure took a step forward and pushed his hands forward. The power of yin and yang immediately surged out from his hands and turned into a Tai Chi yin-yang diagram that rushed towards Gu Fei. Wherever the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram passed, even the extremely stable space of the primogenitor's realm was destroyed. Wherever the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram passed, it left behind a pitch-black spatial crack. I'll borrow your strength to train my Tao heart, Gu Fei shouted. Then he took a step forward and directly rushed onto the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram. He then sat cross-legged on the diagram. A terrifying destructive power surged out from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram, wrapping around Gu Fei's entire body, wanting to obliterate Gu Fei. This guy, when the disheveled old man saw that, he could not help but shake his head. Gu Fei's actions were always unexpected, and even the disheveled old man could not guess what his next move would be. You're courting death. The blurry figure directly sat cross-legged in the void and activated a mysterious art, the power that erupted from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram sword. He wanted to obliterate Gu Fei and eliminate this great enemy. But was that even possible? At that moment, Gu Fei actually sat cross-legged on the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram and used the destructive power that erupted from the diagram to refine his martial body. The destructive power that erupted from the Tai Chi yin-yang diagram flowed through Gu Fei's body and actually produced a clanging sound, as if it was rubbing against metal. At that moment, the people outside the heavenly tribulation were also extremely nervous. However, no one could see what was happening inside the primogenitor's mountain. If they knew, it would probably cause a commotion. What's going on? The fifth wave of the heavenly tribulation actually lasted for so long. Someone said impatiently, "It can't even withstand the fifth wave." A quasi-supreme existence said indifferently. He stared at the heavenly tribulation, and a vertical eye on his forehead opened and closed, emitting a terrifying divine light. This guy is definitely not Yingtian Ancestor. Someone voiced out everyone's doubts. Yingtian Ancestor definitely couldn't undergo the heavenly tribulation in the primogenitor mountain because he didn't have that ability. It's not Yingtian Ancestor. Then who is it? Someone exclaimed. At that moment, Yingtian Ancestor had already left the primogenitor mountain and returned to the Yingtian ancestral land. However, the entire ancestral land was under Mu Jinghong's control. However, Mu Jinghong wasn't guarding the ancestral land at the moment. Mu Jinghong, you bastard! Yingtian Ancestor didn't directly attack. If he attacked now, he might be able to take back the ancestral land, but Mu Jinghong definitely wouldn't let it go. The experts of the Wood Clan would definitely come. He knew that before Gu Fei finished his heavenly tribulation, he absolutely couldn't appear in front of anyone. Although Ingtian Ancestor was furious, he still managed to suppress his anger in the end. This kind of ability wasn't something an ordinary person could master. Ingtian Ancestor didn't let his anger get to his head. Ingtian Ancestor looked into the depths of the ancestral land and then turned around, disappearing into the mountains. At this time, the primogenitor mountain range was still covered in tribulation clouds. Layers upon layers of tribulation clouds turned into a massive primal chaos yin-yang diagram. This massive Tao diagram resonated with a small Tao diagram below. The power that erupted from the small Tao diagram gradually became more and more terrifying, as if it could obliterate all. Gu Fei directly sat down on this small Tao diagram. In just a few breaths of time, Gu Fei's mortal body collapsed onto the small Tao diagram. The destructive power gathered on the small primal chaos yin-yang diagram was absolutely at a heaven-defying level. A mass of blood-red light floated above the Tao diagram. This mass of blood-red light erupted with an astonishing life force. This blood-red light didn't disperse, and wanting to obliterate it was extremely difficult. How is this possible? The heavenly Tao incarnation was shocked to the extreme. Of course, a true heavenly Tao incarnation didn't have any emotions. But now, this heavenly Tao incarnation was affected by another will. Like this. Even if this fellow was even more powerful, Gu Fei still wouldn't fear it. An emotionless heavenly Tao was the most terrifying existence, because such a heavenly Tao didn't have any flaws. But a heavenly Tao that had emotions would have flaws. If there were flaws, then they could be dealt with. Soon, the mass of blood-red light above the small Tao diagram vanished. Gu Fei's figure appeared on the small Tao diagram, exuding a peerlessly powerful aura. Gu Fei's martial body constantly disintegrated and reformed. His martial body gradually transformed, becoming increasingly formidable. His flesh, blood, muscles, and bones all transformed, transforming towards a perfect boundary. Chapter 3776. Attracting the power of heavenly tribulation to temper one's martial body. In the entire universe, perhaps only Gu Fei dared to do such a crazy thing. Moreover, it was during the sovereign heavenly tribulation, the ultimate leap, invincible throughout the universe. At this step, everyone had to be careful. They absolutely didn't dare to be careless or negligent. Even peerless sovereigns like the martial ancestor and the ancient Buddhist lord did not dare to resist the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation with their flesh when they were transcending it. At this time, a destructive aura filled the heavens and the earth. The tribulation clouds in the sky revolved crazily, and the power of the yin-yang diagram was terrifying to the extreme. And below the yin-yang diagram, formed by the tribulation clouds, there was also a small yin-yang diagram. At this time, Gu Fei sat cross-legged on the small yin-yang diagram. The power of the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation completely gathered on the minor primal chaos yin-yang Tao diagram. At this time, even if a piece of immortal divine metal were to be thrown into the minor primal chaos yin-yang Tao diagram, it would still be instantly obliterated by the power of the Tao diagram. The figure formed by the heavenly Tao sat cross-legged in the void, drawing the power of heavenly tribulation with all its might. Gu Fei's body had already collapsed countless times, but he still had no intention of leaving the small yin-yang diagram. He cultivated the Heaven Ascension Secret technique, so he didn't have to worry about dying. Even if the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation destroyed his body and soul, he could still ascend to heaven and be reborn. How is this possible? They saw with their own eyes that Gu Fei's body and primordial spirit had collapsed more than 10 times, but Gu Fei could still defy the heavens and be reborn, condensing his primordial spirit and martial body. And every time he was reborn, the power that erupted from his body would become stronger. This caused the mastermind who controlled the heavenly Tao to be stunned. Even the fifth wave of heavenly tribulation couldn't do anything to this guy. Gu Fei was verifying his own yin-yang Tao. Although heavenly tribulation brought destruction, it also brought vitality. This was heavenly tribulation. There would always be a glimmer of hope. A black and white yin-yang Tao pattern began to condense in Gu Fei's primordial spirit. It gradually evolved and transformed towards a perfect state. The aura of the great Tao of Yin and Yang on Gu Fei's body grew stronger and stronger. In the end, the speed at which his martial body crumbled slowed down. It took a long time for his martial body to crumble. His martial body was transforming into a perfect martial body. Gu Fei's 9 heavens stars sword rushed out of his body and bathed in the power of Yin and Yang together with the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor. The heavenly star sword of the 9 heavens and the heavenly blue immortal gold battle robe were also constantly crumbling and reforming, be it the heavenly star sword of the 9 heavens or the heavenly blue immortal gold battle robe. The 2 Tao artifacts were gradually condensing an aura of the great Tao. The 2 Tao artifacts also began the process of a perfect metamorphosis. Gradually, the interior of the Tao artifacts gave birth to the God of life. At this time, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao could no longer sit still. This guy was too abnormal. He was actually using the heavenly tribulation to temper his body. Preposterous. The incarnation of the heavenly Tao was shocked and enraged. He clenched his teeth and directly displayed his killing move. 2 great dragons directly rushed down from the giant Tai Chi Yin-Yang Tao diagram in the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The moment the Yin-Yang dragons appeared, the entire void that was covered by the Yin-Yang life and death tribulation began to shake as if it would collapse at any moment. The 2 great dragons directly fell from the sky, pouncing towards Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the small Tao diagram. The might of this pounce shook the heavens and earth, terrifying to the extreme. Go! Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged on the little yin-yang Tao diagram, let out a low roar. The 9 heaven stars soared suspended in front of him immediately soared into the sky and met the 2 dragons that were descending from the sky. However, the moment the 9 heaven stars sword collided with the 2 great dragons, it disintegrated in the void, turning into motes of light. The divine light of the great Tao didn't dissipate into the void, but instead flickered in the void. Humph! Gu Fei abruptly raised his head, and 2 rays of immortal divine light shot out from his eyes. The 2 rays of divine light turned into a shocking sword, aura, and flew towards the yin-yang dragon that was pouncing towards him. The power of this move was astonishing. Wherever the shocking sword chi passed, 2 pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. However, in front of the 2 great dragons, Gu Fei's ultimate killing move simply couldn't withstand a single blow. The 2 great dragons directly stretched out their dragon claws. The 2 shocking sword chi directly collapsed in the void, instantly dissipating into nothingness. Die! Gu Fei suddenly stood up from the small yin-yang Tao diagram. The sky-blue immortal golden battle armor instantly appeared on his body, and then he punched upwards. Above his fist, a huge dragon shadow rushed out. Boom! The dragon-shaped fist force that Gu Fei struck out instantly collided with the 2 great dragons that rushed down, and the sound of the explosion shook the void between heaven and earth. In the next moment, the dragon shadow fist force that Gu Fei struck out directly collapsed, and the dragon shadow disappeared. The two great dragons that descended from the sky only paused for a moment, and then immediately swooped down towards Gu Fei. In just an instant, Gu Fei's martial body was torn to pieces by the two great dragons. The sky-blue immortal golden battle armor that Gu Fei wore was also torn to pieces, turning into countless glowing fragments that floated in the void, gathering together without dispersing. At this level, whether it was the Nine Heavens Star's sword or the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor, they were not doctrine weapons that could be easily destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. These two doctrine weapons were already closely related to Gu Fei. As long as Gu Fei did not die, these two doctrine weapons would not be destroyed. During the heavenly tribulation, it was an extremely rare thing to bring along two quasi-supreme doctrine weapons at the same time. With Gu Fei's knowledge, he only knew that the Millennium Buddha Lord had done this before. There was no doubt that the Millennium Buddha Lord was powerful. Since ancient times, only the Millennium Buddha Lord had refined many supreme doctrine weapons. As for the other supreme doctrine weapons, they usually only refined one supreme doctrine weapon that belonged to them. As for the legendary martial ancestor, he did not have any supreme doctrine weapons, because his entire body was a supreme doctrine weapon. There was no need for him to refine another supreme doctrine weapon. The legendary martial ancestor cultivated the strongest physique of the human race. Since ancient times, in terms of physical strength, no one had ever surpassed the martial ancestor. Ha! You're still not dead this time. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path laughed maniacally. At this moment, the two dragons condensed from the power of the yin-yang tribulation opened their mouths and spat out a dragon's breath of death, burning Gu Fei's flesh and bones in the void into ashes. Even Gu Fei's primordial spirit was burned into a puff of green smoke and dissipated. You're not dead yet? I'll carry your shoes for you. The blurry figure stood up in the void. However, in the next moment, he was dumbfounded. He saw a figure appear in the void, without any warning. What's wrong? Aren't you going to carry my shoes for me? At this moment, a wave of divine will spread from the blurry figure. The figure was shocked and furious. It was unbelievable that this guy was still alive. How is this possible? Does this guy really have an immortal body? Die. There was no other way. The incarnation directly rushed to the small Taiji yin-yang diagram and used the yin-yang killing technique to attack Gu Fei. Gu Fei grabbed the air with his right hand, and a divine sword immediately appeared in his hand. He directly slashed at the attacking incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path. This was a sword of the gods. It contained Gu Fei's most powerful essence, qi, and spirit. When the sword slashed, it seemed to be able to destroy a great world. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path was directly cut in half by Gu Fei's sword. How is this possible? The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path said these words before it disappeared. In my eyes, nothing is impossible. Gu Fei said coldly as he watched the incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path gradually disappear. The incarnation of the mark of the heavenly path was filled with endless unwillingness. Finally, it completely dissipated in the void and disappeared without a trace. The mark of the heavenly path collapsed. In the end, it could not return to the heavenly path. At this moment, as the mark of the heavenly path was destroyed, the incomparably huge Taiji yin-yang diagram that covered the entire sky also dissipated. Endless tribulation clouds still enveloped the world. The Taiji yin-yang diagram under Gu Fei's feet also disappeared into the void. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe and the 9 heaven stars sword had also been reassembled. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe was worn by Gu Fei, and the 9 heaven stars sword was held in his hand. The 5th wave of the extreme path heavenly tribulation was forcibly passed by Gu Fei. Next, the 6th wave of the extreme path heavenly tribulation was about to descend. Gu Fei looked up at the violently tumbling tribulation clouds in the sky. He instinctively felt danger. What kind of heavenly tribulation was this sixth wave of the extreme path heavenly tribulation? Soon, Gu Fei discovered that the tribulation clouds in the sky began to change. The chaotic chi was vast and mighty, and chaotic figures appeared in the tribulation clouds. It seemed that they could directly rush out of the chaos at any time. Chaotic tribulation? Gu Fei saw that the dark clouds were pressing down. In the pitch-black tribulation clouds, there were dazzling lightning flashes from time to time. For a moment, the entire world was instantly illuminated. Smelly brat, this old man really has to give it to you. At this moment, the disheveled old man who was sitting cross-legged in the void of the array suddenly stood up. He was very shocked. This brat was really too heaven-defying. The heavenly tribulation that he triggered was enough to make ordinary quasi-supremes despair. Gu Fei stared at the tumbling tribulation clouds in the sky. His entire body was filled with battle intent, and the 9 heaven stars sword in his hand was constantly vibrating. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei was immediately terrified. He saw a chaotic figure walking out from the chaotic tribulation clouds. It was like a peerless expert with flesh and blood. Bang! That primal chaos god directly stomped down on Gu Fei's head. Violent energy surged down from his foot, shaking the void of heaven and earth. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly stomped down from the sky by that chaotic god. Be careful! The disheveled old man could no longer sit still. He could not help but roar at a woman who was crossing the road. Chapter 3777. Gu Fei's sovereign heavenly tribulations were all extremely rare and terrifying. From the start, it was already insane. At this moment, he welcomed the 6th wave of heavenly tribulations, the chaotic tribulation. A primal chaos god walked out from the primal chaos tribulation cloud. Boom! The chaotic god was extremely powerful. With one step, the entire world shook as if it could collapse and explode at any time. It was extremely terrifying. Without any suspense, Gu Fei was directly trampled down from the sky by the chaotic god and fell into the bottomless black hole on the ground. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the black hole on the ground. Under the impact of the sound waves, the entire black hole shook violently. The surroundings of the black hole crumbled continuously, and large amounts of soil fell down. In an instant, the entire black hole doubled in size. Kill! Following the roar, a huge amount of chaotic energy surged out from the black hole and formed a huge chaotic energy pillar that connected the heavens and the earth. Only the disheveled old man was lucky enough to see this shocking scene. Those outside could only see chaos within the heavenly tribulations with chaotic lightning flashes occasionally. Other than that, even the incarnations of the extreme Daos Supremes could not see what was happening within. The void of the extreme Daos heavenly tribulations was like another world. Even if a true extreme Daos Supremes were here, they would not easily barge in. One had to know that once one barged into the extreme Daos heavenly tribulations, the heavenly tribulations would not target Gu Fei, but the extreme Daos Supremes. Humph! The primal chaos god opened his mouth and inhaled, sucking the huge pillar of primal energy into his body. The pillar of primal energy disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void at the same time. Shwa! He immediately turned into a ray of primal chaos sword light and pierced through the primal chaos god. The extremely sharp sword light rippled outwards, and the surrounding temperature immediately dropped. The chaotic sword light tore through the void and arrived in front of the chaotic god. However, in the next moment, the chaotic god casually waved his hand and slapped the sword light away. The sword beam collided against the formation set up by the disheveled old man and bounced back. The sword beam disappeared, and Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. He was in a sorry state, with blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His sky-blue immortal gold battle robe was full of cracks, as though it would shatter with a light touch. In order to improve the power of his sword Dao, Gu Fei had fused with the 9 Heaven Stars sword, but he was still easily repelled by this fellow. This made him very unhappy. Seeing the chaotic god walking towards him, Gu Fei's pupils constricted. This guy was too strong. He felt helpless. This was merely an incarnation of the heavenly Tao formed by the imprint of the heavenly Tao. If this chaotic god were to descend personally, wouldn't Gu Fei have no chance of winning? Old man, hurry up and help. Gu Fei stared at the approaching figure with a solemn expression. He could not see any flaws on this person. One must know that a person without any flaws might not be the scariest person. However, a person with peerless power and no flaws would be invincible. Settle it yourself. If you can't settle it, it won't be too late for me to act. The disheveled old man said. What? The veins on Gu Fei's forehead twitched. No matter who it was, they would not be able to remain calm when facing such an undefeatable opponent. However, in the next moment, a shocking battle intent erupted from his body. The stronger I meet, the stronger I become. I've never been afraid of anyone. Come. Gu Fei stared at the chaotic god, who was already in front of him. His cowardly look was swept away, and he instantly became tall and mighty. The chaotic god attacked without any hesitation. He stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Gu Fei. In the next moment, the chaotic god's hand rapidly enlarged in Gu Fei's eyes. In an instant, it filled his eyes, and the chaotic energy enveloped the entire area. The chaotic god's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even a simple attack from him could contain great power. Gu Fei snorted coldly. He immediately punched out. In the next moment, boundless chaotic energy gathered from all parts of his body towards his fist. Wung! The void rumbled, and a ball of dazzling primal chaos divine light erupted from Gu Fei's fist. His fist was like a primal chaos star as it smashed towards the incoming primal chaos hand. Just as Gu Fei's fist was about to collide with the incoming chaotic hand, the chaotic divine light on his fist increased by 10 times. At this moment, it was as though a chaotic divine sun had appeared under the tribulation clouds. It illuminated the entire world and dispersed a small portion of the tribulation clouds in the sky. However, the chaotic god's expression did not change. He did not retract his chaotic hand and continued to grab towards Gu Fei. Seeing this, Gu Fei's heart skipped a beat. In the next moment, his fist collided with the chaotic god's chaotic hand, resulting in a muffled sound. In the next moment, Gu Fei's fist, which was emitting boundless chaotic divine light, suddenly darkened, following which he felt a powerful force coming from his fist. Gu Fei could clearly hear the sound of his bones breaking, following which his entire body flew backwards. The sky-blue immortal gold battle robe on his body instantly shattered into countless chaotic divine light and turned into a rain of light that scattered in all directions. After using the secret technique of ascension, Gu Fei coughed out blood and directly collided with the layer of divine light formed by the killing array laid by the disheveled old man. The layer of divine light trembled continuously from the impact, and ripples spread across the layer of divine light. He's actually this powerful. The disheveled old man was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This brat, Gu Fei, was not an ordinary quasi-supreme expert. He was a quasi-supreme expert at the peak of the martial way. He possessed a powerful martial body that even divine beasts would be fearful of. Gu Fei was nearly invincible among those in the same cultivation realm. He could even put up a fight against extreme venerables like Tsang Quebec. If he used his extreme Dao weapon, even Tsang Ke and the others would have to kneel in front of Gu Fei. But now, he could not even withstand a single blow from this chaotic god. The disparity between them was too great. The disheveled old man could not believe it. Gu Fei was actually beaten up by this chaotic god. He, this brat, Gu Fei, is in trouble. Chapter 3778. Gu Fei had already withstood 5 waves of the extreme Dao heavenly tribulation. The first 5 waves were daunting, but Gu Fei was suppressed by the 6th wave. That's right, when the 6th wave began, Gu Fei was suppressed and beaten up. The more he fought back, the more he was tortured. The 6th wave of the heavenly tribulation was simply too sick. The primal god formed from the imprint of the heavenly Tao was so powerful that Gu Fei almost lost his temper. Too powerful, Gu Fei was sent flying by the chaotic divine being once again. His body was filled with cracks, as though he could shatter at any time. His martial body was heavily injured. It was useless even if he fused with the 9 heavenly stars sword. Gu Fei's martial body and the 9 heavenly stars sword were also heavily injured. As for the sky blue immortal golden battle robe, it had already shattered in the void, turning into countless divine lights that floated in the void. The immortal divinity did not disappear. As long as Gu Fei did not die, neither the sky blue immortal golden battle robe nor the 9 heavenly stars sword would be destroyed by the power of the heavenly tribulation. Boom! Gu Fei risked his life. The chaotic energy became berserk. The chaotic energy of the great Tao erupted from his body like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The space around him was distorted by the extremely powerful ripples of power that erupted from his body. Countless hair-thin cracks appeared. At this moment, the eyes of the chaotic divine, being shot out 2 rays of primal divine light towards Gu Fei. At this realm, even a gaze could kill. The combat power displayed by the chaotic divine being was too monstrous. Even Gu Fei could not withstand it. Gu Fei roared. A ball of primal divine light immediately surged from his body in an attempt to block the incoming primal divine light. However, in the next moment, Gu Fei was dumbfounded. The 2 beams of chaotic divine light directly broke through his protective divine light and penetrated his martial body at the same time. The power of destruction contained in the 2 beams of primal divine light invaded Gu Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, Gu Fei's martial body was reduced to a bag of bones. His life force was almost extinguished by the destructive force that invaded his body. Preposterous! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately unleashed the secret skill of winged transformation. The power of winged transformation surged in his body, and in the next moment, the vitality in his body was completely restored. However, at this moment, the chaotic god's fist had already landed on Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, before Gu Fei could even react, his martial physique was instantly shattered in the void, turning into a bloody mist. Within the blood mist, countless divine lights flickered. Those were the fragments of the 9 heavens stars sword. Swoosh! At this moment, a godly light shot out from the primal chaos god's body and destroyed the blood mist. He wanted to kill Gu Fei. However, it was definitely not an easy task to kill Gu Fei, who cultivated the secret skill of winged transformation, one of the 9 secrets of immortal path. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the void. This figure extended his right hand, and the countless divine lights floating in the void immediately gathered in his right hand, turning into a black sword. Is this fellow really invincible? With the 9 heavens stars sword in his hand, Gu Fei stared at the fella in front of him with eyes as cold as the stars. Just as Gu Fei was in shock, the chaotic god suddenly disappeared into the void. Even with Gu Fei's cultivation, he could not see where the fellow went. What Gu Fei's shock was no small matter. He had cultivated the martial path heavenly eye, yet this chaotic god was able to escape from his martial path heavenly eye. Such a technique was enough to shock Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt his head being pressed down by a huge hand. Hung! An unimaginably powerful chaotic energy surged out from the huge hand and directly confined Gu Fei. This made Gu Fei indescribably shocked. At this time, he couldn't even move a finger. **T. Gu Fei was shocked. An extremely dangerous aura enveloped him. His instincts told him that this chaotic god had the ability to threaten his life. The chaotic god was mysterious and unfathomable. No one knew who left this projection on the heavenly path. However, the combat power displayed by this chaotic god was enough to shock the world. This was a projection he left on the heavenly path when he was undergoing his tribulation. Hence, the cultivation realm displayed by this chaotic god was the same as Gu Fei. However, this chaotic god's combat power was much stronger than Gu Fei's. In the same realm, there were not many existences stronger than Gu Fei even in the entire primogenitor world. However, this chaotic god was already stronger than Gu Fei at the same realm many years ago. The chaotic god wanted to refine Gu Fei alive. Very soon, Gu Fei's body turned into ashes, leaving behind a ball of chaotic divine light. Within the ball of chaotic divine light, there was a small figure sitting cross-legged. That figure was a miniature version of Gu Fei. At this moment, the ball of chaotic divine light emitted the Tao of primal Tao. This Tao of primal Tao resonated with the Tao of heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei had cultivated the great Tao of primal together with the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was perfect. What Gu Fei's great Tao of primal lacked, he could use the great Tao of heaven and earth to make up for it. This was the reason why cultivators had to undergo the heavenly tribulation after reaching a certain realm. The heavenly tribulation was triggered by the cultivator's great Tao resonating with the great Tao of heaven and earth. The heavenly tribulation would descend to temper the cultivator. If the cultivator could survive the heavenly tribulation, his cultivation would naturally soar. If he could not, his body and soul would be destroyed. The heavenly Tao was the fairest. In order to obtain great power, one must first pass the test of the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Gu Fei's Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly tribulation became stronger. This was a good thing for Gu Fei because the stronger the heavenly tribulation, the more power he would obtain. Seeing this scene, the disheveled old man could no longer sit still. If he allowed Gu Fei to be refined by that fella, Gu Fei might really die. However, if he were to act now, he would be disturbing Gu Fei's cultivation because Gu Fei was using the heavenly Tao to verify the great Tao of primal that he cultivated. Rumble, sounds of wind, and thunder could be heard. The ball of chaotic divine light in the chaotic god's hand was shrinking rapidly. At this moment, Gu Fei was only using the great Tao of primal chaos. Gu Fei's Yuan spirit, who was sitting cross-legged in the chaotic divine light, felt a great threat. Chapter 3779. To Gu Fei. Undergoing his tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range of the primogenitor world meant that he had to face more unpredictable dangers because this place was not ordinary. Since ancient times, in the entire cultivation history of the primogenitor world, there had never been anyone who dared to undergo the sovereign heavenly tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range. That's right, there had never been anyone. In the eyes of countless living beings in the primogenitor world, the primogenitor mountain range was a treasure land, a dangerous land, and a holy land. in the primogenitor world. All cultivators would be warned by their teachers not to undergo the tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range because it was no different from courting death. But now, someone actually went to the primogenitor mountain range to undergo the tribulation, and it was the extreme path sovereign tribulation. When the news spread, the entire primogenitor world was in an uproar. However, the primogenitor world was too big, much bigger than any other great world. It was so big that even the spiritual will of an extreme path sovereign could not cover the entire primogenitor world. This was the primogenitor world. It was almost limitless. Even an extreme path sovereign could not find the end of this most ancient great world. One had to know that this was the origin of the myriad worlds. It hid the most ancient and mysterious secrets of the myriad worlds. When the news spread, the cultivators around the primogenitor mountain range immediately put down everything and gathered towards the place where Gu Fei was undergoing the tribulation. Even many extreme path sovereigns were alarmed. They appeared in the eyes of the world once again. This fellow is a madman. At this moment, outside the extreme path sovereign heavenly tribulation, a few sovereigns who were familiar with each other were conversing through their spiritual wills. If this fella did not undergo the tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range, he might have made the final leap and cultivated a perfect great Tao. An extreme path sovereign said, "It's a pity that this is the primogenitor mountain range. No one has ever succeeded before. I believe this fellow will not be an exception. Let's just wait for him to fall." An extreme grade, supreme being surrounded by chaotic lightning said, "Yes, not bad." The other sovereigns could not help but nod. Since this fella's fate was already determined, they could save a lot of effort. At this moment, in the middle of the tribulation cloud, Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. He would never have thought that the chaotic gods who walked out of the primal chaos calamity would be so powerful. Not only did the chaotic god destroy his primordial chaos martial body, he even imprisoned his Yuan Shun. He was actually trying to destroy his Yuan Shen. Of course, Gu Fei had cultivated one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Ascension secret art. Even if his primordial spirit was destroyed by the primal god's great divine ability, he could still reconstruct it and be reborn. This was the power of the Ascension secret art, one of the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. It was impossible for Gu Fei to sit still and wait for death. He sat cross-legged in the primal chaos divine light like a supreme being of the primal chaos great path, completely releasing the power of the primal chaos great path. This was primal chaos against primal chaos. It was a battle between the great Tao of primal chaos that Gu Fei cultivated and the great Tao of primal chaos of the heavenly Tao. As long as Gu Fei could survive, his great Tao of primal chaos would transform into a perfect great Tao of primal chaos without any flaws. However, based on the current situation, it would be difficult for Gu Fei to survive. The chaotic god immediately used a great divine ability to seal Gu Fei's Yuan Shun. Then, he circulated his primal chaos energy in an attempt to destroy it. Gu Fei's Yuan Shun sat cross-legged in the primal chaos divine light. 9 primal Tao runes appeared around him, releasing an extremely powerful primal chaos energy. The 9 primal chaos Tao runes opened up a void, blocking the chaotic god's primal chaos energy. However, 9 primal chaos divine runes appeared on the chaotic god's palm. His primal chaos Tao runes were very different from Gu Fei's. They were both great Tao of primal chaos, but different people would cultivate different great Tao of primal chaos. Actually, the grand Tao that every single person comprehended was different from the Tao of others. Every single person had their own Tao. Others couldn't learn it, nor could they comprehend it, because it was the only one. Although Gu Fei walked the martial Tao, the Tao he cultivated, was definitely different from the martial ancestor's Tao. The martial ancestor was the martial ancestor, and he was himself. The martial ancestor pointed out the direction of cultivation for Gu Fei, but the Tao that Gu Fei walked on belonged to him. As the two great Tao of primal chaos fought against each other, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was still shrinking. The powerful pressure made Gu Fei's Yuan Shen uncomfortable. Gu Fei knew that the moment his Yuan Shen could no longer hold on, the old man would take action. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation's energy was gathering towards the chaotic god. The chaotic god had activated the entire primal tribulation's energy. No matter how strong Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was, it could not fight against the primal chaos energy condensed by the extreme Tao supreme heavenly tribulation. Soon, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shen shook violently. Fine cracks appeared on it, as if it could shatter at any time. "Old man, why aren't you taking action?" Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was no longer calm. However, the old man did not take action. At this moment, the god of the mountain and river cauldron was watching this scene from the void of the array. It was not the time yet. This guy, Gu Fei's Yuan Shen, was about to go crazy. Was the old man really waiting for his Yuan Shen to perish before taking action? Fight! Gu Fei had no choice but to use the 9 secrets of immortal Tao to protect his life. Especially the secret word, none. It could directly turn the vast and powerful primal chaos energy into nothingness. This was Gu Fei's foundation. The 9 secrets of immortal Tao was his life-saving talisman. Roar! The god of chaos roared, causing the entire world to tremble. He grabbed onto Gu Fei's primal chaos divine light and used the tribulation force to obliterate Gu Fei. In the next moment, the primal chaos divine light around Gu Fei's Yuan Shen crumbled. The tribulation force went straight for Gu Fei's Yuan Shen. Damn it! Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was both shocked and furious. The 9 great primal chaos divine light that rushed out from his Yuan Shen blocked the tribulation force. However, Gu Fei knew that it could not block it for long. At this moment, Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was wearing an immortal robe. It was the sky blue immortal gold battle armor. The sky blue immortal gold battle armor could change its size at will. Gu Fei's Yuan Shen was also holding on to the 9 heaven stars sword. This was an existence born from the immortal robe and divine sword. It was almost like a god. However, these 2 items were not fully formed yet. They could not help Gu Fei much. What made Gu Fei the most frustrated was that the disheveled old man had taken away all his supreme Tao treasures. Otherwise, he would not be in such a sorry state with a few supreme Tao treasures protecting him. Of course, the disheveled old man had good intentions. He could not rely too much on external forces during the tribulation. If he could rely on himself, he would be able to obtain the greatest power possible. Gu Fei only managed to hold on for less than an hour before his Yuan spirit was crushed by the chaotic god. Both his body and soul were destroyed. Rumble, the supreme sovereign heavenly tribulation, was still in operation. The tribulation clouds were still shrouding the area. It did not disperse because of Gu Fei's death. The reason was simple. As long as Gu Fei was not dead, the tribulation would not disperse. If Gu Fei really died under the heavenly tribulation, the terrifying tribulation clouds would have dispersed long ago. As expected, Gu Fei's figure appeared in the void. It was faint and illusory, but the powerful aura it emitted was terrifying. Seeing this, the god of chaos immediately attacked Gu Fei. Bang! With a muffled sound, the figure that Gu Fei had just appeared was destroyed by the god of chaos. Violent energy swept out in all directions. Countless spatial cracks immediately appeared in the surrounding void. The void rippled like water, and ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread outwards. Damn it! Gu Fei's figure appeared again. However, the moment his figure appeared, the god of chaos immediately attacked. Without any words, the god of chaos continued to attack. Gu Fei was once again blasted into pieces. Gu Fei was shocked and angry, but he could not do anything. Very quickly, he was blasted into pieces by the god of chaos more than 10 times. Although he had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao and the Ascension secret technique, which allowed him to revive even if his body and soul were destroyed, he was still unhappy that he was blasted into pieces more than 10 times. It was too sullen. This made Gu Fei go crazy. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never been suppressed by someone to the point where he did not even have a chance to retaliate. Living for such a long time, one could encounter all sorts of things. That primal chaos god did not have any intention of stopping. He wanted to destroy Gu Fei's fleshly body. What's going on? Even the disheveled old man was speechless when he saw this. When Gu Fei was blasted into pieces for the 999th time by the god of chaos, an immortal Tao light pierced through the void towards the god of chaos. The god of chaos did not care about the immortal Tao light. He extended his right hand and sent a palm towards the figure that just appeared from the void. However, just as the palm of the god of chaos touched the clothes on Gu Fei's chest, the god of chaos was suddenly sent flying. It turned out that the immortal Tao light that descended from the sky had directly sent the god of chaos flying. However, the god of Tao light did not cause much damage to the god of chaos. At this moment, Gu Fei took advantage of this rare opportunity to reconstruct his body. He appeared in the void, and an extremely powerful martial aura spread out from his body. Roar! The primal chaos god roared. Terrifying ripples of energy erupted from his body, causing the myriad of worlds to pale in comparison. Countless cultivators were terrified. Kill! Gu Fei did not say anything. He immediately attacked the god of chaos. In the next moment, an extremely sharp sword light slashed the god of chaos. At this moment, Gu Fei could finally fight against the god of chaos. Chapter 3780. The primal chaos calamity was truly powerful and horrifying. If it was any other cultivator, he would have been killed countless times. Only a monstrous existence like Gu Fei could withstand the primal chaos calamity until now. Furthermore, the more he was tortured by the heavenly calamity, the stronger Gu Fei would be after he recovered. Gu Fei had many trump cards, and the one he was using now was only one of them. He would definitely not court death. If he was not confident, why would he go to the primogenitor mountain range to undergo the calamity? At this moment, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. That was because the chaotic god did not seem to be injured at all after being struck by his sword. Even an incarnation formed by a heavenly Tao imprint would be destroyed after being struck by Gu Fei's sword. It would turn into a heavenly Tao imprint and return to the heavenly Tao. However, the chaotic god was too strong. Gu Fei's primal chaos sword could not affect him at all. At this moment, the chaotic god took a step forward and charged towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei could only cross his arms in front of his body to protect himself. Pung! The chaotic god directly collided with Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei felt as if he had been hit by a primordial divine mountain. His bones felt as if they were falling apart in an instant. In the next moment, Gu Fei felt an intense pain all over his body. His entire body was in pain, and the pain was so deep that he could not help but let out a scream. Following that, Gu Fei was sent flying backwards. He directly collided with the layer of light formed by the killing array laid by the disheveled old man. Gu Fei actually directly smashed through the layer of light curtain and smashed into the killing array. Boom! With a loud sound, the killing array collapsed. Countless array runes were destroyed in the void. A killing array was destroyed just like that. This was the power of Gu Fei's collision. The power that erupted from the collapse of the killing formation was terrifying to the extreme. The void that was enveloped by the killing formation directly collapsed, and the destructive aura spread out in all directions. Countless formation runes appeared in the void around this killing formation. The runes overlapped one another as countless killing formations appeared in the void. Countless killing formations appeared at the same time, and the murderous aura they emitted caused all the worlds in the universe to tremble. Even an extreme supremacy would be dumbfounded by this scene. Preposterous. When the disheveled old man who was sitting cross-legged in the void of the formation saw that, he could not help but be enraged. How could his formation be destroyed so easily? I am much stronger than some bullsh *T formation grandmaster. To most people, a formation grandmaster was a high and mighty existence. However, in the eyes of the disheveled old man, a formation grandmaster was nothing. In the next moment, the disheveled old man conjured seals with both hands. Countless formation patterns rushed out from his hands and were imprinted in the void. In an instant, the killing formation that was destroyed by Gu Fei reappeared in the void. To be able to form a formation with a flick of a finger, even a formation grandmaster would be left in the dust by such means. Even my Tian did not possess such an ability. He Tian was still in the human world's ancestral Myrtle Star, working together with Ji Chongkong to fight against the current clan lord of the Ji clan, Emperor Ji. The internal strife of the number one clan in the ancestral Myrtle Star had completely erupted. As the saying goes, when immortals fight, mortals suffer. No one knew how many living beings died in this internal strife. At this moment, Gu Fei had already rushed back to fight against the chaotic divine being. This time, he only managed to block 3 attacks from the chaotic divine being before his martial body was destroyed by the chaotic divine being's fist. He turned into a bloody mist, and even his Yuan Shun was shattered. The sky-blue immortal golden battle robe on his body was naturally shattered, and the 9 Heaven Star sword was also shattered by the chaotic divine being's fist. 3 attacks. Haha, you've improved. The disheveled old man laughed loudly in the void of the formation. At this moment, in just a few breaths' time, Gu Fei, who had turned into a bloody mist, once again condensed his martial body. An even stronger aura erupted from his body. Kill! Without hesitation, Gu Fei charged forward. However, even though Gu Fei's courage was commendable, the chaotic divine being was too strong. Without any suspense, he only managed to block 5 attacks. It was 2 more attacks than before. Gu Fei did not have to worry about his energy being depleted because he had 3 inner worlds that could provide him with an endless supply of heaven and earth essence qi to help him recover his Yuan qi. At this moment, Gu Fei gradually grasped the great Tao of primal chaos. He was trying to prove his great Tao of primal chaos in this battle. It had to be said that this method was very direct and effective. It should be an alternative shortcut. Hence, under the heavenly tribulation, such a shocking scene appeared. Gu Fei and the chaotic divine being fought endlessly. Every time his body and soul were destroyed, he would be able to block more attacks from the chaotic divine being after reforming his martial body. In the end, Gu Fei could actually fight 300 rounds with the chaotic divine being without being destroyed by the chaotic divine being. Gu Fei's entire body was emitting primal divine light. Primal chaos Tao patterns appeared on his body. The powerful primal chaos energy released by the powerful Tao patterns was terrifying. It was as if he had turned into a second chaotic divine being. Every move he made was filled with power. Every inch of his body was emitting primal chaos light. Good fellow. At this moment, the disheveled old man, who was hiding in the void of the array formation, could not help but be moved. This Gu Fei was incredible. Gu Fei's cultivation and combat power had improved too quickly under the tempering of the heavenly tribulation. Gu Fei was simply a natural-born expert. He took one step at a time. From a weak and vulnerable person, he quickly grew into an unparalleled expert. The heavenly tribulation was just a stepping stone for him. He was absorbing the energy brought by the heavenly tribulation and condensing primal chaos Tao patterns. His great Tao of primal chaos had already transformed to near perfection. Of course, Gu Fei was still lacking a little in order to make the final leap. He did not know that the extreme supremes outside the primogenitor mountain range did not think highly of Gu Fei. It was already heaven-defying for Gu Fei to be able to endure until now. It was something to be proud of. Even those extreme supremes did not expect that Gu Fei could endure the sixth wave of the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation, because it was too difficult. In the primogenitor mountain range, no one could withstand the extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei might be the first. Those extreme supremes outside the primogenitor mountain range could sense the danger. This made them indescribably shocked. A tiny ant in their eyes could actually threaten them. Chapter 3781. Extreme Supremacy, the Ultimate Leap. It was like an ant transforming into a dragon, and at this moment, a tiny ant like Gu Fei was transforming into a dragon. As long as he could survive the extreme supremacy heavenly tribulation, he would be an invincible dragon in the three realms. Comprehending the primordial supremacy realm, he would be able to move freely in the myriad worlds. Extreme supremacy was amazing, but how many living beings could become supremacies in the past? In the human realm, heaven realm, ancestral god world, primal demon world, and even the primogenitor world, the number of extreme supremacies that were born could be counted. And in the myriad worlds, only a perfect world could give birth to an extreme supremacy. The primogenitor world was naturally more suitable for an extreme supremacy because it was the origin of the myriad worlds. The void of heaven and earth was incomparably stable. Even if an extreme supremacy were to fight, there was no need to worry about the destruction of the void. At this moment, under the heavens' retribution, two figures that were powerful enough to defy the heavens moved quickly in the void. Wherever they passed, the void collapsed and a destructive aura spread. Even the cultivators outside the primogenitor mountain range could feel it. Sounds of wind and thunder could be heard coming from Gu Fei's body. It was as if there was a great Tao God's voice lingering in the void. It was as if there was a supreme primal chaos sovereign chanting scriptures. This great Tao God's voice was actually the primal chaos Tao, runes on Gu Fei's body intertwined with each other and converged together. Gu Fei's primal chaos Tao resonated with the heavenly Tao. This was the legendary unity of man and nature. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a mysterious state. Even though he was fighting with the primal chaos god, it was hard for the latter to injure him. Kill! Gu Fei roared and punched the primal chaos god. His fist did not emit any dazzling primal chaos god light, but the power contained in his fist was absolutely strong. At this moment, the primal chaos god also punched. Boom! The two fists collided with a loud bang. The surrounding void was directly shaken by the violent force, causing cracks in the surrounding void. A ring of transparent ripples spread out from Gu Fei and the chaotic god's fists, and the surrounding runes were all revealed by the shock wave of the mighty energy ripples. Gu Fei and the chaotic god used their strength at the same time, and both of them retreated backwards. He stared at the undefeatable existence in front of him, and his eyes lit up even more. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a disdainful sneer. Ultimate strike. Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately used his self-created chaotic fist. As soon as the chaotic fist was used, the void in front of his fist immediately shook. The chaotic god suddenly took a step forward. As he waved his hands, a unique energy wave erupted from his hands, and a primal whirlpool immediately appeared in front of him. Gu Fei's fist directly smashed into the primal whirlpool, but his entire body remained as still as a mountain. The primal whirlpool could not devour Gu Fei at all. Boom! A violent fist force erupted in an instant. The chaotic vortex simply couldn't withstand a single blow from Gu Fei. The force that erupted from the vortex sent Gu Fei flying. Boom! 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 The chaotic god was also sent flying. Gu Fei immediately used the Ascension Secret technique. In the next moment, a peerless and terrifying aura erupted from his body, shaking the entire world. At this moment, Gu Fei could clearly feel the unimaginably powerful energy within his body. This energy was still continuously increasing, as if there was no end to it. Shwa! Gu Fei grabbed with his hand, and the primal chaos god in the distance flew towards him. Roar! The chaotic god roared towards the sky. He wanted to break free from the powerful energy enveloping his body, but it was futile. What's going on? The disheveled old man in the void was dumbfounded when he saw this scene. This fellow was actually this powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into a huge dragon, and the chaotic god was like an ant. Pong! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei actually grabbed the chaotic god and caused him to explode in the void. Even though the chaotic god was an incarnation of the heavenly Tao imprint, it was extremely realistic. After the chaotic god was grabbed by Gu Fei, he immediately turned into a heavenly Tao imprint and tried to escape back to the heavenly Tao. However, Gu Fei would not allow this heavenly Tao imprint to return to the heavenly Tao so easily. With a grab in the void, the 9 heavenly stars sword appeared in his hand. The moment the 9 heavenly stars sword appeared in his hand, Gu Fei's essence, energy, and spirit were gathered within the sword. Shwa! Gu Fei immediately slashed out with his sword. A primal sword light immediately rushed out from the 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand. In an instant, it soared for millions of miles. With a flash of the sword light, the heavenly Tao imprint that soared into the sky was actually cut into 2 and dissipated in the void. What? The disheveled old man in the void of the formation could not help but be moved when he saw that. The sword strike that Gu Fei had just performed was definitely the strongest sword strike that he could perform. As the heavenly Tao imprint dissipated, the primal chaos calamity finally passed. The primal chaos calamity in the sky began to change. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting cross-legged in the void. The calamity in the sky seemed to have stopped moving, and everything seemed to be calm. The extremely terrifying aura that was released by the supreme heavenly tribulation seemed to have disappeared as well. At this moment, Gu Fei's state of mind actually became very calm, extremely calm. Any thoughts of fighting had completely disappeared, which made him feel that it was inconceivable. At the next moment, his vision turned black, and he lost consciousness. At this moment, Gu Fei was sitting in the void, motionlessly. No one knew what had happened, not even the disheveled old man. What's going on? What happened? The disheveled old man was in disbelief. This scene seemed familiar. **T. Could it be? Suddenly, the disheveled old man's expression changed as he thought of something. The legendary reincarnation calamity. In the reincarnation of heaven and earth, all living things would die one day. Even the supremes who were known to be invincible in the universe would die one day. This reincarnation calamity was way too sick. Throughout history, the reincarnation calamity was extremely rare. However, once one entered the reincarnation calamity, it was extremely difficult to get out. At this moment, it was clear that Gu Fei had encountered the reincarnation calamity. His consciousness had entered a world that seemed to be completely real. Everything here could be passed off as real. To Gu Fei, everything in the reincarnation calamity was real. If he were to lose himself in the reincarnation calamity, he would have failed the calamity and died. Chapter 3782. This is bad. Within the void of the formation, the disheveled old man could no longer sit still. That was because the seventh wave of Gu Fei's heavenly tribulation was the legendary reincarnation tribulation. Even he could not help Gu Fei with it. I told you that it's troublesome to undergo the tribulation here, and there's less than a 50% chance of success. But this guy refused to believe it. Now, Sai, the disheveled old man could not help but shake his head with a bitter smile. Even he had only heard of the reincarnation tribulation and did not know about it. By now, Gu Fei might already be trapped in the cycle of reincarnation. No, the disheveled old man clenched his teeth, and his eyes lit up like stars. He could not just watch as such a good seedling perishes. No matter how powerful or unparalleled one's skills were, no matter how invincible one was, or how powerful one was, it was all useless in the reincarnation tribulation. Reincarnation could destroy everything. Even if Gu Fei had cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, he was still in danger this time round. Of course, the reincarnation tribulation was not invincible. The disheveled old man knew that there was once a reincarnation supremacy in the ancient mythological era. However, it was hard to say if Gu Fei could survive this tribulation. Throughout history, the disheveled old man knew that there was only one supreme reincarnation supremacy. That supreme reincarnation supremacy controlled reincarnation and could send people into it, using the power of reincarnation to destroy their opponents. Even if a supreme supremacy was sent into reincarnation, they would not be able to withstand the power of reincarnation. After all, the supreme reincarnation supremacy was a ruthless character who had once killed a supreme supremacy. I'm going to see just how powerful this reincarnation tribulation is. The disheveled old man said, and sat down cross-legged. He then channeled his mystic skill to fight against the reincarnation tribulation. At this moment, Gu Fei was pulled into the cycle of reincarnation by the power of reincarnation. As though he had just woken up from a dream, he appeared on a mountain peak. He sat on a huge rock and was absorbing the essence of heaven and earth around him, cultivating diligently. His clothes were drenched in sweat. It's still not working. Gu Fei shook his head, and a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Is this ancient body refining technique really a cultivation technique that is difficult to practice? Master had practiced this method for 100 years, but it was still difficult for him to break through the shackles of cultivation. He was still at the 9th level of heaven, and his lifespan was coming to an end. He was afraid that Master would not be able to escape the end of his lifespan and die of old age in Taishan sect. In the Supreme Mystery sect, only Gu Fei and Master Wan Xianqing were left. It was this ancient body refinement technique that led to the complete decline of Gu Fei's lineage. Compared to the other 8 lineages of Taishan sect, the lineage of the 8 lineages was becoming more and more prosperous. At that moment, Gu Fei did not know that he was experiencing the samsara tribulation. All of this was a transformation of the samsara force. The power of samsara made it so that the person undergoing the tribulation wouldn't even realize that he was undergoing the tribulation. The person undergoing the tribulation had already been bewitched by the power of samsara. At this time, Gu Fei seemed to have returned to Taishan sect, back to the days before he had obtained the Yinyang Jade Pendant. The place he was at was Chuiling Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. Gu Fei was a disciple of Chuiling Peak, and the peak leader of Chuiling Peak was his master, Wan Xiancheng. Wan Xiancheng was a good person in Taishan sect. Being a good person was very disadvantageous, and one would be bullied. Gu Fei was not affected by this character of his master. He was different from his master. He was straightforward, clear about gratitude and resentment, and unyielding. If the disciples of the other 8 lineages were to cause trouble for him, he would not swallow it and would fight with his life. This was Gu Fei. When Gu Fei jumped down from the big stone, several figures immediately rushed over and blocked him in the middle. Dongfang Chen, Wang Yuanji, what do you mean by this? When Gu Fei saw these people, he could not help but be shocked and angry. Haha, what do I mean? I mean to get rid of you. Dongfang Chen laughed loudly and immediately attacked Gu Fei. When the others saw this, they also fiercely pounced towards Gu Fei, as if they really wanted to kill Gu Fei. They did not hold back at all, and Wang Yuanji even used his weapon. At this time, they really wanted to kill him. Gu Fei was shocked. This was Chuiling Peak, his own territory. How could these guys dare to commit murder here? Were they not afraid of alarming his master? These guys were too bold. They were so brazen to deal with him. Were they crazy? Dai. Dongfang Chen and the others laughed crazily and had no intention of stopping. Dongfang Chen's sword pierced towards the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows. The tip of the sword instantly pierced the center of Gu Fei's eyebrows, and the sword chi hit his face in pain. Roar! Gu Fei roared crazily, and a terrifying wave of power immediately erupted from his body. This kind of extreme danger stimulated his original strength. The instinctive reaction of a martial artist was much stronger than that of an ordinary cultivator. It must be known that martial artists spend their entire life cultivating their martial body. The martial body was the source of their strength. Therefore, Gu Fei would naturally react to danger, and would not sit still and wait for death. At this time, Dongfang Chen, Wang Yuanji, and the others screamed, and were directly sent flying. Then, the scenery around Gu Fei quickly collapsed. What's going on? When Gu Fei saw this scene, he was inexplicably shocked. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he did not know what was wrong. It seemed that he had forgotten a lot of things. At this time, the scenery around Gu Fei was constantly changing. Some blurry scenes quickly flashed in front of his eyes. He seemed to see a pool and a jade pendant. He had a very familiar feeling about these things, as if he had seen them somewhere, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them for a while. The power of the reincarnation tribulation was really powerful, beyond everyone's expectations. Of course, the current Gu Fei did not know that he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell. If he was killed in the reincarnation tribulation, then even if he did not die in reality, he would be seriously injured. At this time, the scene changed. He was now in the virtual sky world, in the stone forest killing formation. Here, Gu Fei met the old tortoise who had been trapped in the stone forest killing formation for countless years and obtained half of the peerless ominous saber here. However, the current Gu Fei had long forgotten all this. For him now, it was his first time coming here. Clang! The sound of iron chains colliding came, making his heart palpitate. He carefully walked in the stone forest, heading toward the sound of the colliding iron chains. When he passed through the stone forest and came to the open space inside, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw, half of a bloody black dragon tightly bound in the air by black iron chains. The aura that erupted from this black dragon was extremely terrifying. Although it was only the upper half of its body, the huge dragon's body erupted with a monstrous, ominous aura. What's going on? Seeing this scene, Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. However, he had a very strange feeling that he seemed to have seen a similar scene somewhere before. Roar! Gu Fei wanted to recall carefully, but at this moment, he suddenly had a splitting headache and couldn't help but groan in pain. At this time, a figure directly appeared in front of Gu Fei and directly pounced on Gu Fei. Roar! At the same time, the dragon entangled in the air by the black chains also pounced from the sky. This time, Gu Fei was scared out of his wits. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei made his move. However, in the next moment, he could only watch as he was blasted apart. His consciousness sank into darkness. What? I'm late? This voice rang out in the void. At this moment, in the real world, a crack appeared on the forehead of Gu Fei's real body, who was sitting cross-legged under the tribulation clouds. His body shook violently, and his eyelids kept moving as if he could wake up at any time. However, he still didn't wake up. In the end, he didn't move at all, and a stream of blood seeped out from the crack on his forehead. Wake up! At this moment, a loud voice came from the void and reverberated between heaven and earth. This voice contained the power of the great Tao, and it was transmitted directly from the heavenly tribulation. Outside the Primogenitor mountain range, the people who were watching the show were shocked. Some of the weaker quasi-supremes actually fell from the sky because of the great Tao divine voice that came from the Primogenitor mountain range. What's going on? Everyone was inexplicably shocked. A commotion suddenly broke out outside the Primogenitor mountain range. Countless powerful existences couldn't help but be shocked. Even the Supremes were shocked. There is indeed a supremacy protecting that person. At this moment, everyone's guess was confirmed. The person undergoing the tribulation in the Primogenitor mountain range had invited a supremacy to protect him. It was impossible for the Ingtian patriarch to invite a supremacy. The Wood Clan's supreme primogenitor's consciousness incarnation also arrived outside the Primogenitor mountain range. They had a deeper understanding of the Ingtian patriarch than anyone else. If the Ingtian patriarch could invite a supremacy, Ingtian sect wouldn't need to rely on the Wood Clan and be their slave. Therefore, in the eyes of the Wood Clan's experts, the rumor of the Ingtian patriarch undergoing the tribulation was just a lie. Why would Ingtian sect lie? This was a question worth pondering. At this moment, the heavenly tribulation that everyone was watching was still ongoing, and Gu Fei was already at the edge of life and death. The disheveled old man was already panicking. He had no choice but to release the great Tao divine voice in an attempt to wake Gu Fei up. However, Gu Fei had already fallen into the cycle of reincarnation. Even if he shouted at him, he wouldn't wake up. Outrageous. I don't believe it. Extreme Tao Divine Guide, Primordial Spirit, Return. Chapter 3783. The reincarnation tribulation was far more terrifying than what the disheveled old man, the god of the mountain and river cauldron, had imagined. Gu Fei's divine sense fell into the cycle of reincarnation. After an indeterminate amount of time, his consciousness finally recovered from the endless darkness. He had been blasted into a bloody mist by the half-black dragon in the stone forest killing formation in the virtual sky world. Although this was an illusion created by the power of reincarnation, it was extremely real. Even Gu Fei himself thought he was deader than dead. However, Gu Fei cultivated the Ascension Secret Technique, one of the 9 secrets of Immortal Path. With his cultivation level, even if his soul was destroyed, he could still reassemble it and be reborn against the heavens. However, when Gu Fei woke up, he found himself tied to an altar and surrounded by mysterious people in black cloaks. The sky was dark, and the chilly wind was whistling. Gu Fei was really shocked. What's going on? Gu Fei struggled fiercely, but the rope that bound him wasn't an ordinary rope. It was a dragon binding rope that could bind a real dragon. The more he struggled, the tighter the dragon binding rope became. At this moment, a voice that sounded like an incantation or sacrificial chant came from below the altar. A man in a black cloak walked up the altar step by step with a stone box in his hand. After the black-robed man walked up the altar, he went straight to Gu Fei. "What do you want?" Gu Fei roared at the black-robed man. The black-robed man ignored Gu Fei and continued to speak in an unknown and mysterious voice. It was an ancient sacrificial chant. At this moment, the black-robed man carefully opened the stone box in his hand. The moment the box was opened, veined patterns emerged on the unremarkable stone box. At the same time, a gust of black aura suddenly rushed out of the stone box and pounced directly at Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of death spread from the gust of black aura. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth in the surroundings began to frantically gather towards the stone box. Roar! Seeing the black gas rushing towards him, Gu Fei struggled with all his might, but it was all in vain. The black chi directly rushed into Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's eyes turned blood red, and his expression became extremely hideous. The black gas that rushed out of the stone box was actually a primordial spirit that had existed for who knew how many months. That primordial spirit wanted to take over Gu Fei's body and used this method to defy the heavens and be reborn. This was an ancient ritual, and Gu Fei was just a sacrificial offering to this ancient existence. At this time, a large amount of information poured into Gu Fei's mind. This was the memory of this ancient creature which he obtained from it. This place was actually the ancient city of gods in the virtual sky world. What was happening now was actually something that ancient God City had discovered in the past. No one knew why ancient God City became a dead city, and why it appeared in the virtual sky world. This was an ancient secret that even the old tortoise didn't know. Gu Fei obtained the mountain and river cauldron in ancient God City. He refined the mountain and river cauldron's chaotic origin embryo and opened up his own inner world. He had a lot of karma with ancient God City, so when he crossed the reincarnation tribulation, he actually triggered such a tribulation. At this time, a powerful soul appeared in Gu Fei's body. Moreover, this ancient soul was devouring Gu Fei's soul. If he was devoured, Gu Fei would die. It should be noted that his spirit had already been seriously injured before. Roar! Gu Fei kept roaring. At this time, the black-robed people around the altar chanted incantations in unison. The power of the ancient incantation enveloped him. This kind of incantation was actually destroying his spirit. This reincarnation tribulation was actually a deity-slaying tribulation. Its purpose was to destroy the spirit of the person undergoing the tribulation, turning the person into a soulless walking corpse. The reincarnation tribulation could trigger the inner demons of the person undergoing the tribulation. This kind of heavenly tribulation was the most difficult to guard against. Dong! Just at this moment, the sound of a bell rang down from the sky. An indescribable power of the great Tao descended, and Gu Fei abruptly woke up. What am I doing? The next moment, everything around Gu Fei disappeared. The altar, the black-robed people, the mysterious ancient creatures, primordial spirit, everything disappeared. It was as if they had never been there. I'm undergoing the tribulation, the extreme, supreme tribulation. Gu Fei's eyes were no longer confused. Reincarnation tribulation? Come, let me break this reincarnation with one punch. Gu Fei roared at the sky. His long hair danced wildly, and an unprecedentedly powerful battle intent erupted from his body. Brat, this is as far as I can help. At this time, the disheveled old man's voice came from the sky. "Thanks a lot, old man." Gu Fei yelled at the sky. He knew that it was truly dangerous earlier on. If his spirit had been destroyed, he would have died for real. The Ascension secret skill could save him once, but it couldn't save him a second time. However, as if responding to Gu Fei, the reincarnation power of heaven and earth exploded all of a sudden. Gu Fei's entire body was suddenly devoured by the collapsing void. The next moment, he realized in shock that he was shrinking. Eventually, he turned into an infant. That was not all. When he snapped back to his senses, he realized that he was in the womb of a pregnant woman. He had not even been born yet. Come from reincarnation and be destroyed in reincarnation. Gu Fei vaguely heard this voice. It was as if he could see a lonely background that was getting further and further away. Before long, Gu Fei, whose battle robes were shining brightly, was sent into reincarnation once again. In this life, his parents were just ordinary hunters who relied on hunting wild beasts in the forest to survive. They lived a comfortable life. This life of Gu Fei's was peaceful. As his father was a hunter, he was naturally one as well. Furthermore, he was the longest-lived hunter. In this life, he lived for more than 90 years before passing away. This was reincarnation. It would turn one into ashes unknowingly, and their Tao would disappear. Gu Fei's reincarnation was different with each life. He tragically experienced all sorts of ways to die. He died of old age, was hunted by beasts, drowned, burned to death. Even if he tripped on the road, he could still fall to his death. As the reincarnation went on, the power of Gu Fei's essence spirit gradually weakened. *T. In the outside world, the disheveled old man was sweating profusely in the void of the formation. He looked exhausted, as though his body had been hollowed out. Gu Fei's true body continued to sit motionlessly under the heavenly tribulation. The terrifying reincarnation power was destroying his spirit. The reincarnation of heaven and earth, and all techniques were destroyed. No matter how heaven-defying one's mystique was, it was useless. Eventually, one would be destroyed in the endless reincarnation. Chapter 3784. Although the reincarnation tribulation was powerful, Gu Fei had learned his lesson this time round. No matter how many reincarnations there were, he would only maintain a bit of clarity in his mind so that he would not lose himself in it. Although the logic was simple, the only person who could achieve this was the legendary samsara supremacy. Only by maintaining a bit of clarity in his mind could Gu Fei comprehend the great Tao of reincarnation and eventually master it to become an existence like the samsara supremacy. With a bit of clarity in his mind, he would not be destroyed even after the reincarnation tribulation. In the end, Gu Fei made it through without any mishaps. A samsara seal was imprinted on his essence spirit. Then, the power of samsara dissipated, and all the illusions disappeared. Just like that, Gu Fei made it through the reincarnation tribulation. The first half of the tribulation was extremely dangerous. A single misstep could result in the destruction of one's body and essence spirit. However, the second half was much easier. In fact, if not for the fact that Gu Fei had comprehended something, the second half of the reincarnation tribulation would have been even more dangerous. At that moment, Gu Fei, who was sitting cross-legged under the heavenly tribulation, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep in his eyes, a Tao seal was rapidly disappearing. When he made it through the reincarnation tribulation, he had accidentally cultivated the eye of samsara, and the power of samsara gathered in his eyes. This mystic power was incredible. As long as he set his eyes on someone, he would be able to send them into samsara and crush them into pieces. Ha! You're Gu Fei indeed. Even the legendary reincarnation tribulation can't do anything to you. The disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. As long as my heart remains, who can destroy me? Gu Fei said indifferently, not bad. It seems like you've comprehended quite a bit after making a trip through samsara. The disheveled old man said, the fact that Gu Fei could make it through the reincarnation tribulation so quickly was beyond his expectations. At that moment, Gu Fei did not say anything else. That was because the 8th wave of the heavenly tribulation was about to arrive. The tribulation clouds that shrouded all directions began to rumble violently again. An unprecedented wave of energy descended from the skies. Rumble. All the mountains on the ground instantly crumbled into dust and dissipated into the void. The entire land was sinking, and it was as terrifying as the end of the world. This Gu Fei was the first to bear the brunt. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. He couldn't even move a finger. He was actually imprisoned in the void. He couldn't help but be shocked and angry. At this time, Gu Fei was shocked to discover that the tribulation clouds in the sky had all turned into grand mist energy. With so much chaos grand mist energy, Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. If he could swallow this endless amount of grand mist energy, his cultivation and combat strength would definitely increase greatly. At this moment, a huge grand mist hand reached out from the tribulation clouds and slapped down at Gu Fei. The violent power shook the entire world. In the next moment, cracks appeared on Gu Fei's body, as if he could collapse at any time. So powerful. Gu Fei was shocked. In the next moment, he raised his head and looked up into the sky. Seals immediately rushed out from his eyes. Buzz. The void trembled. The grand mist hand that was slapping down from the sky actually disappeared in the void. It was an extremely strange scene. This was the eye of samsara that Gu Fei had just cultivated. With one eye of samsara, the grand mist hand was directly struck into samsara by his eye of samsara. When the disheveled old man in the void saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. The mystique that Gu Fei had cultivated was simply too heaven-defying. Even he was jealous. Roar. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the grand mist energy in the sky. In the next moment, a peerlessly powerful pressure exploded. A terrifying and monstrous pressure descended from the sky, and Gu Fei felt as if his divine soul was trembling. How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful living being at this time? Gu Fei was inexplicably shocked. His 8th wave of extreme supremacy, heavenly tribulation, seemed to be incredible. There seemed to be an unimaginably terrifying existence hidden in the grand mist energy. Such an existence was simply a true extreme supremacy, heavenly tribulation. Then a figure directly walked out from the grand mist energy in the sky. It was a purple-haired young man. The aura that this young man exuded was very shocking. The purple-haired young man took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Gu Fei. Kill. Gu Fei struck first to gain the upper hand. He immediately used the eye of samsara and looked at the grand mist expert. Reincarnation Tao patterns interweaved in his eyes. The reincarnation force that exploded from Gu Fei's eyes instantly enveloped the purple-haired young man and was about to send him into samsara. However, at this moment, something unexpected happened. The purple-haired young man directly punched out. Then, the reincarnation force that enveloped Gu Fei was actually dispersed. In the next moment, the purple-haired young man's fist had already landed on Gu Fei's body. There's actually someone strong enough to break the reincarnation? Gu Fei was astonished. One should know that this was the reincarnation force. The purple-haired young man was an expert of the great path of primordial chaos. When he went through the tribulation, he left a mark on the heavenly Tao. Although the incarnation of the mark of the heavenly Tao was far from being comparable to the real body once it went berserk, even Gu Fei would have a headache. This purple-haired young man demonstrated to Gu Fei what absolute strength was. People with such strength were absolutely invincible in the same realm. Gu Fei was continuously blasted away. The violent impact caused blood to seep out of his orifices. The great path of primordial chaos mark of the great path of primordial chaos was too strong. It was hard to imagine that it could suppress Gu Fei with one move. It suppressed Gu Fei to the point where he didn't even have the strength to fight back. Bam! The purple-haired young man punched out directly on Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, Gu Fei's chaotic primordial martial body exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The disheveled old man was dumbfounded. He had never expected that Gu Fei's martial body would be destroyed by the purple-haired young man right after they exchanged blows. He was so vulnerable. Kill! Gu Fei's figure appeared again. He roared and attacked the purple-haired young man. 9 rays of heaven-punishing sword light rushed out of his body and pierced towards the purple-haired young man. Every ray of sword light was like a divine rainbow that cut through the void of the world. However, at the next moment, a scene that made Gu Fei dumbfounded appeared. The purple-haired young man didn't dodge at all and allowed the 9 rays of sword light to hit his body. The 9 extremely sharp heaven-punishing sword light shattered in the void, shattered by the purple-haired young man's body. How is this possible? Chapter 3785. The primordial Great Tao was the strongest Great Tao since ancient times. Those who could obtain the primordial Great Tao were absolutely invincible existences in the myriad worlds. One had to know that even the heavens and earth were born from the primordial Great Tao. Primordial Qi was the ancestral Qi of heaven and earth. It could evolve into all things in the world. Among the 3,000 great Taos in the myriad worlds, the primordial Great Tao was publicly recognized as the #1 Great Tao. A primordial sovereign who cultivated the primordial Great Tao was definitely the strongest existence among the extreme Tao sovereigns. At this time, Gu Fei actually welcomed the primordial Great Tao tribulation. This was different from all the other great Taos. This tribulation focused on invincibility and supremacy. Gu Fei's 8th Great Tao Tribulation was actually the primordial Great Tao Tribulation. Since ancient times, no one had cultivated the primordial Great Tao, not even in the primordial realm. When the primordial Qi surged out from the primordial realm, the extreme Tao sovereign's divine sense clones outside were all dumbfounded. How was this possible? Forget about the 5 elements, yin-yang, and primal chaos tribulations. There were people in the primordial realm who had cultivated these great Taos before. However, the primordial Great Tao was different. This Great Tao was too heaven-defying. It was a primitive Great Tao. Since ancient times, no one in the primordial realm had grasped this Great Tao. How is this possible? A figure standing high in the sky, shrouded in yin-yang Qi, said. This was the yin-yang sovereign from the yin-yang sacred land. This was an incomparably ancient existence that had existed for countless years. As long as the yin-yang sovereign existed, the yin-yang sacred land would not perish. The legendary primordial Great Tao, a sovereign exclaimed. Does he want to become an 8 Taos sovereign, or even a 9 Taos sovereign? Impossible. A 9 Taos sovereign? How is that possible? The divine sense clones of the other sovereigns were all shocked. In the primordial realm, sovereigns also differed in strength. Some sovereigns could only grasp one Great Tao in their lifetime. There were very few sovereigns who could grasp 2 great Taos at the same time. Sovereigns who could grasp 3 or even 4 great Daos were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, even in the primordial realm. Sovereigns who grasped 5, 6, or even 7 grand Daos only existed in legends. 9 grand Daos was a myth even to the extreme Dao sovereigns of the primogenitor realm. At that moment, Gu Fei didn't know that he had stunned the extreme Dao supremes of the primordial great Dao. He was still fighting the purple-haired youth formed by the primordial great Dao imprint. Kill! Gu Fei let out a frenzied roar and unleashed the 9 heaven punishing swords, attacking the purple-haired young man. An even stronger power of the 9 heavenly stars sword erupted from his hand. Even the 9 heavenly stars sword was unable to withstand this power. Cracks appeared on the sword's body, and the divine sword let out a cry. Swoosh! With a single strike of the sword, the void was split apart, the chaos was destroyed, and the primordial chaos was split apart. The power of this sword was already the strongest sword strike that Gu Fei could unleash. Moreover, the essence of this sword had been completely unleashed by him. Even if the sword slave came personally and unleashed this move, the power of this move wouldn't necessarily be greater than that of Gu Fei's. This was definitely a divine sword strike. Gu Fei had attached all his essence, qi, and spirit to this sword strike. However, this supreme sword strike of Gu Fei was directly broken by the purple-haired youth with a casual wave of his hand. The supreme sword light directly collapsed in the void, turning into a rain of light that dissipated in the void. Upon seeing this, Gu Fei was taken aback. This fella is way too powerful, isn't he? But then again, this is the primordial Dao brand. This imprint of the primordial great Dao was left behind by a supreme existence that cultivated the primordial great Dao. It was a projection of the supreme existence on the heavenly Dao when he underwent the tribulation. It represented the supreme existence's strongest battle strength when he was in the same realm as Gu Fei. Since ancient times, there had never been a second person in the primordial great Dao realm that could attract a supreme existence's primordial heavenly tribulation. Therefore, in the primordial realm, even the extreme Dao Supremes didn't know that there was such a person in the primordial realm. Rumble, the purple-haired youth's gaze was like lightning. With a wave of his hand, he charged towards Gu Fei and directly pierced the space between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Roar! Gu Fei roared as he rapidly retreated, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the void. His speed was extremely fast. After he stabilized his figure, the hole between his eyebrows rapidly healed. There wasn't a single trace of blood seeping out, but his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Even though the purple-haired youth's attack didn't threaten his life, it still heavily injured him. This was because a strand of primordial energy had invaded his body and destroyed his vitality. Damn it! Gu Fei roared and glared fiercely at the purple-haired youth in front of him. A strand of ascension energy erupted from his body and repaired his martial physique. In just an instant, an extremely powerful aura of vitality erupted from Gu Fei's body, and he was instantly restored to his peak state. Again, Gu Fei charged forward again, but without any suspense. He was blasted flying by the purple-haired youth once more. The powerful primordial energy directly shattered half of his body. The primordial great Dao that the purple-haired youth displayed was captured by Gu Fei. Under the observation of his martial path heavenly eye, the purple-haired youth was covered in the primordial great Dao laws. Using the heavenly Dao to supplement one's great Dao, transforming one's great Dao to perfection, Gu Fei's aura gradually transformed, and so did the primordial energy in his body. The primordial energy that invaded Gu Fei's body was gradually refined by him. Even though the primordial tribulation was terrifying, there was still a chance of survival. As long as the person undergoing the tribulation grasped this chance of survival, they would have a 50% chance of surviving the tribulation. However, if the person undergoing the tribulation couldn't even grasp this chance of survival, then there was only one outcome for the person undergoing the tribulation: death. The consequences of failing the tribulation were very serious. In the worst-case scenario, one's body and soul would be destroyed, and one's Tao would disappear. If one was lucky, they would be half dead, and their cultivation would be wasted. Gu Fei's only chance of survival was this purple-haired youth. As long as he wasn't killed, there was hope for him to survive. At this moment, Gu Fei had already gone crazy. He attacked with all his might, and his eyes were bloodshot. Even so, he still couldn't do anything to the purple-haired youth. Bam! Gu Fei was once again sent flying by the purple-haired youth. In the next moment, his entire body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. The smell of blood immediately permeated the void. In the next moment, the bloody mist instantly gathered together, and a figure appeared in the void. This person was naturally Gu Fei. He instantly reformed his physical body, and an extremely overbearing aura erupted from his body. Rumble, the void around Gu Fei trembled, and there was a thunderous sound. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared on his body, emitting a powerful aura of the Great Path. Without saying anything, Gu Fei directly attacked the purple-haired youth. This time, 7 Tao patterns rushed out from between his eyebrows. These 7 Tao patterns instantly turned into 7 Gu Feis, and they surrounded the purple-haired youth. These 7 Gu Feis all erupted with different powers of the Great Path, and each Gu Feis could compete with the purple-haired youth. Boom! A thunderous sound rang out, and a figure that emitted the power of thunder directly attacked the purple-haired youth. In an instant, he turned into an immortal bolt of lightning and directly blasted the purple-haired youth's body. Violent destructive power erupted in an instant. This was Gu Fei's Thunderpath incarnation. Although the attack of this Thunderpath incarnation was not comparable to the attack of a real Extreme Path Supreme, its power was still shocking. However, facing such a powerful attack, the purple-haired youth did not fight against Gu Fei's Thunderpath incarnation. Instead, he allowed the power of Gu Fei's Thunderpath incarnation to hit his body. In the next moment, the endless lightning directly engulfed the purple-haired youth. Countless destructive lightning wreaked havoc, and when each lightning flashed, it could directly tear the void between heaven and earth, leaving pitch-black spatial cracks. Ha! Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but burst into laughter. However, in the next moment, his laughter suddenly stopped because he saw an unbelievable scene. He saw that the lightning that enveloped the purple-haired youth had directly collapsed. An unimaginably powerful primordial force erupted from the purple-haired youth's body, and it directly shattered Gu Fei's Thunderpath incarnation. At this moment, Gu Fei's 5 elements incarnation charged forward, and the power of the 5 elements rapidly gathered between the hands of Gu Fei's 5 elements incarnation. Buzz! A huge wheel appeared in the void, and it obliterated the purple-haired youth with violent power that shook the heavens and earth. However, the purple-haired youth merely threw a punch, and the 5 elements extermination wheel that was descending from the sky was smashed high up into the sky by his punch. In the next moment, the 5 elements extermination wheel shattered high up in the sky. If anyone else were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. Unfortunately, this scene was only witnessed by the disheveled old man. The people outside could only sense the primordial force, but they did not know that Gu Fei, who was undergoing tribulation, was currently embroiled in a great battle. The power of the 5 elements dissipated, and at this time, another of Gu Fei's incarnations made a move. It was a blurry figure that was surrounded by yin and yang qi. Powerful fluctuations of yin and yang qi erupted from this figure, and the yin and yang qi in this world frantically gathered towards him. However, the purple-haired youth still easily broke through Gu Fei's yin and yang incarnation. How is this possible? Gu Fei was almost going crazy. The heavenly Tao brand left behind by the primordial supremacy was actually this powerful. This was simply not going to let anyone live. However, even so, his battle intent was still strong, and he was not the least bit discouraged. His eyes were extremely bright. I want to become an extreme supremacy. Chapter 3786. Could it be that the secret of the primogenitor mountains, although the disheveled old man was sitting in the void of the formation, he stared at the purple-haired youth through the heavy power of the formation with a grave expression. Someone in the primogenitor mountains had actually cultivated the primordial great Tao. Even the disheveled old man, a god of the mountain and river cauldron who had lived for countless years and had unparalleled knowledge, couldn't help but be moved. The mountain and river cauldron was only a supreme Tao tool refined by a chaotic supreme. Otherwise, the mountain and river cauldron wouldn't have been able to nurture a chaotic origin embryo. Of course, the chaotic origin embryo nurtured by the mountain and river cauldron had been taken by Gu Fei back in the ancient sacred city in the human realm. Gu Fei used the chaotic origin embryo as a foundation to open up his own inner world. By now, this inner world had already grown into an almost perfect world. At this moment, Gu Fei had already opened up his 3 inner worlds, drawing in an endless stream of heaven and earth essence energy to replenish his exhausted essence energy. The 9 heavenly stars sword in his hand was emitting endless divine light, and there seemed to be a starry sky around the sword blade. The sky-blue immortal gold battle armor on his body was also emitting blinding divine light, protecting him in a ball of sky-blue divine light. These 2 Tao artifacts had accompanied Gu Fei through many trials and hardships, forcing him to endure the 8th tribulation of the extreme path. Primordial Great Tao was known as the number 1 Great Tao for a reason. At this moment, Gu Fei was in a desperate situation. This was because the purple-haired youth had begun to exert his strength. The power of the primordial great Tao erupted from his body, shaking the heavens. At this moment, in a valley in the depths of the primogenitor mountains, a primordial Tao pattern appeared on the door of an ancient cave abode. Faint roars came from inside the stone door. Boom! The stone door suddenly shook, as if something was hitting the stone door and trying to rush out. At this moment, the eyes of the 2 stone statues on both sides of the stone door suddenly lit up. At this moment, Gu Fei was undergoing the tribulation and didn't notice the changes in the depths of the primogenitor mountains. Even the incarnations of the extreme Tao Supremes outside the primogenitor mountains didn't notice. Rumble. At this moment, a supreme figure descended from the sky and appeared outside the primogenitor mountain range. An extreme grade sovereign spirit incarnation dissipated in the void. The moment this figure appeared, the heavens and earth seemed to resound with the divine voice of the great Tao, as if listening to the great Tao. All living beings, except the extreme Tao paragons, were affected. Even the half-supreme beings almost became immersed in it, wishing to capture and comprehend this type of great Tao divine sound. It was because when the divine sound entered their ears, they actually felt a type of enlightenment, as if the clouds and mist were pushed aside to see the clear sky. It was as if all of the difficulties they encountered in cultivation could be easily solved. There was no earth-shattering splendor, nor was there any invincible might. The extreme grade, supreme being that had just arrived stood in the void, yet he gave off an invincible vibe. The figure of this invincible sovereign was blurry as a perfect Taoist rhyme spread from his body. All living beings who sensed this aura felt the urge to bow down and worship him. Boundless life force surged out from this supreme being's body. In the mountain ridges, some withered trees actually sprouted once more, regaining their vitality. The ancestor of the Wood Clan is here. Some people were inexplicably shocked, and some experts who had grudges with the Wood Clan directly chose to retreat. Old Ghost Moo, I heard that you suffered a great loss not long ago. Is that true? Ha ha. A burst of laughter came from afar. Then, a white figure directly walked over from afar. This person only took one step and instantly arrived nearby. It was a young man in white who was like the wind. His face was like jade, his eyes were like cold stars, and his eyebrows were like swords. He held a feather fan in his hand and wore cloud-treading boots. His sleeves fluttered as if he would fly away with the wind at any time. The young man smiled as he looked at the blurry figure in front of him. There was also a perfect Taoist rhyme on his body, and there was a formless astral wind circling around him. The perfect Taoist rhyme fused with a certain great Tao in the world. As the young man stood there, he was the sky, and he was an omnipotent ruler. This was an extreme grade supreme being, a perfected great Tao that was above all Taos in the world. His strength alone could contend with the entire world, and he had great divine powers that could destroy the world. Wind Saint, are you tired of living? The ancestor of the Wood Clan said coldly. On the blurry figure, two divine lights lit up. Those were the eyes of the ancestor of the Wood Clan, and a chilling, killing intent erupted from his body. The killing intent of an extreme grade supreme being was definitely an extremely terrifying thing. The world instantly turned cold. In the sky, the weather changed, and even the great Tao of heaven punishment trembled. Cultivators below the supreme being level were all terrified to the extreme, and even their souls were trembling. Even quasi-supreme beings completely lost the thought of resisting and trembled. An extreme grade supreme being didn't even need to make a move to make all living beings below the extreme grade supreme submit. Those who didn't submit would only have one ending, death in body and soul. Of course, there was no existence below the extreme grade supreme being who could contend with the might of a supreme being. Even those with extremely firm wills and extraordinary existences would have to lower their heads before an extreme grade supreme being. You want to fight? Anytime. The white-robed young man shrugged nonchalantly. They were all extreme grade supreme beings, so who was afraid of whom? There was a difference in strength between extreme grade supreme beings, but it was very difficult to kill an extreme grade supreme being. Wind Saint, there's no benefit in angering me. The voice of the ancestor of the Wood Clan became even colder. Wind Saint, the incarnations of the other extreme grade supreme beings already knew who it was. It was the ancestor of the Wind Clan, the Wind Saint Supreme, who cultivated the great Tao of wind. The Wind Saint Supreme had arrived personally. At this moment, other than the quasi-supreme beings, the other cultivators all hid as far as they could, not daring to appear in the vicinity at all. Only quasi-supreme beings could barely withstand the aura of the two extreme grade supreme beings. Cultivators below the quasi-supreme being level couldn't withstand the might of an extreme grade supreme being at all. Under the might of a supreme being, their souls would collapse. Humph! The Wind Saint Supreme still wanted to say something, but at this moment, a loud sound came from the primogenitor mountain range. Then, a wave of primordial might surged out. The entire heaven and earth was trembling, and even the primogenitor mountain range was shaking. Mountain peaks were collapsing one after another, and dust rose high into the sky. The primogenitor mountain range was in chaos. What? Chapter 3787. The primordial great Tao shocked the Supremes. the might of the primordial great Tao that surged out from the primordial mountain range shocked all the supremes outside. How is this possible? When did a grand mist sovereign appear in the primogenitor realm? Could this be the secret of the primogenitor mountain range? The group of supremes could no longer remain calm. One had to know that they had cultivated the Tao for countless years, yet they had never heard of anyone successfully cultivating the primordial great Tao. The primordial great Tao was publicly acknowledged as the #1 great Tao by all the extreme Tao supremes in the primogenitor realm. Once one attained the primordial great Tao, they would be able to move unhindered through the 9 heavens. This was definitely not empty talk. Since ancient times, there had been many cultivators who had embarked on the primordial Tao, but there seemed to be no one who had truly walked to the end. There was once an incomparably stunning existence that cultivated the primordial great Tao, but he could only cultivate to the quasi-sovereign realm before falling under the extreme sovereign heavenly tribulation. The grand Tao of primordial chaos was simply too difficult to cultivate to the perfect stage. Most cultivators were unwilling to cultivate the grand Tao of primordial chaos. Due to that, the cultivation techniques of this grand Tao were very rare. On the contrary, many creatures in the primogenitor realm cultivated the 5 elements great Tao, yin-yang great Tao, lightning great Tao, and wind great Tao. There were people who cultivated these great Taos to the extreme and became extreme paragons. In the cultivation history of the ancestral god realm, there was even a paragon of the 5 elements. This was the paragon of the 5 paths, and he was unrivaled in the entire ancestral god realm. However, the 5-element sovereign still disappeared in the end. No one knew where he went. Some people said that he entered the depths of the primogenitor mountain range and never came out again. Of course, this was only a legend. No one knew what the truth was. When the might of the grand mist grand Tao surged out from the primogenitor mountain range, these supremes knew that a grand mist sovereign had appeared in the primogenitor realm. That was because the fellow in the primogenitor mountain range was undergoing the extreme grade sovereign tribulation. The heavenly tribulation that the fellow inside had triggered definitely corresponded to a certain extreme grade sovereign. Only by defeating the imprints left behind by the extreme Tao supremes on the heavenly Tao could one transcend the tribulation and become an extreme Tao supremacy. This was no secret in the primogenitor realm, especially since there were so many extreme Tao sovereigns in the primogenitor realm. They had experienced the extreme Tao sovereign tribulation in the past. This is definitely not Ing Tian's tribulation. The wood race's progenitor stared in the direction where the mighty might of the primordial great Tao was coming from and said coldly, "How do you know?" Wind Saint Supreme said disapprovingly. The Wood Clan progenitor ignored the Wind Saint Supreme. At this moment, he had a bad premonition, as though a great calamity was about to befall him. This was an instinctive reaction of an extreme Tao Supreme being. It was the premonition of an extreme Tao Supreme being towards an unknown threat. Only an extreme supremacy would have such a mysterious feeling. Even a quasi-supremacy wouldn't have such an extraordinary premonition. Could it be that the fellow undergoing tribulation inside has karma with me? The wood ancestor was in disbelief. With his current cultivation, there were no more than 3 existences that could threaten him in the ancestral realm. The Wind Saint Supreme was naturally not one of the 3 supreme experts. Just as the Wood Clan's primogenitor was in a state of bewilderment, another extreme Tao aura appeared in the vicinity. An extreme Tao sovereign's true body had personally arrived. Even though he had already restrained his aura, his arrival still alarmed everyone. Even if there was only a wisp of the extreme Tao aura, it could crush the world and make billions of living beings tremble. At this moment, Gu Fei didn't know that his extreme Dao heavenly tribulation had alarmed so many extreme Dao sovereigns in the ancestral realm, and even the true body of an extreme Dao supreme had arrived. Currently, Gu Fei was fighting with his life against the purple-haired youth formed by the heavenly Dao brand. However, even though he was fighting with his life on the line, it seemed that he was still being suppressed by the other party. The purple-haired youth was simply too powerful. With the primordial great Tao, he was almost invincible in the world. However, there was still a chance of survival in the unseen world. Gu Fei keenly captured this chance of survival and struggled to hold on. Bam! The purple-haired youth casually waved his sleeve, and Gu Fei was immediately swept into the sky by a powerful primordial force. In the next moment, his martial body directly exploded in the void. A shrill mist of blood appeared in the void. However, in the next moment, the mist of blood gathered together and a figure shrouded in primordial qi appeared. The powerful aura that erupted from the figure caused the surrounding void to tremble. Gu Fei instantly condensed his martial body again. Moreover, he was constantly refining primordial qi and using it to temper his martial body so that it could evolve towards the ultimate realm of primordial Dao. He wanted to cultivate his martial body to the perfect extreme Dao primordial martial body. If he could cultivate such a martial body, Gu Fei's martial body would be able to exist for eternity. Even if his spiritual soul was destroyed, his martial body would still be preserved. After countless years, this martial body might be able to regain its consciousness and come back to life. How can he be so strong? Old man, come out and help. Gu Fei stared at the powerful and terrifying figure and said loudly. He knew that the disheveled old man could hear him. What's the hurry? The disheveled old man said unhurriedly, You might not be in a hurry, but I am, Gu Fei said in annoyance. At this moment, the purple-haired young man made his move again. He waved his hands and formed a seal with his palms. A primordial seal immediately appeared in front of him. The purple-haired young man waved his hand, and the primordial seal immediately flew towards Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. This time, Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps and moved over 100 feet to dodge the purple-haired young man's attack. He then threw a punch at the purple-haired young man. Gu Fei's fist technique had changed. As he threw a punch, a violent force immediately surged into his fist and surged towards the purple-haired young man. This was a battle technique that evolved from the 5-element fist and then the chaos fist. It was a unique technique that Gu Fei had created himself. Gu Fei had always wanted to create his own martial arts battle technique. One must know that even the cultivation techniques and battle techniques left behind by the martial ancestor were incomparable to his own. At Gu Fei's level, what he needed to do was to destroy all the battle techniques that belonged to others and create his own battle technique. That was because the battle technique that he created was the most suitable for him. But now, Gu Fei still had to use the cultivation techniques and battle techniques created by other extreme grade supremes to survive. He had to survive and become an extreme grade supremacy. Bam! In the face of Gu Fei's extremely violent punch, the purple-haired young man casually extended his right hand and blocked the punch. Chapter 3788. Gu Fei's 8th tribulation had reached the most critical juncture. If he could make it through, he would only be a step away from the extreme grade realm. However, it was not an easy task. Even though Gu Fei was extremely powerful and had made all the necessary preparations, he was still in a desperate situation. Although the purple-haired young man was only a manifestation of the heavenly Dao imprint, this manifestation was too powerful. It could absolutely crush any opponent in the same realm. From this, Gu Fei already knew how powerful the owner of the heavenly Dao imprint was in the past. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful existence existed in this world. Even if it was just an incarnation, it could easily injure Gu Fei and cause him to explode. The primordial combat physique displayed by the purple-haired young man was unimaginably powerful. Even when facing Gu Fei's 9 heaven-punishing swords, he was unscathed. The primordial combat physique was invincible against such an opponent. An ordinary quasi-supreme would have knelt down. However, Gu Fei had always become stronger when facing the strong. In his eyes, there was no mountain that he could not climb, no sea that he could not cross, and no enemy that he could not conquer. At this time, the sound of bones vibrating came from Gu Fei's body. The cracked bones in his body were healing rapidly. In just an instant, all the injuries on Gu Fei's body were completely healed. The aura on his body was even stronger than before he was injured. In his eyes, although his opponent was powerful, he was still a whetstone for him. Boom! 9 quasi-sovereign grade Tao patterns rushed out from Gu Fei's body and revolved around him. Every single Tao pattern was like a world of its own, and the vast and mighty great Tao energy that was emitted seemed to be able to crush the entire world. Among the 9 divine patterns of the great path around Gu Fei, there were thunder, wind, fire, 5 elements, yin-yang, chaos, and reincarnation. The 7 divine patterns of the great path exuded a particularly powerful aura that was almost perfect. As for the other 2 Tao patterns, they were much weaker. The primordial divine patterns were gradually perfecting themselves. Take this 7 Taos one. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The 7 Tao seals, sky thunder, earth fire, wind, 5 elements, yin-yang, chaos, and reincarnation, immediately flew in front of him. At this time, Gu Fei's entire body was filled with vast and mighty chaos grand mist energy. It was extremely strenuous, and his hands felt as if they were carrying the weight of 7 heavens and earth. The purple-haired youth did not make a move. Instead, he quietly waited for Gu Fei to gather his strength. Even though he was an incarnation formed from a heavenly Tao brand, the purple-robed young man still had his pride. Rumble. In front of Gu Fei, the 7 seals were vibrating, and the 7 powers of the great path were intertwining. The strength of the power that erupted soared. Although the 7 Tao seals did not truly merge into one, when the 7 Tao seals gathered together, the power of the 7 Taos was extremely powerful. At this moment, Gu Fei's forehead was filled with sweat. If the purple-haired young man were to make a move now, he would definitely be blasted into a mist of blood. Go! Gu Fei let out a furious roar and pushed both his hands forward. The 7 Tao seals formed a celestial sphere of divine radiance that blasted towards the purple-haired young man. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be collapsing. Wherever the celestial sphere of divine radiance passed by, the void would constantly shatter. The power of the 7 Taos seemed to be able to destroy everything. The fluctuations of the power of the 7 Taos even broke through the seal of the heavenly tribulation and spread outside, which was sensed by the extreme Tao Supremes outside. At this time, many extreme Tao Supremes appeared outside the Primogenitor mountain range. These extreme Tao Supremes had descended in their true bodies and were no longer incarnations of their spiritual will. The reason why the extreme Tao Supremes were able to descend in their true bodies was naturally because Gu Fei's extreme Tao supremacy, heavenly tribulation, was so powerful that even the extreme Tao Supremes could not sit still. It's the power of the 7 great paths. Could it be that the fella inside wants to become a 7 Taos supremacy? An extreme Tao supremacy exclaimed in shock. One must know that the 7 Tao supremacy was a legendary existence even in the primogenitor realm. 7 Tao supremacy When the Wood clan's primogenitor heard this, he could not help but frown. He had an inexplicable feeling that a great disaster was about to befall him. At this time, facing Gu Fei's ultimate attack, the purple-haired youth was still expressionless. When the ball of divine radiance blasted in front of him, he extended his right hand unhurriedly and pressed forward. Bam! The purple-haired youth's right hand collided with the ball of divine radiance, and a muffled sound was heard. In the next moment, with a loud bang, the 7 divine radiance actually exploded. A ball of colorful light of the great path spread out, and the purple-haired youth's entire right arm was instantly shattered in the void. His entire body was sent flying. The mighty power of the 7 Daos engulfed the heavens and the earth. The void that was enveloped by the power of the 7 Daos was directly turned into nothingness. It was extremely terrifying. The tribulation clouds in the sky were shaken, and a small half of them were directly blown away. High up in the sky, the weather changed, and the tribulation clouds were vast and mighty, as if someone was splitting the sky and earth apart. In the end, the power of the 7 Daos completely intertwined and collided with each other, instantly increasing the destructive power by a few levels. Even the purple-haired youth was in a sorry state at this time. At this time, Gu Fei went all out. He directly opened his mouth and inhaled, actually devouring the primordial aura in the world into his body. In the next moment, the sound of wind and thunder came from his body. The primordial Tao seal on his body instantly became bright, smelting with powerful Taoist rhymes, as if it had suddenly come to life. This was the meaning of passing the tribulation, using the heavenly Tao to make up for one's shortcomings. In this way, one's Tao would transform into a flawless great path, which was also the so-called extreme Tao. However, this was still not enough. If Gu Fei wanted to transform his primordial Tao to the extreme, it was still far from enough. Die! Without hesitation, Gu Fei directly attacked the purple-haired youth. He directly rushed through the extremely chaotic power of the 7 Daos. The power of the 7 Daos frantically gathered towards him. In that attack just now, he had successfully seized a small part of the primordial heavenly law. Because the purple-haired youth had not been blasted back to the heavenly Tao, he still could not obtain the complete primordial heavenly law. With the addition of the 7 Daos power, Gu Fei seemed to have turned into 7 Daos of war. In an instant, he was in front of the purple-haired youth. Boom! With a wave of his hand, Gu Fei blasted out the power of wind and thunder. The power of the great path of wind and thunder was vast and mighty. Immediately, countless wind and thunder Tao patterns appeared in the void. The overwhelming wind and thunder Tao patterns bombarded the purple-haired youth. The power of wind and thunder instantly filled every inch of the void. At this time, the purple-haired youth only had his left arm left. A small part of the right side of his body had turned into flying ash. The power of the 7 Daos was too powerful. The purple-haired youth was still expressionless. He circled his left hand in front of him, and a vortex immediately appeared in the void. In the next moment, a terrifying, devouring power surged out from the vortex. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth seemed to be swallowed by the vortex. The overwhelming power of wind and thunder that bombarded the area was directly swallowed into the vortex. The purple-haired youth's right body was trembling, and his shattered right arm was actually gradually recovering. What? You want to borrow my power to heal your injured body? Seeing this, Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. It took him so much effort to injure this guy. If he allowed this guy to recover, wouldn't he be in trouble? Dissolve. Gu Fei directly displayed the secret word, void, one of the 9 secrets of a mortal path. In the next moment, the endless power of wind and thunder immediately dissipated into nothingness. Even the vortex in front of the purple-haired youth was turned into nothingness by the power of the secret word, void. Even the purple-haired youth's figure became a blur. However, this was only for a moment. The purple-haired youth was too powerful. Even the secret word, void, couldn't hurt him. His figure only blurred for a moment before it solidified again. In the face of absolute power, any secret skill was trash. Even the secret skills created by supreme masters were the same. As long as one had absolute power, any secret skill could be broken with a single punch. This guy is very similar to me. At this time, Gu Fei suddenly felt like he was a fellow talent. The purple-haired youth was powerful and invincible, and so was he who pressed forward with indomitable will. At this time, Gu Fei had no time to think about this, because a fist was rapidly enlarging in his eyes. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant, and two extremely powerful forces erupted at the same time. Gu Fei only felt his body tremble. The primordial great path power that he gathered was almost blown apart. His entire body was greatly shaken, and his spirit was shaken. Roar! Gu Fei roared. The next moment, the 9 Dao patterns reappeared, and his spirit stabilized. The force that impacted his body was also refined and devoured by him. In the next moment, an even more powerful force erupted from the purple-haired youth's fist. This punch seemed to be able to blow apart all the great paths at once. Without any suspense, the purple-haired youth suppressed all the great paths with a single punch. He was still as powerful, invincible, and indomitable as ever. Gu Fei was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away, crashing into the formation set up by the disheveled old man. The supreme killing formation could not withstand Gu Fei's collision, and yet another supreme killing formation was destroyed by Gu Fei. That caused the disheveled old man's eyebrows to twitch. That was a killing formation that he had painstakingly set up. Yet, it was destroyed by this fella before he could even use it. The disheveled old man was extremely frustrated. This won't do if I want to kill this fella. Countless cracks appeared on Gu Fei's body. His face and arms were covered in them. However, those cracks disappeared rapidly. A single Dao suppresses all Daos, using the power of a single Dao to shock the Daos in the heavens. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He glared at the figure that was approaching him step by step from afar. Thoughts flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could give it a try as well. Chapter 3789. The combat prowess of the great path that the purple-haired young man displayed shocked Gu Fei, but he was also inspired. The purple-haired young man walked on a different path. The purple-haired young man only cultivated one great path, which was the primordial great path. However, this great path was much stronger than any first path sovereign, second path sovereign, or even fifth path sovereign. If the purple-haired young man hadn't fallen, he would definitely be an invincible existence in the ancestral realm. Other extreme path sovereigns could only bow down to him. Boom! At this moment, the purple-haired young man's body erupted with unprecedented power of the primordial great path. His entire body was emitting the primordial light of the great path. Even his hair and eyebrows were shining. Even a strand of hair that fell from his body could cut through the ages. Any great path was a joke before the purple-haired young man. Even the power of samsara couldn't do anything to this supreme existence. He was almost indestructible. The purple-haired young man's right arm, which had been shattered by Gu Fei's power of 7 paths, was growing back at a speed visible to the naked eye. This was definitely not a good thing for Gu Fei. Gu Fei wasn't as confident as the purple-haired young man. He wouldn't allow the purple-haired young man to increase his cultivation. He roared and pounced at the purple-haired young man. Buzz! The void trembled. 9 great Tao runes rushed out of his body and turned into Tao seals. They gathered on his right hand. The 9 Tao seals released the power of the great path that shook the heavens and earth. The 9 Tao seals condensed into a star on Gu Fei's right hand. 9 types of Tao power intertwined, and the Tao power that erupted was much stronger than the power of the 7 paths as one. However, the only flaw was that the primordial great Tao and the last Tao seal were much dimmer than the other 7 Tao seals. This was especially so for the last Tao seal, it was completely dim. The last Tao seal was crucial to Gu Fei because it was his last tribulation. Without a doubt, the last Tao seal determined whether or not Gu Fei could successfully pass the extreme path sovereign heavenly tribulation. Once he succeeded, he would become the strongest 9 paths sovereign in the ancestral realm. Of course, Gu Fei might not necessarily want to be a 9 paths sovereign. At this time, everything could change. In Gu Fei's hand, 9 seals converged, and a terrifying power of the great path erupted. His right palm seemed to be holding a perfect big world. 9 types of Tao energy interweaved, as if they were opening up a large world. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei arrived in front of the purple-haired youth. The power of the 9 paths in his right hand blasted towards the purple-haired youth. Buzz! In the next moment, the space in front of Gu Fei's palm suddenly darkened, and then the entire space collapsed and was obliterated. Even the purple-haired young man had been struck into the chaotic void. The power of the 9 Taos, as one was too strong. Even the primogenitor's realm couldn't withstand it. Gu Fei blasted a huge black hole out. Even if the purple-haired youth had a heaven-defying physique, like the primordial battle body, he would still be injured by Gu Fei's attack that contained the power of the 9 Taos. There was a huge hole in his chest, but no blood seeped out. At this level of cultivation, all the essence, qi, and spirit in one's body had merged into one. Blood couldn't be casually lost. It should be known that every drop of blood from such an existence could kill a holy venerate, and a single strand of hair could destroy the void. Roar! The purple-haired youth roared. Terrifying primordial force erupted from his body, and a primordial seal appeared between his eyebrows. The primordial seal communicated with the heavenly path and drew in the primordial force of the heavenly path. The primordial force of the heavenly path was not cultivated by living beings. Instead, it was a kind of heavenly path power formed by the world. The power of the great path that humans cultivated was known as the power of the mortal path. The so-called unity of heaven and man was the fusion of the power of the heavenly path and the power of the mortal path into a flawless great path. From the moment a cultivator stepped onto the path of cultivation, they had to fight against the heavens, against men, and against all living beings. Every path of cultivation was difficult. Most people would never reach the end. Throughout the ages, there were only a handful of people who managed to walk to the end of the path of cultivation in the myriad of worlds. At this moment, the purple-haired youth drew in the primordial force of the heavenly path. In the next moment, his right arm, which had been shattered by Gu Fei's power of 7 Taos, instantly recovered, and the bloody hole in his chest disappeared. In just an instant, the purple-haired youth recovered to his peak state. The aura that erupted from his body was extremely powerful, and it seemed to be even stronger than before. Very well, let's fight to the death. Gu Fei roared furiously at the sky, and his voice shook the chaotic void. At the same time, his aura skyrocketed. He didn't dare to be careless, and the power of the heavenly path was fully unleashed. Victory or defeat would depend on this battle. If he defeated the purple-haired youth with the primordial force of the heavenly path, he would be able to successfully pass the 8th extreme path sovereign tribulation. If he was defeated by the purple-haired youth, the consequences would be dire, and he might even die. Level 10 Heavenly Ascension Force. Gu Fei went all out as well. He was going all out. 9 Tao seals circled around him, and the Tao light that erupted was incomparably dazzling, illuminating the chaotic void. Primordial annihilation. At this moment, a faint voice rang in Gu Fei's mind. The purple-haired youth seemed to have come to life, and he threw a punch at Gu Fei. It was a simple punch that seemed to be full of flaws. However, in Gu Fei's eyes, it was this extremely simple punch that was full of flaws. He actually had a feeling that he didn't know how to dodge it. His shock was by no means insignificant. His opponent's punch could absolutely be said to be a punch that transformed something rotten into something magical. It seemed to be filled with flaws, yet it was actually the embodiment of the primordial grand Tao that was displayed to the extreme. What did it mean to destroy all techniques with a single punch? This was the primordial great Tao. Such a simple punch was enough to destroy all techniques and annihilate all powerful enemies. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei was also walking the path of the strongest. He pressed forward with no path of retreat. Gu Fei also threw a punch. This punch was very slow, as though it was in slow motion. However, it revealed an invincible might. This was definitely a tit for tat. The purple-haired youth's primordial great Tao was going head-on against Gu Fei's invincible fist. Both of these were known to be invincible battle techniques. However, who was stronger and who was weaker would only be known after a fight. There were many people who claimed to be unrivaled, but there were very few who were truly unrivaled. Even an extreme grade supremacy who claimed to be unrivaled in the myriad of worlds was hard to say if they were truly unrivaled. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. It was as though an endless amount of time had passed. The two fists finally collided. At that moment, an immortal divine light of the great Tao flashed through the chaotic void. This divine light of the great Tao directly tore apart the chaotic void and the extreme path tribulation clouds that shrouded all directions. It directly rushed out of the void that was enveloped by the extreme path tribulation. It was like a terrifying lightning flashing through the void. In the next moment, more than a dozen clouds of blood exploded outside the primordial mountain. Wherever the divine light of the great Tao passed, more than a dozen unlucky spectators outside the primordial mountain did not even have time to scream before they turned into blood mist. Their bodies and souls were directly destroyed. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Many of the unlucky people who were swept by the divine light of the great Tao and turned into blood mist were quasi-supremes. Even quasi-supremes were as weak as ants in front of the divine light of the great Tao that rushed out from the heavenly tribulation. The power of this divine light of the great Tao was too strong. How is this possible? Some people's faces turned pale. Some people directly retreated. No one wanted to die. It should be known that cultivating to the quasi-supreme realm was not an easy thing. As long as supremes did not appear, quasi-supremes were invincible. Even if they were not invincible in the primordial realm, they would absolutely be invincible in other worlds. The major forces of the primordial realm all ruled over many other worlds. In the eyes of the major forces of the primordial realm, other worlds were just their hunting grounds. When the prey matured, it was time for the major forces of the primordial realm to hunt. However, something major happened recently that even the major figures of the primordial realm were shocked. In the worlds that were ruled by the major forces of the primordial realm, powerful creatures that could threaten the hunters began to appear. Just when even the supremes outside were shocked, the outcome of the battle between Gu Fei and the purple-haired youth had already been decided. From Gu Fei's fist to his arm, then the right half of his body, and in the end, his entire body gradually turned into ashes and dissipated in the void. In the instant that Gu Fei's head turned into ashes, a ball of soul divine light also dissipated in the void. Gu Fei was actually turned into ashes by the purple-haired youth's punch. Even his soul dissipated in the void. This was the most thorough way to die. He could not even become a ghost anymore. The disheveled old man sitting in the void of the formation couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. Could it be that Gu Fei could not survive this tribulation and ended up dying? At this moment, a strange sound rang out from the purple-haired young man's body. Cracks began to appear on his body, like countless cracks had appeared on the most exquisite porcelain. Bam! The purple-haired youth exploded in the end, collapsing into countless fragments. These fragments were all shining, and endless divine light of the great path rushed out from them. They gathered together and turned into a dim seal. Then it tore through the sky and rushed out of the chaotic void. The primordial seal of the great path directly rushed into the tribulation clouds in the sky, and then returned to the heavenly way. Was this a lose-lose situation? However, Gu Fei had already been destroyed, while the purple-haired youth had turned into a seal and returned to the heavenly way. It seemed like the heavenly way imprint was still superior. In the void of the formation, the disheveled old man could not sit still anymore. However, was Gu Fei really dead in both body and soul? Chapter 3790. Gu Fei was dead. Even the disheveled old man, who was sitting cross-legged in the void of the formation, was inexplicably shocked. He had never expected that Gu Fei would be turned into ashes by the purple-haired young man's punch. The primordial great Tao was indeed powerful and terrifying to the extreme. No wonder it was the #1 great Tao in history. At this moment, the purple-haired youth turned into a seal and returned to the heavenly Tao. This meant that Gu Fei's 8th tribulation had become a thing of the past. Although Gu Fei was turned into ashes by the purple-haired youth, the tribulation clouds in the sky did not disperse. The tribulation clouds did not disperse, which meant that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet. Gu Fei might not be dead yet. The disheveled old man's guess was right. If the person undergoing the tribulation was truly dead, the heavenly tribulation would no longer exist and would quickly disperse into the void. As long as the tribulation clouds did not disperse and the heavenly tribulation did not disappear, the person undergoing the tribulation was not dead yet. Ha! If this kid died so easily, he wouldn't be Gu Fei. The disheveled old man laughed. He knew that Gu Fei cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, which was a supreme secret technique to protect his life. The supreme secret technique created by the supremacy of the immortal Tao naturally possessed unbelievable power. Rumble, the tribulation clouds in the sky were almost pressing down on the ground. Bolts of lightning flashed in the tribulation clouds, tearing through the void, like dragons swimming in the tribulation clouds. The power of the heavenly tribulation was getting stronger, as though it was going to wipe the entire primordial mountain range from the primordial realm. What's going on? The 8th tribulation clouds still haven't dispersed. What's going on? What's going on? Invincible. Everyone outside the primordial mountain range was shocked to the extreme. Even the supremacy of the extreme Tao were moved. One must know that the guy inside had already endured the 8th tribulation. Even in the history of the primordial realm, there were only a few supremacy of the 8 tribulations. Each of them was an invincible existence, at least for an era. What did it mean to be invincible for an era in the primordial realm? It was unimaginable. At this moment, a blurry figure gradually condensed in the middle of the tribulation clouds. The aura of the 9 great Tao erupted from his body. How is this possible? The disheveled old man, who was sitting in the void of the formation, could not help but feel shocked when he sensed the aura coming from the heavenly tribulation. Wasn't that Gu Fei's aura? However, the disheveled old man sensed that something was amiss. What's going on? Could it be the disheveled old man's expression turned extremely grim as he thought of something? At this moment, the boundless aura of the great Tao converged towards the figure in the middle of the tribulation cloud, and the 9 Tao laws quickly took form on the figure. 9 Tao seals appeared above the figure. The moment the 9 Tao seals were formed, the 9 types of Tao laws instantly communicated with heaven and earth and attracted the supreme power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao. What's going on? Did that person succeed? Outside the Primogenitor mountain range, the wood race's primogenitor's expression was a little ugly. Even the 8 Paths sovereign would be able to contend against him. This was not good. However, so what if he was a supreme being of the 8 Paths? That fellow inside had only just become a supreme being and was only a beginner supreme being. What right does a beginner supreme being have to contend against me? The wood race's primogenitor was extremely confident. He was a middle-stage supreme being, and even if that fellow inside could become a supreme being of the 8 Paths, he would only be a beginner supreme being. Even though the wood race's primogenitor was strong, the wood race's primogenitor was confident that he could strangle him at the beginner supreme being extreme supreme being, and cause this genius among geniuses to die prematurely. However, even though the wood race's primogenitor thought this way, the other supremes did not. After all, it had been a long time since a supreme being of the 8 Paths had appeared in the primogenitor realm. Every time a supreme being appeared in the primogenitor realm, the great Tao of heaven and earth would fall into a deep slumber, and the great Tao would become unpredictable. It would take at least hundreds of thousands of years for it to recover. A supreme being was equivalent to an era. Hundreds of thousands of years was enough to make billions of living beings despair, because there was no hope for the great Tao, and there was no time to attain the Tao. Countless people's cultivation would be stuck at the quasi-supreme being realm. Falling into a hopeless situation where there was no way forward and death was the only way back would make one go crazy. The heavenly tribulation isn't over yet. There's still a show to watch. At this moment, an old voice rang in the ears of all the extreme supreme beings. Everyone hurriedly turned around and looked in the direction of the voice. They saw an old man in ragged clothes standing in the void, looking forward with a pair of turbid eyes. All the supremes were shocked. An old man like this actually appeared in their vicinity, and they actually did not sense anything beforehand. Could this fellow be an extreme supreme being? Moreover, most importantly, no one recognized this old man. No one had seen this old man before. The heavenly tribulation isn't showing any signs of dissipating. Could it be, at this moment, all the extreme supreme beings couldn't help but be moved? The fellow inside had already endured the 8th heavenly tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation still hadn't dissipated. Could there be a 9th heavenly tribulation? Was a supreme being of the 9 Paths going to appear in the primogenitor realm? A supreme being of the 9 Paths was a mythical existence to the extreme supreme beings of the primogenitor realm. If a supreme being of the 9 Paths really appeared, it would definitely be a huge matter that would shake the entire primogenitor realm. At this moment, under the heavenly tribulation in the sky, an illusory figure appeared in the void, and a powerful aura erupted from this figure. However, at this moment, the figure in the center of the heavenly tribulation in the sky became more and more solid, as if it could directly walk out of the void at any time. Compared to the figure in the heavenly tribulation, the figure below the heavenly tribulation was pitifully weak, like the difference between a giant dragon in the sky and an ant on the ground. Ha! The opportunity for me to make a move has finally arrived. The disheveled old man who was sitting in the void of the formation suddenly laughed out loud, and then stood up abruptly. In the next moment, with a pull of his hands, the power of the 9 supreme great Tao laws immediately gathered above his right hand, and he held it in his hand. the mountain and river cauldron, the peerless ominous saber, the purple gold divine sword, the mountain and river diagram, the three-world monument, the ancestral sword of all gods, the fragment of the wheel of all heavens and realms, the heaven-devouring sword, and the extreme demonic spear. A wave of power from the 9 great extreme Tao weapons was directly captured by the disheveled old man and held in his hand. "Go!" the disheveled old man shouted, and directly struck out the ball of great Tao divine light in his hand. The power of the 9 great Tao laws gathered together, and it was definitely an unimaginably powerful force. The ball of great Tao light directly rushed out of the void of the disheveled old man's formation, and then instantly entered the body of the figure below, the heavenly tribulation. Boom! In the next moment, the blurry figure instantly became solid, and the power of the 9 great Tao laws was refined by this person in an instant and turned into his great Tao power. Buzz! A rumble came from this person's body, and 9 Tao seals immediately rushed out of his body and intertwined around him. In just an instant, his aura soared to a level that was enough to make the entire world pale in comparison. That's even the Supremes outside the Primogenita mountain range sensed the shocking change in the Primogenita mountain range. Crazy, crazy. The 9th heavenly tribulation. It's actually the 9th heavenly tribulation. Some of the Supremes were inexplicably shocked. The Supremes of the 9 great Taoists were legendary, invincible existences. Moreover, it seemed like no one in the Primogenita world could cultivate to the level of the 9 great Taoists. "Old man, thank you very much." At this moment, Gu Fei shouted at the void, "It's all up to you. Don't let me down." The disheveled old man's voice rang in Gu Fei's heart. "Hee, when have I ever let anyone down?" Gu Fei said proudly, "Tisk, stop being so smug. As long as you can survive this heavenly tribulation, there won't be many people in the world who can be your opponent," the disheveled old man said very seriously. "Hee, I want to be invincible in the myriad of worlds," Gu Fei said in a heroic manner. At this moment, among the 9 Tao patterns, 8 of them were extremely bright, and the great Tao divine light that they emitted lit up the entire dark sky, blocking the terrifying aura that was descending from the sky. Only the last Tao pattern was still dim and without light. At this moment, Gu Fei raised his head to look at the tribulation clouds in the sky. He stopped smiling because he felt an extremely familiar aura. The last heavenly tribulation is actually like this. Gu Fei's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, the figure sitting in the center of the heavenly tribulation suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. 2 rays of divine light shot out from the figure's eyes, broke through the tribulation clouds, and swept towards Gu Fei, who was below the tribulation clouds. Damn! Gu Fei did not dodge. In the next moment, a ball of primordial divine light surged from his body, blocking the 2 beams of divine light that swept down from the tribulation clouds. Then Gu Fei separated his hands, and the shadows of 9 Tao artifacts immediately appeared around him. The shadows of the mountain and river cauldron, the purple gold divine sword, the peerless ominous saber, and the other 9 supreme Tao artifacts appeared around him. "Go!" Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the shadows of the 9 Tao artifacts immediately shot up into the sky, breaking through the layers of tribulation clouds and slashed towards the figure in the center of the tribulation clouds. Humph! The figure in the center of the heavenly tribulation stood up, and then with a wave of his right hand, the shadows of the 9 supreme Tao artifacts instantly dissipated in the void. In the next moment, the endless tribulation clouds began to madly converge towards the figure. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but be shocked. What was going on? Was that guy trying to melt the entire power of the heavenly tribulation into his body? This was too crazy. The tribulation clouds covered the entire area, and the power of the heavenly tribulation that was condensed would even move a supreme martial artist. This power was too strong. If this power gathered on one person, wouldn't that person be invincible? However, not everyone could withstand this power. Success or failure depends on this. Come on. Chapter 37:91. Gu Fei didn't die in the 8th heavenly tribulation. At this time, his 9th heavenly tribulation was launched. Rumble, the whole world was shaking. Endless tribulation clouds were rolling violently. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. Even the entire Primogenitor mountain range was shaking. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range. In a valley in the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range, a stone door appeared with primordial light. Something seemed to be rushing out from behind the stone door and was constantly hitting the stone door. However, someone had placed a primordial chaos seal on the stone door. The primordial chaos Tao pattern had sealed the stone door. The thing inside was unable to break through the stone door and rush out. At this time, no one noticed the movement in the depths of the Primogenitor mountain range. Everyone's eyes were attracted by Gu Fei's extreme Tao heavenly tribulation. Master is too powerful. At this time, even old ancestor Ingtian, who had hidden far enough, could still feel the terrifying aura coming from the Primogenitor mountain range. He didn't expect his new master to be so powerful. Old ancestor Ingtian changed his appearance. Not only did he conceal all the aura on his body, but he also used a forbidden artifact to change his own aura. Even an extreme grade sovereign couldn't resist coming for him. He took advantage of the critical moment of Gu Fei's extreme Tao heavenly tribulation to sneak towards Ingtian ancestral land. At this time, Mu Jinghong had already left Ingtian ancestral land to watch Gu Fei's tribulation. There was only one expert from the Wood clan in the ancestral land. Sect Ancestor Wu Tian, Path Master Qin Yun, and Palace Master Shijue were all imprisoned in the Black Prison of Ingtian ancestral land. The Black Prison was not an ordinary prison, but a prison filled with black flames. This black flame could burn a cultivator's divine soul and make them suffer unimaginable torture. This kind of inhuman torture was definitely not something ordinary people could bear. Some people couldn't bear it and committed suicide. Old ancestor Ingtian had thrown many of his enemies into the Black Prison and left them to fend for themselves. At this time, Ingtian sect, Skyless sect, Azure Cloud Path, and 10 Absolute Palace had all changed masters. Mu Jinghong chose those who were absolutely loyal to the Wood tribe from these 4 forces to be the leaders of these 4 forces. In other words, the 4 great forces were now under Mu Jinghong's command, and those who resisted had already been annihilated by Mu Jinghong. Mu Jinghong was worthy of being the descendant of a supreme being. He acted swiftly and decisively. Anyone who disobeyed him would be killed by him. He kept Sect Ancestor Wu Tian, Palace Master Shijue, and Qinyun Path Master alive because he wanted to capture old ancestor Ingtian and execute the 4 traitors in front of everyone. No one would have thought that Patriarch Ingtian would directly attack the Sky ancestral land. At that moment, the boundless tribulation clouds above the Primogenitor mountain range were rapidly shrinking. However, the power of the heavenly tribulation was soaring. What happened? The people outside the Primogenitor mountain range were all stupefied. The tribulation cloud seemed to be dissipating. Could it be that the guy inside had successfully passed through the 9th tribulation? However, it didn't seem to be a sign of the heavenly tribulation dissipating. At this time, in the center of the tribulation clouds, a figure was madly devouring the surrounding tribulation clouds. This guy, Gu Fei, raised his head, and his eyes emitted the divine light of the great path. His gaze seemed to see through the layers of tribulation clouds and saw the terrifying figure in the center. The heavenly path was indeed unpredictable. He didn't expect that his last tribulation would be the tribulation of himself. This was too abnormal, because this was Gu Fei's own projection on the heavenly path. In other words, the cultivation methods, magical powers, and secret techniques that Gu Fei knew were also known by his self on the heavenly path. Gu Fei was going to fight with his other self. The greatest enemy was often not others, but oneself. How could it be easy to defeat oneself? This was the biggest challenge that Gu Fei was going to face. However, even at this time, he still didn't regret choosing to pass the tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range. "Old man, lend me some power." Gu Fei roared at the void. His other self was actually gathering the power of the entire heavenly tribulation to fight with him. This was no joke. The power of the entire heavenly tribulation was so strong that even a true supreme martial artist wouldn't dare to face it head-on. Otherwise, the Wood Clan ancestor would have already killed Gu Fei in the heavenly tribulation. Supreme martial artists were very accurate in sensing unknown threats. The Wood Clan ancestor wanted to nip the threat in the bud. "All right, I hope that your martial body can withstand my power." The disheveled old man also knew that this was the most crucial moment. They had no way out and could only press forward. They had no choice but to give it their all. "Then let's do something big." The disheveled old man sat cross-legged in the void of the formation. As he shouted, countless formation patterns rushed out of his body. Countless formation patterns intertwined and shrouded him. In an instant, a huge formation ball appeared in the void of the formation. In the next moment, the entire void of the formation was fused into the formation ball. The countless killing formations that the disheveled old man had spent so much effort to set up previously appeared in the void at this moment. An unprecedentedly powerful killing intent suddenly erupted. This killing intent surged out from the primogenitor mountain range. At this moment, all the experts outside the primogenitor mountain range were stunned by the scene before them. Even the supreme martial artists were indescribably shocked. The supreme martial artists outside the primogenitor mountain range could see that the primogenitor mountain range was filled with killing formations. However, none of them expected such a scene to occur. Extremely terrifying killing formations appeared in the void one after another. Each of the killing formations exuded an extreme killing intent. Countless killing formations stacked on top of each other. At a glance, even the supreme martial artists couldn't tell how many killing formations were activated at this moment. The quasi-martial artists were already stunned by the scene before them. What's going on? They're all supreme martial artists. Could it be that a supreme martial artist is making a move? A supreme martial artist exclaimed in shock. All the 3,000 great Daos could become supreme martial artists. The array Dao was also a type of great Dao. If a cultivator who cultivated the array Dao could cultivate it to the extreme, he could also become a supreme martial artist. In the primogenitor mountain range, there was once such an existence who cultivated the array Dao to the extreme and became a supreme martial artist of the array Dao. No wonder this fella dared to undergo the tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range. It turns out that a supreme martial artist of the array Dao is helping him, and supreme martial artist exclaimed. At this moment, the endless killing formation soared into the sky and surrounded the tribulation cloud that was shrinking rapidly. The boundless power of the great Dao spread out. Seeing this scene, even the supreme martial artists outside the primogenitor mountain range, who claimed to be invincible, were moved. Am I seeing things? He's actually using the power of the array Dao to refine the extreme heavenly tribulation? Chapter 3792. The disheveled old man controlled the endless killing array to surround the tribulation clouds in the sky. He wanted to refine the supreme heavenly tribulation. This scene frightened the countless experts outside the primogenitor mountain range. No one had ever done something so crazy. They actually wanted to refine the extreme path sovereign heavenly tribulation. This is crazy. Everyone was in disbelief. Rumble, the tribulation clouds retreated like the tide. The tribulation clouds turned into the power of the heavenly tribulation and gathered towards the figure in the middle. Gu Fei's heaven's incarnation had attracted the power of the entire heavenly tribulation. As such, he was the heavenly tribulation, and the heavenly tribulation was him. There was no distinction between them. At this moment, Gu Fei was also gathering his power. The power of the 9 paths was being forcefully guided over by him. The aura of the great Tao on his body continued to rise. The void around Gu Fei was vibrating. It was as though the entire world could not contain his ultimate martial physique. Buzz. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. In the next moment, the entire world exploded. A figure swooped down from the sky, and the entire sky collapsed. Gu Fei lifted his head. 2 rays of immortal divine light shot out from his eyes and pierced through the figure that swooped down from the sky. However, the 2 rays of divine light dissipated in the void when they came into contact with the mighty power. Roar! Without hesitation, Gu Fei soared into the sky and attacked the figure that swooped down from the sky. The ultimate battle had finally erupted. Roar! At the same time, the disheveled old man channeled the power of the formation Tao. Endless killing arrays came from all directions and sealed Gu Fei and the heavens incarnation together. In the sky above the ancestral mountain range, an incomparably huge ball formed by countless killing arrays appeared. A terrifying, murderous aura erupted from the ball, and the sky turned pale. The spectators outside the ancestral mountain range were shocked. Was this the attack of the supreme formation Tao? No one knew better than the wood race's progenitor just how powerful and terrifying an array Tao sovereign was. Under the astonished gazes of countless spectators, that giant ball actually started to devour the essence energy of the primogenitor mountain range. The array Tao sovereign actually wanted to draw upon the power of the primogenitor mountain range. In the next moment, all the energy in the world was drawn to the giant ball, and the power emanating from the giant ball kept increasing. At this moment, the disheveled old man had used all his trump cards as well. This heavenly tribulation was destined to shake the entire primogenitor realm. At this time, there were still experts who received the news rushing towards the primogenitor mountain range. There were extreme sovereigns constantly descending. In just a short period of time, the heavenly tribulation in the primogenitor mountain range had attracted countless extreme sovereigns. An obscure aura of the extreme path lingered between heaven and earth. No one knew how many supreme venerables had secretly arrived. At this moment, in the void sealed by the endless killing matrix, 2 figures were moving rapidly. Gu Fei was constantly being sent flying. He was actually being oppressed by his own incarnation of the heavenly way. It was as if he was fighting against himself. Damn it! The power of the 9 Daos surged from Gu Fei's body, causing a few bloody holes to appear on his body. However, these bloody holes were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He stared at the incarnation of the heavenly way opposite him. It was a black-robed young man, another version of himself. Moreover, this incarnation of the heavenly way seemed to have no flaws. The power of the 9 Daos surged from the incarnation of the heavenly way. Without saying a word, the incarnation of the heavenly way disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above Gu Fei's head and stomped down on his head. Rumble, the moment the incarnation of the heavenly way stomped down with his right foot, a deafening sound rang out in the void, as though a volcano was erupting. The void beneath the incarnation of the heavenly way's right foot collapsed, crumbled, and was annihilated. This was the 8 steps extreme speed that Gu Fei had cultivated. The power displayed by the incarnation of the heavenly way seemed to be much stronger than when he himself displayed it. 8 steps, 8 kills. This was the first step. Bang! Gu Fei swung his fist to meet the attack. With a muffled sound, his fist collided with a huge foot that came down from the sky. Kill. There was no way out for Gu Fei. Only by successfully passing the tribulation could he be reborn and transform into an extreme path body. 9 rays of sword light shot out from his body, emitting a chilling sword chi that caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. The moment the 9 rays of sword light slashed at Gu Fei's incarnation of the heavenly way, they were all shattered. The incarnation of the heavenly way was not harmed in the slightest. However, at this moment, 9 rays of sword light also burst out from the incarnation of the heavenly way. In the next moment, the 2 powers of the sword way collided. In an instant, the void was filled with rays of sword light, and the exploding power of the sword way was enough to move even an extreme path supreme being. Gu Fei was sent flying again. At this time, he channeled the mysterious art with all his might, and the power of the 9 Daos burst out again. The injuries on his body healed in an instant, and he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. 9 Daos is 1. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate. The power of the 9 Daos gathered, and the 9 powers of the great path clashed with each other. This way, the power of the 9 Daos sword. Go! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and a ray of divine light immediately rushed out, directly piercing the body of the incarnation of the heavenly way. The recovery speed of the incarnation of the heavenly way was also very shocking. The bloody hole in the incarnation's chest quickly healed. This won't do. As Gu Fei fought with his incarnation of the heavenly way, he was thinking about how to defeat himself, surpass himself, and make the ultimate leap to become an extreme path supreme being. However, his 9th tribulation was the tribulation of the self. In front of his incarnation of the heavenly way, he had no secrets to hide. If he wanted to defeat himself and surpass himself, he had to create a cultivation method that completely belonged to him. The cultivation methods created by others belonged to them. Gu Fei tried to combine the 9 Daos as 1. He thought of the primordial world powerhouse from before. He only cultivated 1 Dao, but he was almost invincible in the universe. Rumble. A huge hand appeared between the heavens and the earth, directly slapping at Gu Fei. Violent energy waves erupted from the hand, directly shaking the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei's pupils involuntarily contracted. The battle skill that the other party displayed was the heaven-covering palm. With one hand covering the sky, a supreme energy wave enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 3793. Gu Fei's 9th tribulation of the extreme Tao was the tribulation of self. To put it bluntly, the so-called tribulation of self was to beat oneself up. Only the most heaven-defying tribulation transcenders could trigger such a tribulation. That was because, at this point, even the heavenly Tao could not do anything to the tribulation transcenders and could only let them beat themselves up. One had to know that the strongest enemy of the tribulation transcenders was themselves. Since ancient times, who could surpass themselves? Only by surpassing oneself could one be invincible. Boom! At this moment, in the void sealed by the endless killing arrays, the 2 huge hands of primordial chaos collided. a terrifying sound wave spread out and shook the entire void of the array formation. At this moment, the disheveled old man had arrived outside the array formation. This array formation was different from the one he had conjured previously. The array formation sealed by countless killing arrays was not the void created by the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man sat cross-legged on the gigantic ball formed by the countless arrays and emitted the power of array Tao. At this moment, the millions of killing arrays were under his control. The power of array Tao triggered the essence chi of the primogenitor mountain range and actually cut off the connection between Gu Fei's heavenly Tao incarnation and the heavenly Tao. In other words, the heavenly Tao incarnation sealed in the gigantic ball could not activate the power of heavenly Tao. In other words, the disheveled old man had used his own power of array Tao to cut off the source of the heavenly Tao incarnation's power. At this moment, in the void sealed by the disheveled old man's killing arrays, two supreme figures were moving rapidly. Gu Fei was engaged in a fierce battle with the heavenly Tao incarnation. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. The heavenly Tao incarnation Gu Fei was just like Gu Fei himself. Everything that Gu Fei knew, the heavenly Tao Gu Fei also knew. In that case, this ultimate battle was destined to be an extremely tragic one. Various martial arts and battle techniques surged from the two figures. The void was riddled with holes as chaotic chi seeped out from the shattered void. Five-element fist. Gu Fei roared out furiously. He directly used the battle skill of the five elements that he had created. The power of the five elements immediately surged from his body, gathering on his fist. Boom! Gu Fei punched out, and a dazzling golden light immediately lit up the dark void. The entire void that was enveloped by the killing formation shook violently, as though it could collapse at any time. This was the metal element fist. The force of the metal element fist burst forth from Gu Fei's fist. His right fist seemed to have turned into a golden sun, and even the disheveled old man's array was shaken. However, the heavenly Tao incarnation opposite Gu Fei also threw a punch at him. The heavenly Tao incarnation's fist was also imbued with the strongest metal element fist force. This was definitely the rhythm of a tit-for-tat battle. Boom! The two fists collided in an instant, causing the void to explode. Terrifying metal elemental power erupted. This unyielding and powerful force tore the void apart and crushed everything. This power seemed to be able to crush everything. The two figures separated in an instant, but in the next moment, they charged at each other again. Gu Fei directly struck out with the earth element fist. In an instant, the entire array space was filled with grayish earth essence chi. The heavy earth element power seemed to be able to suppress and kill all living things. The countless killing formations that sealed the huge space were operating wildly, blocking the mighty earth element fist force, and then refining and devouring it. The disheveled old man was reaping the benefits. His killing formation was devouring the essence chi from all directions, and the power gathered by the killing formation was constantly increasing. Meanwhile, the battle between Gu Fei and the heavenly Tao incarnation was an evenly matched battle. In the center of the explosion of the earth element power, the fists of the two powerhouses collided. In the next moment, the fists of the two powerhouses shattered, followed by the forearms, and then the entire arms. Gu Fei snorted coldly and flew backward. His entire right arm had turned into flying ashes. The heavenly Tao incarnation's right arm also dissipated in the void. At the same time, he flew backward. No one could gain any advantage from this move. At this time, above the sound of wind and thunder came from Gu Fei's body. The chi and blood in his body were vast and mighty like the surging sea. Immortal Tao patterns emerged and intertwined in his muscles, bones, and flesh. The Tao patterns in his body surged towards his broken arm, and the flesh, bones, and tendons grew rapidly. First, it was the bones, then the tendons, and then the flesh. A new arm grew out from his body in an instant. The skin and flesh of the arm were crystal clear, like immortal divine jade. Countless Tao patterns could be vaguely seen under the skin, and the entire arm was flowing with the divine light of the Great Path. Gu Fei's newly grown right arm seemed to be stronger than his previous right arm, and it was more compatible with the Great Path. His entire right arm was imprinted with countless Tao patterns, both inside and out. This realm was already the realm where the Tao and himself were one. Extreme supremacy was at the extreme of the Tao. The Tao and himself were one, immortal and indestructible. Even if one's primordial spirit were to dissipate, the supreme body would remain immortal and indestructible. To put it bluntly, even if the world was destroyed, the supreme body of an extreme supremacy would not be destroyed. At this time, the heavenly Tao incarnation had also recovered and struck out at Gu Fei with the water element fist. Immediately, a raging wave appeared in front of Gu Fei and surged towards him. This punch could definitely kill any quasi-supremacy. Even an unparalleled powerhouse at the peak of the quasi-supremacy would be crushed into dust by the raging wave. Die. In the face of such a big move, Gu Fei's battle clothes were like a rainbow, and the battle blood in his body was burning. He was born to be a god of war, and the stronger the opponent, the stronger he became. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. After all, the heavenly Tao incarnation was not his real self, and there would always be flaws. In Gu Fei's view, he was not an invincible existence. Some people thought that they absolutely could not defeat themselves, but that was because they were too unconfident. They had already admitted defeat before the battle even started. However, Gu Fei was different. Whether it was the heavenly Tao or himself, he would destroy both with one punch. The belief that he was invincible was deeply rooted in the depths of his soul and could not be shaken. In the next moment, Gu Fei struck out with the fire element fist. Water and fire restrained each other. Water could subdue fire, but fire could also evaporate water. As soon as the fire element fist was executed, monstrous divine fire immediately burned forward, and the void was constantly distorted by the heat. In just an instant, the two powers of water and fire collided together. Endless mist rose and filled every inch of the void. The two powers of water and fire canceled each other out, and neither could suppress the other. Chapter 3794. I'm invincible. Gu Fei was extremely domineering as he clashed head-on with the heavenly Tao clone. The violent power of the five elements erupted from his fists and shook the void. Gu Fei's heavenly Tao clone was equally domineering and invincible. Rumble. In the void sealed by the disheveled old man's killing formation, countless gigantic trees collided and let out deafening sounds as countless killing formations operated frantically. This lunatic, although the disheveled old man sat cross-legged on the gigantic ball, formed by countless killing formations, he could sense everything that was happening within the gigantic ball. At this moment, Gu Fei and his heavenly Tao clone were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. Both of them struck out with the five elements fist. The two wood element fist forces collided wildly and canceled each other out. However, the mighty energy waves that were released were extremely powerful. This level of combat strength was already infinitely close to that of an extreme supremacy. In fact, it even possessed some of the combat strength of a supreme supremacy. Gu Fei was only one step away from becoming an extreme supremacy, an aura of supremacy that even quasi-supremacies would feel their hearts palpitating began to emerge from his body. This was the true aura of the extreme Tao. Even the disheveled old man's power of formation could not completely isolate this aura. What's that person's ninth tribulation? At this moment, some extreme supremacies were conversing outside the primogenitor mountain range. The disheveled old man had sealed the entire void with countless killing formations. Even those extreme supremacies outside did not know what was happening within the gigantic ball. I only know that the most powerful heavenly tribulation is the primordial tribulation. Could there really be a heavenly tribulation that's even more terrifying than the primordial tribulation? An extreme supremacy exclaimed, "Humph, you guys are still too young." At this moment, an extremely old voice sounded. It was that mysterious old man who could not be any older. The old man stood in the void and trembled. He held an extremely ordinary wooden stick in his hand and looked like he could be blown over by a gust of wind. However, it was precisely because this old man did not have any aura that an expert should have and looked just like an ordinary old man that those extreme supremacies were extremely fearful of. This old man actually said that the extreme grade supremes present were too young. This made the quasi-supremes who heard this quite frightened. One must know that they were extreme supremes. The primogenitor's realm had existed for countless years, far more ancient than any of the worlds in the universe. The number of extreme Tao supremes that appeared in the primogenitor realm was more than that of any other world. Even in the primogenitor realm, it wasn't easy for an extreme Tao sovereign to appear. These extreme Tao sovereigns were the primogenitors of their races and had lived for countless years, because the primogenitor realm needed at least hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years to give birth to a sovereign. A sovereign represented an era. The ancestral realm had never had two extreme Tao sovereigns appear at the same time. One had to know that every time an extreme grade sovereign was born, the primogenitor realm's grand Tao of heaven and earth would be greatly impacted, and it would take hundreds of thousands of years for it to recover. Only after the grand Tao of heaven and earth recovered, peak-level quasi-supremes could once again trigger the extreme grade sovereign's heavenly tribulation. It was absolutely impossible to become an extreme grade sovereign without going through a tribulation. This was because the grand Tao of heaven and human Tao of heaven and human Tao could transform the grand Tao of heaven and earth into a flawless grand Tao. Even the youngest extreme grade sovereign had lived for at least 100 years. This old man actually said that the extreme grade sovereigns present were too young. Could this old man be a super antique? Old man, what did you say? A blurry figure in the distance suddenly opened his eyes and stared at the old man. His gaze directly turned into solid heavenly swords that pierced towards the old man. This was the attack of an extreme grade supreme being who was unwilling to reveal his true identity. This kind of existence could unleash an ultimate move that could destroy the heavens and earth with just a thought. However, the old man acted as if he didn't see the heavenly swords piercing him. He didn't dodge at all and allowed the two extreme grade sword lights to pierce his body. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene appeared. The two extreme grade sword lights actually disappeared the moment they pierced the old man. It was as if the old man's body had devoured them. What the surrounding extreme grade sovereigns couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this. This old man wasn't simple indeed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to come here and completely ignored the pressure emitted from their bodies. Young man, didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly? The old man raised his head and glanced at the blurry figure in the distance. A glint flashed in the depths of his turbid eyes. The extreme grade sovereign felt his scalp go numb when he saw the old man's gaze. He immediately turned around and left. The old man didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at the giant ball in the primogenitor mountain range again. At this moment, countless formation runes appeared on the giant ball. One after another, killing formations emerged continuously. The ancient formation diagram emitted a terrifying murderous aura. At this moment, the surrounding extreme grade sovereigns looked at the old man differently. The mysterious old man seemed to have sensed something all of a sudden. A strange expression appeared on his face. In the next moment, the old man disappeared into the void, as if he had vanished into thin air. The surrounding extreme grade sovereigns couldn't tell how the old man had left or where he had gone. The extreme grade sovereigns were a little dumbfounded. Could this old man actually be in existence stronger than them? One must know that there was a difference in strength between extreme grade sovereigns. The extreme grade realm could be divided into 4 major realms: initial level, intermediate level, greater level, and peak level. Most of the extreme grade sovereigns present were at initial level. The Wood clan's progenitor was at intermediate level. There was no greater level supreme at greater level. Extreme grade sovereigns at the peak level were as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. They rarely appeared. Could this fella actually be in existence at the peak level? The Wood clan's progenitor thought. At this moment, the battle between Gu Fei and the heavenly Tao incarnation had reached the most critical juncture in the disheveled old man's array space. Gu Fei was evolving his great Tao. Rumble, the power of the 5 elements surged around Gu Fei. It was as if 5 worlds had appeared around him. Each ball of divine light seemed to be nurturing a world. Come in. Gu Fei evolved the great Tao of the 5 elements to the extreme. The 5 balls of divine light around him fused together and evolved the Avalon of 5 elements. It swallowed the heavenly Tao incarnation into the Avalon of 5 elements. The extreme of Tao could split the heavens. Chapter 3795. In the void sealed by the disheveled old man's formation Tao, Gu Fei used the great Tao of 5 elements to create an Avalon of 5 elements and kept his heavenly Tao incarnation in it. At the peak of Tao, one could split open the sky and earth. At Gu Fei's level of cultivation, splitting open the sky and earth was just a matter of thought. It was not difficult at all. However, it was not an easy task to create a heaven and earth that was comparable to a flawless heaven and earth. One had to know that even the ancient Buddhist Lord failed in his attempt to create the 6 paths of reincarnation. It was obvious that even an extreme supremacy would find it difficult to create a perfect heaven and earth. The Avalon of 5 elements that Gu Fei created was not a nearly flawless heaven and earth. It was just a void that did not even have the laws of heaven and earth. However, in the Avalon of 5 elements that Gu Fei created, he was the supreme ruler. This was because every inch of the void was filled with the power of the 5 elements. At this moment, Gu Fei's heavenly Tao incarnation stood in the center of the Avalon of 5 elements. The power of the 5 elements from all directions rushed towards the heavenly Tao incarnation. Faced with Gu Fei's killer move, the heavenly Tao incarnation remained indifferent. There was not a trace of emotion on his face. With a shake of his body, a ball of 5 elements Tao light emerged from his body and spread in all directions. Rumble, the void trembled as another world appeared around the heavenly Tao incarnation. The heavenly Tao incarnation was also splitting open the sky. Wherever the ball of 5 elements Tao light passed, the power of the 5 elements that came towards it dissipated into nothingness. The heavenly Tao incarnation had actually created another world within the Avalon of 5 elements that Gu Fei had created, blocking Gu Fei's power of the 5 elements. I don't believe it. Seeing this, Gu Fei immediately attacked with all his might. The power of the Avalon of 5 elements soared to its limit in an instant. The power of the Avalon of five elements was highly concentrated, and all of it rushed towards the heavenly Tao incarnation to destroy it. The entire Avalon of five elements was shrinking rapidly. This kind of power was definitely enough to kill a peak quasi-supreme being. However, the heavenly Tao incarnation had also created the Avalon of five elements and evolved the great Tao of five elements. It was exactly the same as Gu Fei's Avalon of five elements. Even the energy waves. The two forces of the five elements kept colliding and canceling each other out. Spatial cracks that looked like black lightning kept appearing in the void. Stinking brat, quickly blast that guy into pieces for your father. At this moment, the disheveled old man's voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. Cut the crap. Hurry up and give me some power. Gu Fei roared. Give you strength, my A*S. I can't even protect myself. Do you think that it's easy to sever the connection between the incarnation of the heavens' will and the heavens' will? The disheveled old man replied nonchalantly. When Gu Fei heard this, he did not say anything. This was the truth. The disheveled old man was also under immense pressure. One must know that interfering with the heavens' will was definitely not an easy task. Interfering with the heavens' will was an extremely dangerous task. Even with the disheveled old man's abilities, he could only barely do it. Furthermore, he could not sever the connection between the heavens' will and the incarnation of the heavens' will forever. Kill! Gu Fei attacked with all his might. In the next moment, the void between the two powerful beings was annihilated, and the two figures charged into the shattered void. The power of the five elements collided. This was definitely a terrifying battle that could destroy the world. Fortunately, the disheveled old man had used the power of the Array Tao to seal both Gu Fei and the incarnation of the heavens will in the void. Otherwise, if the five elements were to spread out, it would be disastrous. Yin-Yang reincarnation determines life and death. With a roar, the Yin-Yang force exploded from Gu Fei's body. In his left hand was a divine moon, and in his right a divine Sunday. With a circle of his hands, a Tai Chi Yin-Yang Tao diagram immediately emerged in front of him. Buzz! The void rumbled as the power of Yin and Yang exploded, causing the entire void to shake violently. Countless runes appeared in the void, blocking the power that was bursting out. At this moment, a divine sun and a divine moon seemed to have appeared in the void. The power of Yin and Yang intertwined, displaying the power of Yin and Yang to the extreme. The terrifying aura even spread out from the void of the formation, causing the people outside the ancestral mountain range to be dumbfounded. This time, the incarnation of the heavens was destroyed by the power of Yin and Yang. However, Gu Fei could not feel happy at all. At the next moment, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the void, without any warning. What? Gu Fei stared at the figure that walked out of the void. Although he had expected that the incarnation of the heavens would not be defeated so easily, he did not expect that the incarnation of the heavens would be defeated so easily. The secret skill of emergence? At this moment, Gu Fei felt a headache coming on. The incarnation of the heavens was his own incarnation of the heavens will. This incarnation had mastered all of his cultivation methods and secret skills. The power of the secret skill of emergence, one of the 9 secrets of immortality, was definitely a secret skill of immortality. Even if one's spirit was destroyed, it could be reconstructed and reborn. I'd like to see how many times you can be reborn. Gu Fei was both shocked and furious. He disappeared in the next moment and appeared in front of the incarnation of the heavens will. Bam! Without any suspense, Gu Fei simply threw a punch and blasted the incarnation of the heavens will once again. Gu Fei comprehended many things while fighting against the incarnation of the heavens will of the primordial great path. His battle skills began to change, becoming simple and direct. The incarnation of the heavens will soon reappeared in the void and recovered in an instant. Gu Fei could not help but be moved when he saw this. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate. It was not easy for him to gain the upper hand, so he was naturally not going to let go of such a rare opportunity. Bam! The incarnation of the heavens will exploded once again, turning into specks of divine light that dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's great Tao was constantly being perfected, metamorphosing towards the flawless great Tao. At this moment, Gu Fei was getting stronger as he fought. Every time he blasted the incarnation of the heavens, the power of the great Tao within his body grew stronger. In the end, the entire world was trembling. This was because the disheveled old man had used the power of the Tao of formation to isolate the connection between the heavens' will and the incarnation of the heavens' will. In other words, the heavens' will incarnation would not be able to obtain any spiritual chi of the world within the disheveled old man's formation. Without the support of the follow-up power, even the incarnation of the heavens would not be able to withstand it. The power of the incarnation of the heavens was constantly weakening, which surprised and delighted Gu Fei. As long as he could get rid of the incarnation of the heavens' will, he would be able to make the ultimate leap and become an invincible existence in the universe. However, at this moment, he did not forget to evolve his own Tao. The Tao of others belonged to them, but the Tao that truly belonged to him had to be cultivated painstakingly. In this world, there was no such thing as becoming an expert without hard work. In order to obtain great power, a certain price had to be paid. The 9 types of great Tao were constantly evolving in Gu Fei's body. 9 supreme Taos was not the limit. He wanted to go from complexity to simplicity, just like the supremacy of primordial chaos. Even though he only cultivated 1 Tao, he was able to suppress tens of thousands of Taos. At this moment, Gu Fei was like a furnace that could smelt tens of thousands of Taos. The 9 types of great Tao intertwined, emitting an extremely terrifying aura of the great Tao. Ever since he started cultivating, he had practiced countless battle skills, including the 9 esoterics of the Immortal Path, Martial Path battle skills, and the Martial Progenitor's Succession. These cultivation techniques, battle skills, and secret techniques had become obstacles that stopped him from making the ultimate leap. Forget other Tao and create my own. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He wanted to forget all the battle techniques of others and create the most suitable one for himself. However, this was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Rumble, a thunderous rumble, came from within Gu Fei's body. At this moment, countless cultivation techniques and secret techniques appeared in his mind. The ultimate transformation. Destroy all other cultivation techniques and create your own. Gu Fei was multitasking. While evolving his own Tao, he was also attacking the incarnation of the heavens' will. Boom! Another punch was thrown. This time, the incarnation took a long time to reappear in the void. Gu Fei never imagined that his seemingly casual punch could injure the incarnation of the heavens' will. This punch seemed to contain the power of samsara, the Tao of yin and yang, and an invincible aura. This punch seemed to surpass the 5 elements. It broke through yin and yang, broke through samsara, and broke through all limits. Although this was only a vague fist intent, the power it displayed made Gu Fei's heart palpitate, breaking through limits. Let's call this punch the breaking extremity fist. The breaking extremity fist was a punch that broke through limits. Again, Gu Fei was pleasantly surprised. He threw another punch. This time, the fist intent that broke through all limits emerged again. Without any suspense, the incarnation of the heavens was blown up again. Although it was only a punch, it could break through all magical techniques. If Gu Fei could finally perfect this fist intent, he could probably break through the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with a single punch. Ha! Gu Fei laughed out loud. He only threw 1 punch, but the fist intent of the breaking extremity fist gradually became clear in his mind. In the face of this punch, all divine abilities and spells were trash. At this moment, Gu Fei had already forgotten about all other cultivation techniques and only remembered this punch. In Gu Fei's eyes, this was the only battle technique he needed. It was an invincible battle technique. This punch could destroy everything. Even the Ascension secret technique could not dissolve this fist intent. Roar! It was unknown how many times the heavenly Tao incarnation had been blasted by Gu Fei. However, at this moment, the heavenly Tao incarnation actually melded into the void, penetrated the layers of killing formations, and charged out of the disheveled old man's formation. What? The anti-emptiness secret technique. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Only the anti-emptiness secret technique of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could allow the incarnation to escape. This was something that even he did not expect. The moment it rushed out of the disheveled old man's formation, the incarnation instantly communicated with the heavenly Tao and drew an endless power of the heavenly Tao. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying aura of destruction erupted from the incarnation. *T. Chapter 3796. Even the disheveled old man, a god of the mountain river cauldron that had existed for countless years, had to admit that the anti-void secret technique was truly heaven-defying. Gu Fei's heaven's incarnation had actually used the anti-void secret technique and charged out of the disheveled old man's array formation, arriving outside. As soon as the heaven's incarnation appeared outside, a terrifying commotion came from the depths of the sky. Everyone outside the primordial mountain range raised their heads in shock. The next moment, boundless heaven Tao energy descended from the sky and entered the body of Gu Fei's heaven's incarnation. In the next moment, the blurry figure underwent an unbelievable transformation. Boundless heaven Tao energy interweaved in his body, rapidly forming bones, tendons, and finally flesh. This is heaven-defying. At this moment, the disheveled old man, who was sitting cross-legged on the giant ball formed by countless array formations, couldn't help but be astonished. The heavens was trying to create a Gu Fei. The disheveled old man had existed for countless years and had never encountered something like this. At this moment, although the power of the heavens' tribulation had already gathered on Gu Fei's heavens incarnation, the people outside the primordial mountain range still couldn't see anything inside. The power of the heavens Tao was still isolating everything. When the people outside the primordial mountain range looked inside, they could only see a blurry patch of gray. It was the same for Supreme Venerables. How is this possible? At this moment, Gu Fei had also rushed out of the disheveled old man's array formation. When he saw this shocking scene, he was also dumbfounded and in disbelief. Soon, a Gu Fei that seemed to have gathered all Taos appeared in the world. Boundless heaven Tao energy erupted from his body. Although it wasn't intense, it gave off an extremely terrifying pressure. If it was any other quasi-venerables, just the aura from this Gu Fei alone would be enough to kill them. Brat, this has already exceeded my knowledge. You'll have to rely on yourself, said the disheveled old man, helplessly. What? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Even the disheveled old man, who had existed for countless years, had never seen something like this. You are very strong, but it is impossible for you to succeed. Right at this moment, an extremely cold voice resounded. The Gu Fei, created by the heavens Tao, was actually staring at Gu Fei as he spoke. The tone of the heavenly Tao, Gu Fei, did not carry a trace of emotion. It was incomparably cold. This was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. Hee hee, is that so? Gu Fei smiled disapprovingly. He looked at the will of heaven opposite him, but the eyes of Gu Fei were extremely bright, like twinkling stars. An unprecedentedly powerful battle intent surged out from Gu Fei's body. Swoosh! At that moment, the heavenly Tao, Gu Fei, made his move. He disappeared into the void. Gu Fei snorted coldly and disappeared into the void. Boom! Bam! Muffled crashing sounds constantly rang out in the void. The entire world shook along with these sounds. It was as if an invisible hammer was pounding on the world. At the next moment, black holes appeared in the void. Those were empty spaces formed by the shattering of the void by a powerful force. The speed of the two experts was so fast that even the disheveled old man could not see their shadows. Gu Fei was fighting with his heaven's Tao body. At this moment, he had almost forgotten all his battle skills, secret skills, and mystiques. He was only fighting based on his intuition. This was an instinct of a warrior, an innate battle instinct. Gu Fei was refining the fist intent of the extremity breaker fist. He only had one punch. No matter what battle skills the heaven's Tao body used, Gu Fei only had one punch. One punch could break through all mystiques. Any battle skills or mystiques could not withstand a single blow from this punch. Wong. At this moment, the void trembled. The power of 9 great Tao exploded from the heaven's Tao body. The heaven's Tao body had used 9 secret skills at the same time. That's right, 9 secret skills of the immortal path. Even Gu Fei himself had not used all 9 secret skills of the immortal path at the same time. However, Gu Fei's heaven's Tao body used the power of the heavenly Tao to use all 9 secret skills of the immortal path at the same time. Moreover, the 9 powers of the immortal path fused together in an instant, a power that surpassed the power of the 9 secrets of the immortal path immediately exploded from the heaven's Tao body. The 9 secrets fused together and sublimated. The power of the secret skills of the immortal path seemed to have surpassed everything. What Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he sensed the terrifying power that erupted from the heaven's Tao body. This guy is really heaven-defying. Amazing, my brother. Who cares about the immortal path or heavenly Tao? You're all trash before my fist. I'll blow you all up with one punch. Gu Fei recovered in an instant. His invincible aura burst forth. So what if the opponent's power surpassed the 9 secrets? My power can surpass the 9 secrets too. The heaven's Tao body did not say anything. He pushed his hands forward. A ball of immortal path light immediately appeared on his hands and blasted at Gu Fei. The ball of immortal path light condensed the power of the 9 secrets. Its speed was unimaginable, and it arrived in front of Gu Fei in an instant. Gu Fei's extremity-shattering fist was only halfway through when the ball of divine light collided with him. He was instantly engulfed by the divine light. Gu Fei's entire body seemed to have been frozen in place. He could not move at all. Then he saw the muscles on his arms melt and turn into nothingness. This power was too terrifying. It was even more terrifying than the Wu secret. The combination of the 9 secrets seemed to be able to destroy everything in the world. Even an extreme path supreme would most likely die if struck by this move. Even though Gu Fei had cultivated the Ascension Secret technique, the power of the Ascension Secret technique could not compete with the power that surpassed the 9 secrets. I'm invincible! I'm invincible! Gu Fei shouted in his heart. At this critical moment of life and death, he finally grasped a hint of the extremity-shattering fist. In the next moment, the flesh and blood on his body instantly regenerated. Boom! His fist shook violently. The entire ball of divine light shook violently. Countless immortal path secret patterns were directly shattered by the power that erupted from his fist. One punch to break the limit. Gu Fei's fist slowly punched out. The power of the extremity-shattering fist continued to soar. The moment he punched out, the terrifying ball of divine light that enveloped him was directly shattered. He actually managed to destroy the super-powerful power of the Nine Secrets with a single punch. Even he himself could not believe it. Chapter 3797. Breaking through the limits with one's fist was Gu Fei's lifelong pursuit. All of his strength was gathered in that one punch. That one punch directly crushed the power of the Nine Secrets into one. At this moment, Gu Fei finally comprehended an invincible battle skill that belonged to him. To him, a single punch was enough. No other cultivation method or battle skill could compare to a single punch of his. After refining all sorts of battle skills and divine powers, Gu Fei was only left with this one punch. After crushing the power of the Nine Secrets into one with one punch, the invincible fist force continued surging towards the body of heavens way opposite him. In the next moment, the body of heaven's way collapsed in the void. The heavenly way had created a Gu Fei with flesh and blood to fight against Gu Fei. The strength of the body of heaven's way was undeniable. However, it was a pity that Gu Fei had become even stronger. As the body of heaven's way collapsed, Gu Fei reached out with his right hand and grabbed the will of heaven's way that erupted after the body of heaven's way collapsed. Without hesitation, Gu Fei began to refine the will of heaven's way, using the power of heaven's way to replenish his lacking Tao. Soon, the Taoist rhyme that came from the heaven's way was refined into Gu Fei's body. In the next moment, the blurry Tao pattern in his body lit up. The ninth Tao pattern seemed to have come to life. Be careful! Just as Gu Fei was comprehending the invincible Tao, the disheveled old man's voice suddenly rang in his mind. In the next moment, a fist had already landed on Gu Fei's back. A series of sounds of bones breaking could be heard from his back. His entire spine had been broken into countless pieces. A mouthful of blood surged up his throat, but Gu Fei forcefully swallowed it back down. At that moment, the sound of wind and thunder could be heard from Gu Fei's body. The broken spine was healing rapidly. In an instant, he would be back to his peak condition. At this moment, the heavenly body that had been smashed into pieces by Gu Fei made its move. The body of the heavenly path could not be destroyed so easily. One had to know that the body of the heavenly path was created by the heavenly path. It was a born Taoist body that could refine all Taos. Kill. Gu Fei did not hesitate and directly attacked. He raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and directly punched out. Boom! The void shook, and a transparent ripple could be seen with the naked eye erupting from Gu Fei's fist. With yet another punch, the power of breaking extremities burst forth from Gu Fei's fist, shaking the void. Even the disheveled old man who was watching from the sidelines was almost affected. Without any suspense, under Gu Fei's powerful punch, the various secret techniques and killing moves unleashed by the Heavenly Way avatar were directly shattered by his punch, especially the 9 secrets of immortal Tao. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's body of the heavenly path was once again blasted by himself, turning into a cloud of blood mist. However, the body of the heavenly path instantly appeared in the world again. With a raise of its hand, a terrifying bolt of lightning shot towards Gu Fei's head. Gu Fei laughed and let the bolt of lightning hit him. In the next moment, the bolt of lightning disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared in the first place. At the same time, the body of the heavenly path waved its hand, and an invisible wind immediately spread from its sleeves, turning into invisible wind blades that slashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei still did not dodge and let the wind blades hit him. Although the wind blades were powerful and could easily kill a quasi-supreme, they were a joke in front of him. At this moment, Gu Fei's martial body seemed to have turned into a bottomless pit, devouring all the power around it. The wind blades that were slashing towards him directly disappeared without a trace. An extreme aura spread from Gu Fei's body. He already had 1 foot in the supreme realm and was about to successfully become an extreme supremacy. However, the heavenly way would not let him become an extreme supremacy so easily. If 1 punch isn't enough, then I'll use 10 punches. If 10 punches aren't enough, then I'll use 100 punches. Let's see how many punches you can take from me. Gu Fei stared at the figure in front of him and roared crazily. He raised his hand and threw another punch. The power of breaking the limit erupted, and Gu Fei's body of the heavenly way was once again blasted apart. At this time, Gu Fei had no intention of stopping. When his body of the heavenly way appeared again, he threw another punch and directly blasted it apart. The body of the heavenly way was like an undying cockroach. It stubbornly reassembled its physical body again, and continued to attack Gu Fei. However, at this time, Gu Fei realized that the power of the body of the heavenly way was weakening. The body of the heavenly way was not invincible. I'll use you to practice my punches. Gu Fei knew that although he had comprehended the power of breaking the limit, it was only in its embryonic form. If he truly grasped this power, even the body of the heavenly way would not be able to take a punch from him. Therefore, the body of the heavenly way tragically became Gu Fei's human-shaped punching bag. The disheveled old man looked at this scene in shock. He was speechless. Gu Fei's punching technique was simply too powerful. It could actually destroy the body of the heavenly way created by the heavenly way. The 9 powers of the great Tao in Gu Fei's body intertwined and fused, and the power that erupted was so strong that it made one's heart palpitate. At this time, everything in Gu Fei's body was transforming. He was thinking of a perfect transformation. 9 Taos as one, invincible in the world. He did not want to be the paragon of the 9 Taos. Even a single paragon could be invincible in the world. This was something that Gu Fei had comprehended from the heavenly Tao brand of the supreme of primordial chaos. One had to admit that Gu Fei was truly a natural-born martial artist. There were many things that he could naturally comprehend. 9 Taos as one, breaking through the limit. This was Gu Fei's goal. However, it was too difficult to do so. Only a small portion of it had fused together. But this was already shocking enough. What is this guy doing? The disheveled old man couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The paragon of the 9 Taos was an invincible existence. Why was Gu Fei trying to fuse all 9 Taos as one? At this time, Gu Fei kept on blasting his body of the heavenly way. He had lost count of the number of punches he had thrown out. He only stopped when the body of the heavenly way could no longer coalesce. I have invincibility, breaking the limit with punches. Gu Fei roared and punched towards the heavens. The power of the 9 Taos as one erupted from his fist. Rumble, the entire heavens suffered a huge impact. Heaven and earth seemed to be on the brink of destruction. At the end of the heavens, even the heavenly way lost its color. At the same time, a seal appeared from the blood mist formed by the body of the heavenly way. It then shot up into the sky and returned to the heavenly way. At this moment, the 9 Taos in Gu Fei's body transformed into a perfect state. There were no more flaws. A paragon of the 9 Taos was born. To Gu Fei, this was just the beginning. The paragon of the 9 Taos was not the limit. Chapter 3798. When Gu Fei became an extreme grade supreme, the ancestral land of Yingtian sect was filled with the smell of blood. From the entrance of the ancestral land all the way to Yingtian Ancestral Mountain, there were corpses everywhere. Roar! An angry roar came from the top of Yingtian Ancestral Mountain, like the roar of an angry dragon. The sound shook the entire mountain, and a powerful wave of quasi-supreme power spread from the top of the ancestral mountain. At the top of the ancestral mountain, a figure was directly blasted into a cloud of blood mist, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. Old ancestor Ingtian, you're courting death. An angry roar came from the nearby Ingtian ancestral palace. For figures rushed out of the palace at the same time, and the powerful aura of quasi-supreme instantly filled every inch of the void. The 4 experts who rushed out of the Ingtian ancestral palace were the 4 sect masters who had just been promoted by Mu Jinghong. They were the new palace master of 10 Absolute Palace, the new sect master of Ingtian sect, the new sect master of Qingyun Path, and the new sect master of Wuqian sect. Each of the 4 sect masters was a quasi-supreme existence. Even Mu Jinghong would have a headache if the 4 experts attacked at the same time. Ha ha ha, we still don't know who's looking for. Old ancestor Ingtian stood at the top of the ancestral mountain and looked up at the 4 experts who were rushing towards him. He laughed and said with a trace of disdain on his face, "Boasting shamelessly, Dai." The new sect master of Wuqian sect directly displayed his strongest move. He stretched out his right hand, and a ball of divine light immediately emerged from his palm. Countless Tao patterns lingered and intertwined on the ball of divine light. Whoosh! The new sect master of Wuqian sect shook his right hand, and the ball of divine light in his hand immediately blasted towards old ancestor Ingtian at an extremely fast speed. Humph! Old ancestor Ingtian pushed his feet off the ground, and his whole body immediately soared into the sky. The ball of divine light blasted where old ancestor Ingtian originally stood. The fist-sized divine light exploded, and the entire mountain was shrouded in dust. The entire top of Ingtian Ancestral Mountain was shaved off. The disciples of Ingtian sect and the experts of the other sects were shocked when they saw this scene. The battle prowess of the new leader of the Wuqian sect was too shocking. One had to know that the Ingtian Ancestral Mountain was no ordinary place. This was the Ingtian Ancestral Land, the place where the Azure Dragon spat out the pearl. That pearl had been refined by the Ingtian ancestor for tens of thousands of years. Ordinary Tao artifacts would not be able to damage this ancestor mountain at all. At this moment, the newly appointed Green Cloud Pathmaster made his move. He roared furiously, and 9 rays of light shot out from his body. Within each ray of light was a divine sword. 9 swords flying fairy, kill. The new Green Cloud Path mainly cultivated the way of the sword and was a sword quasi-sovereign. As soon as he made his move, the entire void was immediately filled with sword chi ripples that were powerful to the point of making one despair. 9 divine swords and 9 rays of sword light tore through the void, leaving behind 9 pitch-black spatial cracks in the void. In an instant, they arrived in front of Ancestor Ingtian. All techniques to nothing. Ancestor Ingtian shouted loudly. His body suddenly became blurred, as if his flesh and blood had turned into a shadow, faint and illusory. The 9 rays of sword light directly slashed through the blurred figure of Ancestor Ingtian, as if they were slashing a shadow. There was no point of impact. The new Green Cloud Path Master felt as if the 9 swords had slashed through the air. What? The Void Path? The new Palace Master of 10 Absolute Palace could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. 1 sword slashes through the void. The new Sect Master of the Ingtian sect took out a sword and slashed at the shadow of Ingtian Old Ancestor. The sword light instantly soared up to 10 million feet, as though it was going to split the entire world into 2. Sword of the Void. Ancestor Ingtian's voice resounded in everyone's mind. This was an indiscriminate communication through divine thoughts. Swoosh! old ancestor Ing Tian's shadow-like figure disappeared into the void, as if he had entered the void and disappeared just like that. Oh no! The current sect master of Ing Tian's sect could not help but be shocked when he saw this scene. No one knew better than him how terrifying ancestor Ing Tian was. Seeing ancestor Ing Tian suddenly disappear, the other experts were also inexplicably shocked. Be careful, he's around us. The sect master of Ing Tian sect loudly said to the other 3 experts. The current sect master of Ing Tian sect was a nephew of ancestor Ing Tian, so he was somewhat afraid of ancestor Ing Tian. However, this nephew of ancestor Ing Tian was incredible. He was already a quasi-supreme, but compared to ancestor Ing Tian, he was far inferior in both cultivation and combat power. This expert of Ing Tian's sect brought the Sword of the Void, which was a Tao artifact specialized in restraining ancestor Ing Tian's secret technique of the Void. If ancestor Ing Tian was slashed by the Sword of the Void, even if he was proficient in the secret technique of the Void, he would still be killed by the sword without any suspense. This was because this Sword of the Void had once killed a Void beast. It was a fierce sword. Kill! The sect master of Ing Tian's sect roared, and a group of sword waves directly spread from the Sword of the Void in his hand. The surrounding void immediately rippled like water, and transparent ripples directly spread from the divine sword in his hand in all directions. A figure was directly forced out of the void by the spreading sword waves. Sky-breaking 10 ultimate. The newly appointed Palace Master Shurju made his move, and his first move was the killing move of 10 Ultimate Palace. The power of the 10 Ultimate erupted from his hand and blasted towards ancestor Ing Tian. The power of this sky-breaking blow was astonishing, and the void in front of Palace Master Shurju instantly collapsed. Haha, you want to break the sky with this combat power? What a joke! Old ancestor Ing Tian laughed as he made his move. With a stretch of his right hand, the void collapsed. The mighty power of the 10 extremities rushed into the collapsed void and disappeared. You come in too, ancestor Ing Tian roared, and a wave of sky-devouring power immediately erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping Palace Master Shurju. What Palace Master Shurju's shock was no small matter. He could not help but fly towards ancestor Ing Tian. Roar! Palace Master Shurju roared again and again, trying to break free from the devouring power that enveloped him, but it was all in vain. He found that he could not break free from the devouring power at all. Buzz! At this moment, a heart-palpitating sword sound rang out, and then an immortal sword light suddenly fell from the sky, directly falling between ancestor Ing Tian and Palace Master Shurju, cutting off the devouring power of Gu Fei. How dare you? Ancestor Ing Tian was angry, really angry. This guy was his nephew, and he dared to go against him everywhere. He had to get rid of him. The sword light of the void fell, and ancestor Ing Tian had to retreat because the Sword of the Void was his nemesis. If he was hit by this divine sword, he would only end up with his body and soul destroyed. With such a delay, Palace Master Shurju successfully broke free from the mighty devouring power of ancestor Ing Tian's hand. Palace Master Shurju was like a frightened beast, looking at old ancestor Ing Tian in horror. He couldn't believe it. How could this guy be so strong? At this time, even the new sect master of Ing Tian's sect was stunned. Together, the new sect master of Ing Tian's sect roared at everyone. At this time, they had no choice but to fight with their lives, and the 4 great experts directly joined forces to attack ancestor Ing Tian. Ancestor Ing Tian just smiled and did not say anything. In the next moment, he suddenly split into thousands, and countless shadows appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone was inexplicably shocked. They simply couldn't sense which of the countless shadows was the real body of ancestor Ing Tian, just as the old ancestor Ing Tian was fighting against the four great sect masters. Gu Fei was also facing off against an extreme sovereign. Violent sovereign energy spread out, causing the entire primogenitor mountain range to tremble. Would clan ancestor? At this time, Gu Fei was not afraid of anyone. Even if he faced an extreme supreme, he was confident that he could fight endlessly and trample on him. It's you. At this time, the Wood Clan ancestor finally recognized Gu Fei. The Wood Clan ancestor was all too familiar with Gu Fei because he had fought with this guy in the ancestral god realm. Haha, who do you think it is? You regret not interfering with my tribulation. Gu Fei said proudly as he looked at the Wood Clan ancestor opposite him. The Wood Clan's primogenitor's expression changed several times. In the next moment, he attacked. The Wood Clan's supreme grade primogenitor attacked furiously. A huge cyan hand instantly enveloped the void, trapping Gu Fei within it. Although the power of the Wood Elemental Great Tao was full of vitality, even the power of the Wood Elemental Great Tao could kill the peerless experts in the world as long as it was strong enough. One punch to break the limit. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly punched at the Wood Clan ancestor. His power instantly broke through the limit and surpassed the confinement of the extreme grade. The big green hand was directly smashed by Gu Fei's fist energy in the void, and in the next moment, Gu Fei's fist directly smashed into a person's body. This person was the Wood Clan ancestor. The Wood tribe progenitor looked down and saw a fist mark on his chest. He didn't even have time to think before he exploded into a cloud of blood mist with a bang. This was an existence at the extreme grade, but he was actually blown up by a punch from Gu Fei. This scene shocked everyone present, including the extreme grade supremes. How is this possible? The other supremes were in disbelief, and all of them were dumbfounded. The legendary supreme master of the Nine Paths was actually this powerful. Mu Jinghong, who saw this scene from afar, was even more scared out of his wits. Although the Wood Clan ancestor was not his father, he was still his uncle. Chapter 3799. Destroying the Wood Clan's ancestor with a single punch. This scene left everyone dumbfounded and in disbelief. It took them a long time to come back to their senses. How is this possible? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? An invincible supreme was destroyed with a single punch. This scene had completely exceeded everyone's understanding. No one had ever heard of an extreme grade sovereign being blown up by a single punch. Furthermore, the person who had blown up the extreme grade sovereign had just passed the extreme grade sovereign tribulation and become an extreme grade sovereign. A beginner-level supreme blasted a middle-level supreme. Even the extreme grade supremes from the ancestral realm who witnessed this scene were dumbfounded. There was a difference in strength between the extreme grade supremes. Supremes were invincible, but that was relative. A beginner-level supreme was naturally no match for a middle-level supreme, and a middle-level supreme was no match for a master-level supreme. The strongest supreme was naturally a supreme who was at the peak of the extreme grade realm. However, this was only true for ordinary supremes. Some extreme Tao supremes were freakish and cultivated a supreme cultivation technique that could suppress all Taos. For example, when Gu Fei was going through the tribulation, he encountered the incarnation of the great Tao left behind by the primordial supreme. The primordial great Tao could suppress all Taos in the world. Ordinary extreme grade supremes could also be differentiated by the number of great Taos they had mastered. Generally speaking, the more perfect great Taos they had mastered, the stronger they would be. For supremes who had mastered many perfect great Taos, it was not impossible for them to challenge those of a higher level. Roar. An angry roar sounded in the void. The blood mist in the void seemed to be burning and emitted a dazzling divine light of the great Tao. In the next moment, the divine light of the great Tao suddenly shrank, and an extremely terrifying figure instantly appeared in the void. Boom! The extreme grade divine might erupted, and the entire world seemed like it was going to explode. With the Wood Clan's ancestor as the center, the souls of all living beings within a radius of hundreds of millions of miles trembled at this moment. The might of a supreme being spread out in all directions. Even those hidden supreme beings were startled. Is that guy from the Wood Clan going crazy again? Who knows what he's up to? When Gu Fei was undergoing his tribulation, those extreme supremes didn't appear. However, when the Wood Clan's progenitor displayed his might, they couldn't sit still anymore. This was because the Wood race had two madmen. Once these two madmen went crazy, the consequences would be very serious. Ha! Uncle is angry. This guy is going to be in trouble. Mu Jinghong was very clear about his uncle's temperament. Once he went crazy, even his own father would have to give way. The other paragons of the primogenitor realm gave this fellow a nickname, Mu Sanfeng. Mu Sanfeng had once gone crazy 3 times a day and annihilated the 3 great races of the primogenitor realm. It could be said that his craziness had shaken the world. This lunatic is going crazy. The nearby extreme grade supremes hurriedly blocked the extreme grade divine might that was emanating from the body of the Wood Clan's primogenitor. After all, ordinary living beings wouldn't be able to withstand such pressure. In just a short instant, over a dozen holy venerables and over 1,000 sages had fallen under this extreme grade divine might. This was the terror of an extreme grade supremacy. A single wisp of aura could annihilate a large number of living beings. They didn't even need to lift a finger. Kill. At this moment, Mu Sanfeng let out a furious roar. In the next instant, countless vines rushed out of his body like huge dragons and coiled around Gu Fei. There were actually countless tentacles and barbs on the vines. If one were to be coiled around by them, it would definitely be an incomparably terrifying thing. In just an instant, Gu Fei was tightly wrapped up by the countless vines and disappeared from everyone's sight. A huge ball of vines appeared in the sky. At this moment, Mu Jinghong suddenly raised his hand and caught a flame. In the next instant, his cold face revealed a sinister expression. Old ancestor, Ingtian. Mu Jinghong took a deep look at the ball of vines in the distant sky before he turned around and drove the war chariot away. The 3-star beast stepped on the void and pulled the extremely eye-catching war chariot away from the sky, startling many people. Humph! The extravagance of the descendants of a supreme being is really grand. Someone said unhappily, "Keep your voice down. If that person hears you, you might lose your life." Someone said cautiously, "TSK, what's there to be afraid of?" That person didn't think much of it. "Ha, little fellow, how dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? I'll suck you dry." The Wood Clan's primogenitor, Mu Sanfeng, laughed maniacally. His voice spread far and wide, causing the ears of all the nearby experts to buzz and the blood in their bodies to churn. Some of the weaker experts even fell from the sky, directly. Of course, those who could watch the battle nearby were naturally extremely powerful. Even if they fell from the sky, they wouldn't fall to their deaths. However, they would still end up in a very sorry state. The Wood Clan's primogenitor was an extreme grade intermediate supreme being. His cultivation was unimaginably powerful. Even though he was blown apart by Gu Fei's extreme shattering fist, he didn't seem to be injured at all. Humph, he has just become an extreme grade supreme being. How dare he challenge a supreme being of the older generation? Isn't he courting death? In the distant sky, An expert who was on good terms with the Wood Clan said disdainfully, "That's right. The supreme beings of the older generation are invincible. This fellow is overestimating himself." Sigh. I thought the legendary supreme beings of the Nine Paths were very powerful. It seems like it was exaggerated. The experts who were watching the battle from afar were discussing in low voices. Even the other extreme grade supreme beings weren't optimistic about Gu Fei's chances. However, these supreme beings were indeed shocked by the scene where Gu Fei blew up the Wood Clan's primogenitor with a single punch. However, at this moment, the Wood Clan's primogenitor, who was laughing loudly, suddenly stopped. He stared at the ball of vines that was entangled by his vines with a grave expression. Boom! Suddenly, a loud sound was heard. The ball of vines in the sky exploded in an instant. A powerful martial aura spread out, shocking everyone present. A figure rushed out from the shattered ball of vines. He stretched out his hand and slapped at Mu Jinghong at an extremely fast speed. This wasn't the sky-covering palm because the battle technique had been erased by Gu Fei. However, Gu Fei's every move was still very powerful. The huge palm instantly enveloped the entire void. Naturally, the Wood Clan's primogenitor was also enveloped by Gu Fei's giant palm. Rumble, the void that was enveloped by Gu Fei's giant palm shook violently. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Chapter 3800. Rumble, the huge palm shrouded a part of the world. Gu Fei directly struck out a martial arts technique that he had created after becoming a supreme. This was an evolution and metamorphosis based on the foundation of the heaven-shrouding palm. Gu Fei had melted all kinds of divine abilities and had forgotten all the divine abilities and secret techniques that he had learned in the past. However, with his current cultivation, he could create his own martial arts technique based on the foundation of his predecessors. The huge palm descended, and the void that was enveloped by Gu Fei's huge palm began to be annihilated. This was a terrifying huge palm that seemed to be able to destroy the world and turn everything in the world into nothingness. Without any suspense, countless terrifying vines rushed out of the Wood Clan primogenitor's body and soared into the sky, trying to break Gu Fei's huge palm. However, they instantly collapsed under the huge palm. Roar! The Wood Clan primogenitor roared and attacked with all his might. Endless wood elemental great Tao erupted from his body, and the surrounding void instantly collapsed and turned into nothingness. The power of the extreme Tao shook the heavens and the earth, and it was extremely terrifying. If not for the nearby Supremes working together to block the extreme Tao power that erupted from the Wood Clan primogenitor and Gu Fei, all living beings within a radius of billions of miles would have already died. Gu Fei's huge palm slammed down like he was swatting a fly, and directly smashed the Wood Clan primogenitor into a bloody mist. The vast martial arts power that descended from the huge palm even obliterated the Wood Clan primogenitor's essence, chi, and spirit, dissolving everything. After Gu Fei struck out with his palm, he felt as though his body had been hollowed out. The amount of extreme Tao Yuan Qi consumed by this killer move was simply too great. Everyone was dumbfounded once again. What kind of divine ability was this? It actually blasted the Wood Clan primogenitor into pieces again, and this time, even the bloody mist was obliterated. Even the nearby Supremes of the ancestral realm were dumbfounded. Of course, the Wood Clan's primogenitor was not killed by Gu Fei just like that. After all, it was extremely difficult to kill an extreme-grade sovereign. Even though his flesh, blood, tendons, and bones had been obliterated, his life imprint was still there. In the next moment, an illusory, shadow-like existence appeared in the void. How is this possible? A wave of spiritual will spread out from the shadow, and an incredulous voice rang out in everyone's mind. Gu Fei wasn't surprised to see the wood race's progenitor's figure appear again. He knew that an attack of this level could only seriously injure the wood race's progenitor. An extreme Tao sovereign was the strongest existence in the myriad heavens and myriad worlds. The means of an extreme Tao sovereign were unimaginable to outsiders. Even the current Gu Fei found it hard to imagine. At this moment, his five senses had been strengthened to the extreme, and his spiritual force was extremely powerful. With just a thought, his spiritual force could instantly cover a range of hundreds of millions of miles. This was under the circumstances of the ancestral realm. The void of the ancestral realm was extremely stable, and the laws of heaven and earth were extremely powerful. Cultivator's spiritual force would naturally be affected by the laws of heaven and earth. You deserve to die. The wood race's progenitor was almost going crazy. He was actually blasted apart twice by a young fellow who had just become a supreme in front of everyone. This time, he actually felt that his life was being threatened. Ever since he attained the Tao, he had experienced countless battles, but no one had ever been able to threaten his life. At this moment, the wood race's progenitor's figure rapidly solidified. Soon, an extreme grade sovereign with flesh and blood appeared in front of everyone. "Haha, I deserve to die? Then come and kill me." Gu Fei shouted at the wood race's progenitor in disdain. "Die!" The wood race's progenitor roared. In the next moment, he actually turned into a green divine light of the great path and instantly collided with Gu Fei's body. Gu Fei was directly sent flying thousands of miles away and smashed into a mountain before he stopped. Seeing this scene, the experts who were on good terms with the wood race were all surprised and delighted. "When I go crazy, even I am afraid of myself. You little fellow, you shouldn't have angered me." The wood race's progenitor's figure appeared in the void and roared crazily. His eyes were extremely crazy and red. After he roared, he directly rushed into the ancestral mountain range and attacked Gu Fei. The green divine light of the great path enveloped the entire world. Moose Sandfoam, this lunatic. Seeing this scene, the supreme sovereigns of the ancestral realm couldn't help but be shocked. Mu Sanfeng's terror was well known. This was also the reason why no one was willing to offend the two lunatics of the wood race. Boom! At this moment, a loud noise resounded from the primogenitor mountain range. In the next moment, a gust of black gas rose from the depths of the primogenitor mountain range. In the next moment, the black gas instantly spread out and enveloped the entire world. A cold and terrifying aura spread out, causing the supreme sovereigns outside the ancestral mountain range to be indescribably shocked. What's happening? Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they saw this scene. The depths of the ancestral mountain range was a forbidden area for supreme sovereigns. No supreme sovereign dared to casually step into it. There were all kinds of unknown dangers in the depths of the ancestral mountain range. Roar! A terrifying roar came from the void that was enveloped by the black aura. A huge black figure appeared between the heavens and the earth, inhaling and exhaling black aura. It was like an evil god that came from the ancient times, causing people's hearts to palpitate. Great Demon Sovereign! At this moment, an old voice was heard. The old man from before rushed out of the black aura. He was no longer calm as he stared at the huge figure in the black aura. "What? Great Demon Sovereign!" When the others heard the old man's words, they were shocked. The Great Demon Sovereign was a legendary existence. Why would he suddenly appear in the ancestral mountain range? The era of the Great Demon Sovereign was too far away for anyone. It was to the extent that the current supreme sovereigns had almost forgotten the existence of this demon sovereign. The extreme Tao demon had been sealed in the primogenitor mountain range. However, the extreme Tao demon had managed to break the seal and escape. At this moment, Gu Fei and the wood race's primogenitor fought. Violent energy ripples spread out in all directions. Even the black aura that enveloped the heavens and earth was dispersed. The two supreme sovereigns fought crazily. The might of the extreme Tao shook the world, causing the mountains to tremble. Chapter 38:01. The demonic aura in the primogenitor mountain range surged into the sky. An extremely terrifying demonic figure appeared between heaven and earth. The great demon roared at the sky. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The entire world seemed as if it was going to explode. The pitch-black demonic aura directly surged out from the primogenitor mountain range, blotting out the sky. All the experts outside the primogenitor mountain range were extremely shocked, apart from the extreme grade supremes. Everyone turned around and fled at the first moment. However, the demonic aura surging out from the primogenitor mountain range was extremely fast. In an instant, it enveloped the endless mountain range. The life essence of the mountain range that was enveloped by the demonic aura was rapidly drained. All the flowers and trees rapidly withered. In the end, they crumbled in the void and turned into black dust. This primordial demon, sovereign, was mercilessly draining the life essence of all living creatures. Some unlucky fellows who couldn't escape in time immediately howled and quickly turned into dried corpses in the demonic aura. Their essence, aura, and soul were all completely devoured by the demonic aura. There were even a few quasi-supremes who were caught up by the demonic aura and instantly disappeared in the demonic aura. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. All of them fled with all their might, fearing that the demonic aura would catch up to them. All of them wished that they could grow a pair of divine wings that could allow them to fly 10,000 miles in one go. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from within the demonic aura. Then, a dazzling divine light directly erupted from within the demonic aura. Under the illumination of this divine light, the endless demonic aura instantly dissipated like snow. It was a divine mirror. An extreme power erupted from the divine mirror. It was as if a bright moon had risen in the darkness. The mirror light pierced through the void and illuminated the world. A figure with a divine mirror on her head broke through the layers of demonic aura. She actually rushed out of the demonic aura. That was a white-robed goddess. The power of a quasi-supreme being burst forth from her body. She was actually carrying a supreme Tao artifact on her. At this critical moment of life and death, she desperately activated this supreme Tao artifact and rushed out of the demonic energy, escaping with her life. However, the other quasi-supremes weren't so lucky. Their essence was directly devoured by the demonic aura. Even their primordial spirits were devoured, turning into a part of the demonic aura and turning into dried corpses. Impudent! Just at this moment, a loud roar rang out. Then, an invisible force directly blocked the vast and mighty demonic aura. Like an invisible gale, it actually blew away the demonic aura that filled the sky in an instant. An extremely powerful aura of the extreme Tao erupted. The Wind Saint Supreme has made a move. A supreme being has taken action. We're saved. Countless experts from the primogenitor realm rejoiced when they saw this. With a sovereign taking action, no matter how powerful the demon was, it wouldn't be enough. One had to know that there was more than one extreme grade sovereign present. This was the power of the wind. It was invisible and traceless, but it was also the most deadly. As the wind blew, the mountains were directly turned into dust. It was as if there was an invisible hand in the void erasing everything on the ground. Everything would cease to exist, including the demonic chi. Roar! The primordial devil lord that had just broken free roared into the sky. In the next instant, a series of clanging noises resounded from his body. Thereafter, he waved his right hand, and 3 black beams shot towards the Wind Saint Sovereign. The Wind Saint Supreme's face turned grave when he saw the 3 black beams shooting towards him. There were 3 chains wrapped in the black beams, and every single one of the chains emitted an unusual aura. Humph! The Wind Saint Supreme sneered. Boundless power of the great Tao of wind condensed in front of him. Then it turned into a transparent wind blade and slashed at the 3 chains that were entangling him. Clanging noises resounded continuously as the 3 chains constantly trembled. However, they still shot towards the Wind Saint Supreme. What? The Wind Saint Supreme was shocked. He had no choice but to turn into a gust of wind and instantly flew 100 miles away, dodging the 3 chains. At this moment, in the Primogenitor mountain range, the mysterious old man took action. The ordinary-looking wooden staff in his hand flew up and turned into a black dragon that pounced towards the primordial devil lord. The terrifying aura of the extreme grade sovereign erupted from the black dragon. The black dragon broke through the layers of demonic aura and instantly pounced towards the primordial devil lord. Roar! The black dragon roared, and its huge dragon claw tore towards the primordial devil lord. The primordial devil lord stretched out his hand and grabbed the black dragon's claw. Then he spun the black dragon around and smashed it onto the ground. Boom! With a loud bang, the ground trembled and undulated violently like waves. Several mountains in the surroundings immediately crumbled and turned into dust. Humph! The mysterious old man's figure instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment when he reappeared, he was already above the head of the primordial demon sovereign. The mysterious old man formed a seal with both hands and pressed it towards the primordial devil lord. In the next moment, countless Tao runes rushed out from his hands and instantly sealed the void. Naturally, the primordial devil lord was also sealed within. It was the extreme grade sovereign seal. However, the primordial devil lord's body trembled. The mysterious old man's seal was instantly shattered by the power that erupted from the primordial devil lord's body. Countless Tao runes dissipated in the void. The mysterious old man was taken aback. He never thought that the primordial devil lord would be so powerful. No wonder the primordial devil lord could only seal him and not kill him. At this time, the battle between Gu Fei and the Wood Clan's primordial devil lord was still ongoing. The Wood Clan's primordial devil lord was indeed worthy of being a supreme being of the older generation. His cultivation was not something that ordinary supreme beings could compare to. Kill! Gu Fei roared again and again. The martial power of the extreme grade sovereign realm erupted from his body and shook the heavens and earth. He was extremely powerful and was actually fighting with the Wood Clan's primordial devil lord. Little guy, you're too naive. You've just become a supreme being, and you want to challenge me? You're courting death. The Wood Clan's primordial devil lord roared madly. Vines suddenly broke through the void around Gu Fei and rushed towards him. On Gu Fei's body, the sky-blue immortal golden battle armor emitted boundless divine light, blocking the vines that were trying to entangle him. The battle armor finally completed its ultimate transformation and became an extreme grade sovereign Tao artifact. The 9 Heaven Stars sword also became an extreme grade sovereign sword artifact. When Gu Fei ascended to the extreme and made the ultimate leap, the 2 Tao artifacts also made the ultimate leap. This was something that even Gu Fei did not expect. With these 2 extreme grade sovereign Tao artifacts in hand, Gu Fei was full of confidence. You're just flaunting your seniority. Watch how I defeat you. Chapter 38:02. Just as the ancient devil lord appeared in Gu Fei was fighting against the Wood Clan's progenitor, Ing Tian ancestor had already taken control of the situation in the ancestral grounds of Ing Tian sect. The 4 new patriarchs that Mu Jinghong appointed joined forces, but they were still defeated by Ing Tian ancestor. The new sect leader of Ing Tian sect was even killed by Ing Tian ancestor. The new sect leader of Qingyun Path, the new sect leader of Skyless sect, and the new palace lord of 10 Absolute Palace were all killed by Ing Tian ancestor. However, the 3 of them left their corpses behind, while the new sect leader of Ing Tian sect didn't even leave behind a corpse. What Ing Tian ancestor hated the most were traitors. Even if the traitor was his descendant, he still had to die. At Ing Tian ancestor's level of cultivation, familial love was already very faint to him. Most importantly, since this guy dared to betray him, he was someone who killed his ancestors. How could he show mercy to such a guy? Clap, clap, clap. Just as Ing Tian ancestor killed the 4 patriarchs, a round of applause was heard. Ing Tian ancestor turned around and saw a person clapping while walking in the air towards him. With just a few steps, he arrived at the top of the mountain. "It's you?" Ing Tian ancestor recognized the person, and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. "Your tribulation was indeed a trap. What do you want?" The person looked at Ing Tian ancestor indifferently and asked curiously. Ing Tian ancestor didn't say anything. "I was just asking. All right, it's time to send you on your way," the person said disapprovingly. Ing Tian ancestor stared at the person in black and suddenly laughed. Then he said, "Mu Qianan, it's been a long time. You've grown a lot. Huh. You actually dare to be presumptuous in front of me. When I became an ancestor, you were still wearing diapers." Humph, as the saying goes, the new waves of the Yangtze River push the old waves, and the old waves push the old waves to death on the beach. "I am the new wave that pushes the old waves to death," Mu Qianan said coldly. "So much nonsense. Kill." Ing Tian ancestor didn't want to waste any more time with Mu Qianan. In the next moment, his body suddenly erupted with an even stronger killing intent. Whoosh! Ancestor Ing Tian's figure instantly disappeared into the void. However, Mu Qianan slapped out with his palm, causing the air to tremble. Transparent ripples spread out in all directions. A figure immediately appeared in the void. Bam! Fist and palm collided, and a deafening sound wave spread out in every direction. The entire mountain range shook, and the cultivators on the nearby mountains felt their bloodstreams roiling due to the sound wave. Some of the weaker cultivators had their ears bleeding from the vibrations. All the cultivators were shocked and hurriedly retreated further away. At this moment, at the peak of Ing Tian Ancestor Mountain, Ing Tian Ancestor was a little surprised. This fellow was actually able to exchange a blow with him? How was this possible? Mu Qianan was just a junior of the Wood Clan. He was left by Mu Jinghong to guard the Ing Tian ancestral land. However, no one would have thought that this guy would be so powerful. He was much stronger than the previous 4 sect ancestors. To Ancestor Ing Tian, this guy was definitely a rare opponent. "What do you think? With my meager abilities, do you think I have the qualifications to send you on your way?" Mu Qianan said somewhat proudly. "How dare you?" Ancestor Ing Tian was really angry. If it was Mu Jinghong, it would be fine. However, Mu Jinghong was a descendant of a supreme being and a second-generation supreme being. His cultivation and combat ability were above Ancestor Ing Tian. Being looked down by Mu Jinghong was nothing to Ancestor Ing Tian. However, who is Mu Qianan? How dare he look down on me? If I don't kill you, I would be letting myself down. Ancestor Ing Tian stared at Mu Qianan and said while clenching his teeth. "Hee hee." Mu Qianan laughed. Then try and see if you can kill me. Boom. At the same time, the two quasi-supremes exerted their strength at the same time. Two violent forces instantly clashed together. The palm and the fist that were pressed together immediately separated, and the two were sent flying. However, in the next moment, the two of them charged at each other again. A battle between quasi-supremes broke out on the peak of Ingtian clan's ancestral mountain. Of course, this battle did not cause too much of a commotion because all the powerhouses' gazes were attracted by the battle within the ancestral mountain. Even if there were people who sensed the battle within Ingtian ancestral land, no one came to check it out. At this time, there were still countless powerhouses rushing towards the ancestral mountain from all over the ancestral realm. It should be known that battles between extreme Tao experts were rare even in the ancestral realm. Moreover, it was said that an ancient demon lord had appeared in the depths of the ancestral mountain. This was not a small matter. When the ancient demon lord appeared, all living beings within hundreds of millions of miles would be plunged into misery and suffering. The ancient demon lord had been sealed for countless years, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He needed a large amount of essence to recover his vitality. Where did the large amount of essence come from? Once the ancient demon lord devoured essence crazily, all living beings would suffer. This was an outcome that no extreme Tao Supreme being wanted to see. Rumble. At this time, the demonic figure in the ancestral mountain stood up. It was as if the entire sky was pierced by him. Endless, extreme Tao demon chi spread out and once again gushed out from the ancestral mountain. The ancient demon lord's Dharma idol was too huge. Even the highest mountain in the ancestral mountain only reached his knees. Damn it! The Wind Saint Supreme was shocked and furious. This fellow was too powerful. He was even stronger than a mid-level supremacy. Could he be an old demon in the great perfection supremacy realm? There were only two demonic path experts of this level in the entire ancestral realm. Even the Wind Saint Supreme had never seen this extreme Tao Supreme being. It seemed that this extreme Tao Supreme being was in existence from the mythological era and was sealed for countless years. However, how was this fella sealed in the depths of the ancestral mountain? Although the Wind Saint Supreme was a little curious, he didn't have time to think about other things at this time because the ancient demon lord had already made his move. An incomparably huge demonic hand directly grabbed towards the Wind Saint Supreme and instantly enveloped the entire heaven and earth. Humph! The Wind Saint Supreme sneered. In the next moment, his figure disappeared in the void, without a trace. However, an invisible force broke through the layers of demonic aura and slashed towards the demonic figure that stood tall in the sky. In the next moment, the invisible force slashed through the demonic figure's body. One of the demonic figure's arms immediately fell and dissipated in the void, turning into demonic aura. Chapter 38:03. The attack of an extreme supreme being was naturally extraordinary. The terrifying aura of the extreme supreme being spread out, and the entire world seemed to be on the verge of exploding. A single figure could crush the world. Even if a quasi-supreme being was here, he would be directly killed by the explosive power of the extreme supreme being. There was no need for a supreme being to do anything. Fight, fight. I'll find a good place to watch the show. At this moment, the god of the mountain and river cauldron, the disheveled old man, retreated and left the battlefield. He brought the magic ball formed by his thousands of killing formations to the top of a mountain. He took out a table and a stool from his inner world, and then he got some immortal fruits and immortal wine out of nowhere. He poured himself a cup and drank it. Eating fruit, drinking wine, and watching the show is one of life's greatest pleasures. The disheveled old man shook the cup in his hand and said with a look of enjoyment, "This guy, Gu Fei, did not know whether to laugh or cry when he saw this." the god of the mountain and river cauldron, was also a form of life. The immortal wine and immortal fruits contained essence qi, so he could naturally eat them. However, Gu Fei did not expect this guy to be so good at enjoying himself. Compared to the purple gold divine sword, the peerless ominous saber, and the other extreme Dao weapons, the disheveled old man was undoubtedly a different kind of god. He could not be treated as an ordinary person. At this time, the primogenitor of the Wood clan revealed his true form. A strange tree descended from the sky. With a boom, he took root on a mountain peak. This strange tree's huge trunk pierced the clouds, and one could not see the end of it. There were countless black thorns and countless vines on the tree, and there were even tiny tentacles growing on the vines. There was not a single leaf on the tree, and there were countless intertwining Tao patterns on the tree. Endless essence qi of the earth began to frantically gather towards this strange tree. Gu Fei could not help but be surprised when he saw this. The wood ancestor was a supreme being that cultivated from a strange tree, and this guy was frantically devouring the essence qi of the ancestral mountain. Heaven-trampling step into the sky. Gu Fei roared and took a step forward. He instantly rushed to the end of the starry sky, and then he stomped down on the strange tree that the wood ancestor had transformed into. Rumble. Under Gu Fei's feet, the power of the extreme path descended. The space beneath his feet was directly annihilated, turning into a terrifying torrent of destruction that enveloped the tree that the Wood clan's progenitor had transformed into. In the next moment, the top half of the strange tree instantly crumbled in the void. Roar. An angry roar came from the strange tree, and the endless power of the great path of wood burst out. Countless vines on the strange tree all shot up into the sky, turning into terrifying spears that pierced through the void. The wood race's progenitor fought with all his might and finally managed to block the heaven-treading step, which was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down on him. Ha ha! I have taken root in the primogenitor mountain range and can draw the power of the primogenitor vein to my body. Even if you are a great perfection sovereign, you are no match for me. The wood ancestor roared madly. His roots dug deep into the ground and continuously devoured the essence energy of the primogenitor mountain range. This was the innate ability of the wood race. To the wood race, the essence energy of the earth was their nourishment. At this time, countless extreme path Tao patterns rushed out of the wood ancestor's body. The top half of the tree that was shattered by Gu Fei actually recovered rapidly, and the power of Gu Fei's heaven-treading step was forcibly blocked. The two extreme path Tao patterns constantly collided and constantly canceled each other out. Where the two powers met, countless Tao patterns were annihilated, and even the void couldn't exist. Good fella, he can actually force Mu's sand foam to show his true form. The supremacy of 9 paths is really powerful. A extreme path sovereign who was watching from afar exclaimed. When the news that a supremacy of 9 paths had appeared in the primogenitor realm spread, the whole world was shocked. Even some super antiques that had lived for countless years were alarmed. The supremacy of 9 paths was a legend, an invincible legend. Many people couldn't believe that the legendary supremacy of 9 paths had actually appeared in front of them. At this time, many extreme path sovereigns wanted to strangle this heaven-defying existence. It should be known that if this guy was allowed to mature, no one in the entire primogenitor realm would be able to match him. Once the supremacy of 9 paths matured, he would definitely break the balance of power in the primogenitor realm. This was something that the supremacy of the primogenitor realm didn't want to see. However, the extreme path sovereigns of the primogenitor realm didn't want to offend Gu Fei so easily. It should be known that if they attacked and failed to kill Gu Fei, the consequences would be very serious. At this time, The wood ancestor was frantically devouring the essence energy of the primogenitor mountain range, and the power that erupted from his body was constantly increasing in intensity. Countless extreme path Tao patterns appeared on the body of the tree that the wood ancestor had transformed into. Each Tao pattern emitted a dazzling divine light of the great path, and the released extreme path level power gathered together and condensed on every vine on the tree. In the next moment, the vines that rose from the sky directly broke through the power of Gu Fei's heaven-treading step and entangled Gu Fei. One eye of samsara, Gu Fei shouted, and reincarnation power rushed out of his eyes. The reincarnation power of the great path of samsara erupted, and the piercing vines disappeared in the void, obliterated by the mighty reincarnation power. What? The wood ancestor was shocked. Before he could react, he seemed to have entered another world, and his consciousness became blurry. When he woke up, he realized that he had actually become a small tree that had taken root on a chaotic divine stone, and on the other side of the chaotic divine stone, there was another small tree that had taken root. There was chaos around the chaotic divine stone. Apart from chaos, there was nothing else. How is this possible? The wood ancestor was really shocked. He had clearly been born and became an extreme path sovereign. How did he return to the time when he had just awakened? The origin of the two great wood ancestor wasn't a secret in the primogenitor realm. The two great wood ancestor were two wondrous trees that were nurtured on a chaotic divine stone in the chaos. The two wondrous trees on the chaos had become extreme path sovereigns, and this was the origin of the wood ancestor. At this time, the wood ancestor was very weak, but he already had the cultivation and combat power of an immortal god. However, with such strength, it was impossible for him to protect himself in the chaos. Any random chaotic creature could get rid of the two trees on the chaotic divine stone. Chapter 3804. Gu Fei used the reincarnation technique, and the power of reincarnation surged out of his eyes. It actually sent the Wood clan's primogenitor back to when he had just awakened. The Wood ancestor who had just regained consciousness was very weak. While he was still in shock, a figure walked out of the chaos. What? The Wood ancestor was shocked. The powerful figure walked towards the chaotic divine stone he had taken root in. Clearly, it was coming for them. At that moment, an air-piercing sound was heard. A vine suddenly shot out from the other small tree on the divine chaos rock. The vine pierced through the chaotic creature. The wood ancestor was both surprised and happy. He vaguely remembered that when they had just awakened their consciousness, they had been in danger a few times. It was his elder brother who had killed the creatures in the chaos, allowing him to survive. The creatures born in the chaos lived in this environment where the strong preyed on the weak. They had to take the risk of being killed by other chaotic creatures to slowly grow. The consciousness of the wood ancestor was very clear. He knew that he was fighting against Gu Fei, and that Gu Fei had forced him into reincarnation. However, although he knew all this, he was powerless. He could not break through the reincarnation and return to reality to fight against Gu Fei. Roar! The primogenitor of the Wood clan roared madly. The entire world shook violently, and the scenery around him changed rapidly. Soon, the primogenitor found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Boom! In the next moment, a huge golden hand descended from the sky and slammed him into the ground. The entire ground immediately shook violently, and the vast energy ripples caused the ground to undulate like waves. The golden hand dissipated in the void, and a huge palm print appeared on the ground. In the next moment, a figure rushed out of the palm print. This person was the wood ancestor. He was in an extremely sorry state. Many parts of his body were bleeding. It was a purplish-green blood. He was severely injured, and his body was almost destroyed by the golden hand that descended from the sky. As soon as the Wood Tribe's first ancestor rushed out, an extremely sharp golden sword light instantly slashed at him and actually cut him in half. Roar! The Wood ancestor roared in anger. The two halves of his body immediately fused back together. However, at this moment, a golden figure appeared. That figure stretched out his hand and grabbed the Wood Race primogenitor. He then tossed the Wood Race primogenitor into a furnace, wanting to refine him. At this moment, the Wood ancestor seemed to be trapped in reincarnation, unable to extricate himself. Inside the golden furnace, golden divine fire burned. The Wood clan's ancestor only lasted for less than an hour before he was refined into a stream of life essence, which then turned into a divine pill of life. At this moment, the golden furnace opened. A huge hand reached in and grabbed the divine pill of life. It was Gu Fei. The Wood Race's progenitor had actually been refined into a divine pill of life in the cycle of reincarnation. This was an extreme-grade divine pill refined from the essence, energy, and soul of an extreme supreme being. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to break out of my reincarnation. Gu Fei looked at the extreme divine pill of life in his hand and said indifferently, Seeing this scene, the extreme supreme of the primogenitor realm were dumbfounded. In just a short time, the Wood ancestor was refined into a divine pill. This was too terrifying. At this moment, the divine pill of life in Gu Fei's hand vibrated violently and began to release extreme power. Do you still want to struggle before death? Gu Fei immediately struck out 9 extreme Tao patterns and imprinted them onto the divine elixir of life. The divine elixir immediately quietened down. An extreme-grade divine pill was definitely a supreme divine pill that would make even an extreme-grade sovereign go green with envy. It should be known that this divine pill was refined by Gu Fei from the Wood clan's primogenitor, and it contained the perfect power of the great Tao of Wood. This would be of great help to those who wanted to break through to the supreme realm. Gu Fei directly refined the consciousness of the Wood ancestor. It was actually so easy to kill a supreme. This made Gu Fei feel a little incredulous. At this moment, Gu Fei still didn't know what it meant to be a supreme of 9 paths in the primogenitor realm. The other supreme beings in the primogenitor realm were already stunned by Gu Fei. This was because Gu Fei's method was too frightening. He could actually refine a supreme into a divine pill of life. Just as Gu Fei refined the Wood ancestor into a divine pill, a furious roar rang out from the Wood ancestor's ancestral ground. Then, a powerful figure of the extreme grade charged out from the depths of the Wood ancestor's ancestral ground and instantly disappeared into the void. What happened to the great primogenitor? All the experts in the ancestral land of the Wood ancestor were indescribably shocked. The great primogenitor hadn't been angry for a long time. What exactly happened to make the great primogenitor personally take action? When Gu Fei refined the Wood ancestor, he also used the reincarnation technique to read all of the primogenitor's memories. Thus, he learned the truth about the Wood ancestor. In the next moment, he laughed and took a step forward, instantly disappearing into the void. What is he trying to do? The supreme sovereigns of the primogenitor realm couldn't help but be astonished at this scene. At this moment, they didn't dare to recklessly attack Gu Fei. The primogenitor of the Wood ancestor was a supreme at the intermediate stage of the extreme Tao. If even he was refined into a divine pill of life by Gu Fei, the others were definitely not Gu Fei's match. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Primogenitor mountain range. A terrifying and towering divine aura immediately erupted from this figure, causing the heavens to tremble. It's him! When the sovereign saw this existence, They couldn't help but be shocked. This supreme was the other primogenitor of the wood ancestor, and the strongest one at that. Who is it? Who killed my brother? Who dares to kill my brother? The voice of the wood ancestor resounded throughout the world. No one dared to speak, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, the divine sense of the wood ancestor had already enveloped a radius of billions of miles. However, he didn't find any aura of the murderer who killed his brother. At this moment, a figure appeared outside the entrance of the valley where the ancestral land of the wood ancestor was located. This person was Gu Fei. No one thought that he would actually dare to come to their doorstep. At this moment, the experts in the ancestral land of the wood ancestor noticed Gu Fei. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Chapter 3805. Gu Fei used the reincarnation art to erase the Wood Clan's progenitor's cultivation and forced him into reincarnation. In the end, he even refined the Wood Clan's progenitor into an extreme-grade divine pill. The Wood Clan's second progenitor, who had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years and ruled over billions of lives, died just like that. All the extreme-grade sovereigns who witnessed this scene were indescribably shocked. They felt a chill run down their spines. This was the first extreme-grade sovereign to die in the past 10,000 years. Extreme-grade sovereigns were invincible in the myriad of worlds. They were existences that stood above all living beings and could be said to be immortal. But now, an immortal extreme-grade sovereign had actually died. The news spread through the ancestral realm at an unimaginable speed. In an instant, the entire cultivation world of the ancestral realm was silent, and then it boiled. The Wood Clan's second progenitor died. How is that possible? Someone shook his head in disbelief. It was no wonder. That was not an ordinary being. It was an extreme-grade sovereign. It was too difficult to kill an extreme-grade sovereign. Even in the ancestral realm, battles between extreme-grade sovereigns rarely happened. The extreme-grade sovereigns of the major forces were mostly used as deterrents. Not many people in the ancestral realm had seen an extreme-grade sovereign fight. Of course, once an extreme-grade sovereign made a move, it would be an earth-shattering event that would shake the entire ancestral realm. However, it had been a long time since an extreme-grade sovereign made a move. The last time they made a move was not long ago. They wanted to kill a heaven-defying existence in the ancestral god realm. However, the Wood Clan's progenitor, who led the battle, seemed to have suffered a great loss. Not only did he not kill that expert, but he was also disgraced. Although the Wood Clan's progenitor deliberately concealed this matter, it still spread out. This made the two Wood Clan's progenitors very unhappy. When Mu Sanfeng went crazy, it was no joke. Some of the smaller forces suffered a calamity and were killed by him. After he made a move, the discussions about him in the ancestral realm immediately died down. But now, Mu Sanfeng, the Wood Clan's second progenitor, was a thing of the past. Boom. At this time, Gu Fei appeared outside the ancestral land of the Wood Race. He directly punched the mountain gate of the ancestral land of the Wood Race, and then walked in step by step with his hands behind his back. Angry roars came from the ancestral land of the Wood Race. More than a dozen extremely powerful figures rushed out. The entire ancestral land of the Wood Race was in an uproar. How dare you destroy our ancestral land? Are you courting death? The leader roared at Gu Fei. Noisy! Gu Fei waved his right hand, and the Wood Clan powerhouse didn't even have the chance to let out a scream before he was instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. The blood mist that the Wood Tribe powerful being had turned into splashed onto the bodies of the other Wood Tribe powerful beings. The warm blood splashed onto their faces, and these wood tribe powerful beings were instantly stunned. Ants. Gu Fei didn't even look at these guys and directly walked past them. After walking for a long time, countless bloody wounds suddenly appeared on the bodies of these wood tribe powerful beings who were standing there motionlessly. Their whole bodies fell apart like building blocks. The wood tribe powerful beings who rushed out of the ancestral land of the wood race were all stunned when they saw this scene. Who was this person? How dare he come here and start a massacre? Activate the Grand Formation. Activate the Grand Formation. Activate the Grand Formation. For me, someone crazily roared towards the ancestral land of the wood race. Everyone was panicking. Because there were 2 wood tribe progenitors in the ancestral land, there was no need to activate the Mountain Protection Grand Formation. There were 2 extreme grade supremes in the ancestral land who would dare to come here and court death. However, the news of the death of the wood race's second progenitor had yet to reach the ancestral land of the wood race. All the wood tribe powerful beings in the ancestral land of the wood race didn't know how powerful Gu Fei was. Kill him. An old man stepped out of the crowd and directly attacked Gu Fei, who was walking towards him step by step. He waved his right hand, and countless thorny vines immediately rushed out of his hand. Like spears, they pierced through the void and directly stabbed in front of Gu Fei. Bang! Countless vines seemed to hit an invisible wall in front of Gu Fei, and all exploded. Swoosh! Gu Fei casually waved his hand, and an extremely sharp sword light immediately rushed out of his hand and swept towards the group of people in front of him. The speed of the sword light was so fast that even the quasi-supreme being old man couldn't dodge it in time. In the next moment, the sword light flashed, and that group of people was directly sliced in half at the waist. They fell to the ground and revealed their original forms. These guys were usually in human form. However, after being cut in half at the waist by Gu Fei, they immediately revealed their original forms. They were all wood elemental creatures like vine spirits, tree monsters, and flower demons. Gu Fei killed a large number of wood tribe experts in one move. Even a quasi-supreme was killed by his sword light. This scared the countless wood tribe experts that rushed over from all directions. Perhaps in the eyes of others, a quasi-supreme was invincible under the supremes. A quasi-supreme was enough to run amok in a domain. If the supremes didn't take action, no one could do anything to them. However, in front of a real supremes, especially in front of Gu Fei, a quasi-supreme was extremely weak. At best, they were just slightly stronger ants. At this time, in the ancestral land of the wood race, Gu Fei seemed to have entered an unstoppable state. With a wave of his hand, he could kill a group of wood tribe experts. No one could withstand a casual attack from him. However, at this time, the great formation of the ancestral land of the wood race was finally activated. An incomparably bright, divine light rushed out from the depths of the ancestral land of the wood race. In the next moment, the divine light that rushed into the sky directly exploded and turned into a huge light curtain. In an instant, the entire ancestral land of the wood race was shrouded in it. Buzz. Countless formation, runes appeared in the sky. An ancient formation covered the entire sky. A terrifying aura of destruction came from the formation. All the wood tribe experts in the ancestral land of the wood race were terrified to the extreme. Even their souls were trembling. This was an extreme formation that could display the power of the extreme grade. In front of the extreme grade, all beings were ants. The creatures in the ancestral land of the wood race were naturally ants. Interesting. Gu Fei raised his head and looked at the formation in the sky with his hands behind his back. This extreme grade formation should have been laid down by the two extreme grade primogenitors of the wood race. Even if a real extreme grade expert were to descend, it could still resist a little. However, it was a pity. Although this killing formation was powerful, it was not as powerful as the killing formations laid down by the disheveled old man for Gu Fei. Chapter 38:06. Gu Fei killed his way to the wood race's ancestral grounds. At the same time, the wood race's first ancestor had already killed his way to the ancestral mountain range. The two experts did not meet. Roar! The wood race's first ancestor roared into the sky, causing the entire ancestral mountain range to tremble. At this moment, the mysterious elder and the ancient demon venerable were fighting in the ancestral mountain range. The Wind Saint Supreme had already retreated to the side, as he felt that it was beneath him to join hands with others. The god from the mountain and river cauldron was still drinking and watching the show uncomfortably. Although the disheveled old man was watching the show, the phenomenon around him was extremely shocking. Countless formation runes were faintly discernible in the void around him. With a single thought, he could summon thousands of killing formations. None of the Supremes present dared to underestimate him. Demonic universe refinement. The ancient demon venerable roared furiously. The void that was enveloped by demonic aura shook violently, enveloping the mysterious elder as well. Roar! A black dragon circled around the mysterious elder. The black dragon constantly roared, shaking the heavens and earth. This black dragon was formed from the wooden staff in the mysterious elder's hand. It was also an extreme great ancestral dragon, which shocked everyone. A extreme great ancestral dragon was the strongest ancestral dragon in the world. It was strong enough to contend against the legendary Grand Sovereign. Everything was possible in the ancestral world. Even the disheveled old man was surprised that an extreme great sovereign of the dragon race had appeared before. However, this black dragon had already been refined into a Tao tool, becoming a different kind of existence. The mysterious elder was definitely one of the strongest extreme grade sovereigns. Even the ancient demon venerable, who had been sealed in the ancestral mountain range by the primordial sovereign for countless years, was constantly forced back by him. Old demon, you're no longer the same as before. Just let me seal you. Ha! The mysterious elder laughed and attacked. The boundless demonic aura was directly dispersed by him. An extreme grade chaotic energy surged from his body, shaking the heavens and earth. Chaotic Supreme? Even the disheveled old man couldn't help but be moved when he saw this. Another chaotic exalt had actually appeared in the world, and this was truly unbelievable to him. In fact, every perfect grand heaven and earth had the possibility of giving birth to an extreme Tao paragon. And perfect grand heaven and earth didn't just include the heaven realm, the human realm, the ancestral realm, the primal chaos devil realm, and the ancestral god realm. Moreover, every perfect world would give birth to more than one extreme sovereign. For example, the mortal world and heaven realm had given birth to many extreme sovereigns. The ancient Buddhist Lord, the supreme martial ancestor, and the supreme Tao ancestor were all supreme supremes from the human realm. These supremes were undefeatable in the 3 realms and 6 Tao, and they were invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Only the extreme Tao supremes of the ancestral realm could suppress them. The primogenitor's realm reigned above the myriad worlds. The number of extreme Tao supremes born in the primogenitor's realm far exceeded the total number of extreme Tao supremes born in the myriad worlds. This was also why the primogenitor realm's forces could treat the universe as their hunting ground. Even a perfect grand heaven and earth like the ancestral god realm was once ruled by a force from the primogenitor's realm, not to mention the other grand heaven and earth. A primal chaos sovereign. He's actually a primal chaos sovereign. The extreme Tao supremes of the ancestral realm jumped in fright. They had a vague feeling that this mysterious old man had grasped more than one great Tao, and he wasn't just a great Tao supremacy. Little brat, stop boasting shamelessly. When I was roaming the primogenitor's realm, who knows where you were playing with sand? You want to seal me? Unless the primordial chaos sovereign comes personally. The ancient archdevil ancestor roared madly. Blood-colored devilish light shot out from his devilish eyes, piercing towards the mysterious old man. Wherever the devilish light passed by, the void would be annihilated. The mysterious old man seemed to be slightly fearful of the devilish light that shot out from the ancient archdevil ancestor's devilish eyes. He didn't dare to face it head-on, and he kept dodging. After all, the ancient archdevil ancestor had been sealed by the primordial chaos sovereign for countless years, and his vitality was already greatly damaged. Otherwise, even if the mysterious old man was a primal chaos sovereign, he definitely wouldn't be a match for the ancient archdevil ancestor. At this moment, the first ancestor of the wood race suddenly sensed something. His expression changed drastically, and he directly turned and left. And in the Ing Tian sect, the battle between the old ancestor and the wood race's Mu Tianen had also ended. After all, the old ancestor was one of the few quasi-supremes, and Mu Tianen was still slightly weaker. After a great battle, Mu Tianen was heavily injured by the old ancestor. If it wasn't for Mu Jinghong's timely arrival, Mu Tianen would have been killed by the old ancestor. Ing Tian, you have guts, actually daring to kill your way here. At the peak of the Ing Tian ancestral mountain, Mu Jinghong stared at the old ancestor opposite him as he spoke coldly. A chilling, killing intent spread out from his body, and the temperature of the entire world plummeted. Young lord. Beside Mu Jinghong's feet, a person lay paralyzed. This person was precisely Mu Tianen. At this time, Mu Tianen was in an extremely sorry state. There were actually some parts of his body that revealed the characteristics of the wood race, such as tree bark and branches. He was practically beaten back to his original form by the old ancestor. Useless guy scrammed to the side. Mu Jinghong waved his right hand, and Mu Tianen flew out from the peak of the Ing Tian ancestral mountain. Immediately, a figure rushed out from outside and carried him away. The old ancestor Ing Tian killed his way into the Ing Tian ancestral mountain and started a massacre, offending many people. This was because among those who were killed by him, not only were the wood race's experts killed, but also the experts of the forces that relied on the wood race. However, the old ancestor Ing Tian didn't care. In the ancestral realm, the weak were prey to the strong. This was an eternal truth that would never change for thousands of years. As long as one's fist was strong enough, they could make everyone submit to their feet. Whoever dared to say half a word would be killed with one punch. Of course, the prerequisite was that one had to be strong enough. Just like those extreme supremes who stood at the peak of all living beings, they had this kind of ability. They didn't need to make a move. Just by standing anywhere, they could intimidate an entire region. No one dared to defy them. Mu Jinghong, I'm surprised that you're still alive. The old ancestor, Ing Tian, suddenly looked at Mu Jinghong with a smile that wasn't a smile. The old ancestor, Ing Tian, had already sensed the extreme Tao aura that erupted from Gu Fei and knew that Gu Fei had successfully transcended the tribulation. This Mu Jinghong actually dared to watch Gu Fei transcend the tribulation. Wasn't he courting death? However, he didn't expect that Gu Fei didn't care about Mu Jinghong at all. At this time, only extreme Tao Supremes had the qualifications to be Gu Fei's opponent. Would a dragon in the sky care about an ant on the ground? What do you mean by that? When Mu Jinghong heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He seemed to have thought of something. What I mean is that your wood race is going to be in big trouble. The old ancestor Ing Tian smiled. He had already vaguely guessed that there must be some grudge between Gu Fei and the wood race. Otherwise, Gu Fei wouldn't have come to the wood race. What? Chapter 3807. The ancestral land of the Wood Clan was definitely one of the rare treasures in the ancestral realm. The mountains here were full of tigers and dragons, and spirit chi gathered here. It was actually a place formed by the heavens and earth. After countless years of cultivation by the wood race, the essence energy in the wood race's ancestral land was so thick that it was almost liquefied. If an ordinary cultivator were to cultivate here, his or her cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds with every breath he or she took. To put it bluntly, even a pig that was thrown into the ancestral land of the Wood Clan would become an immortal after a long time. However, at this time, there was a terrifying aura in the ancestral land of the Wood Clan. In the ancestral land, there were fallen flowers and trees everywhere. These flowers and trees had all been cut by sharp weapons, and their spirit chi had all been drained. They could not be more dead. When the first ancestor of the Wood Clan rushed back and saw this scene, he almost went crazy. Roar! The first ancestor of the Wood Clan roared at the sky. The entire sky collapsed and was annihilated. This roar seemed like it was going to collapse the sky. At this time, a figure sat in the sky above the ancestral land of the Wood Clan. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the spirit chi that the ancestral land of the Wood Clan had gathered for countless years. This spirit chi was so huge that it made the person's body swell up like a ball. Even Gu Fei found it difficult to refine such a huge amount of essence chi in a short period of time. At this moment, his 9 Daos sovereign martial body was still transforming. At this time, there was no longer a single Wood Clan cultivator alive in the ancestral land of the Wood Clan. All of them had been killed by Gu Fei, and their spirit chi had been devoured. Waves of divine sounds of the great path came from within Gu Fei's body. 9 kinds of Tao patterns of the great path appeared and intertwined around him in the void. Damn it, did you kill my clansman? The first ancestor of the Wood Clan stared at Gu Fei, who was sitting in the void opposite him, and roared madly. His eyes were red. He had spent so much effort and was about to pluck the fruit of the way, but this guy had actually beaten him to it. This feeling of working hard for someone else almost made the first ancestor of the Wood Clan go crazy. Only you are allowed to kill people, but others are not allowed to kill you. Gu Fei slowly opened his eyes and looked indifferently at the first ancestor of the wood race. It's you. At this time, the first progenitor of the wood race finally recognized Gu Fei. On that day, he joined forces with other extreme Tao Supremes to attack Gu Fei and even used the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram. But in the end, he couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. Although the first progenitor of the wood race was separated by 2 worlds, he still saw Gu Fei. The battle in the ancestral god realm had ended with the wood race's defeat. The 2 great progenitors of the wood race had been brooding over this, and they had been thinking about how to subdue this hunting ground that was the ancestral god realm. Compared to what the wood race had done to the countless living beings in the ancestral god realm, Gu Fei wouldn't have gone overboard even if he had slaughtered all the wood race cultivators in the wood race's ancestral land. One had to know that the ancestral god realm under the control of the wood race was only one of the countless hunting grounds that the wood race controlled. When the living beings in the ancestral god realm grew strong enough, the wood race would start hunting. That would be the true destruction of living beings. You killed my brother, didn't you? The first progenitor of the wood race stared fiercely at Gu Fei and said while gritting his teeth, "So what if I did?" Gu Fei slowly stood up from the void. In the next moment, the 9 kinds of Tao patterns that circled around his body instantly rushed into his body. Then go to hell. The first progenitor of the wood race roared and directly attacked. A terrifying aura of the extreme Tao erupted from his body, and a circle of transparent ripples instantly spread with him as the center. Swoosh! Countless thorns directly rushed out of the void and stabbed at Gu Fei from all directions at an extremely fast speed. Gu Fei didn't move, and his expression was indifferent. The moment the thorns stabbed in front of him, his body trembled, and all the thorns immediately stopped 3 feet away from him, as if they had stabbed into an invisible wall. In the next moment, an invisible power of wind erupted from Gu Fei's body. Immediately, the void seemed to have been slashed by countless invisible blades, and the thorns were cut into countless pieces and fell from the sky. What? The first progenitor of the wood race couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. In the next moment, a beam of divine light rushed out from the center of his brows, and a divine eye opened. In the next moment, what appeared in front of him was an overwhelming number of laws of the great Tao that swept towards him. The power of wind, under the divine eye of the first progenitor of the wood race, any power or law was seen through by him, and the power of the great Tao of wind was no exception. Although he couldn't see the wind, he could see the laws of the great Tao of wind. When one's cultivation reached the extreme level, the power of the great Tao was actually the power of laws. Wind was everywhere, and the first progenitor of the wood race had no space to dodge at all. He could only face it head-on. More thorns rushed out of the void around him, and every single one of them had a golden, metallic luster. The golden thorns immediately coiled around the first progenitor's body to form a golden cocoon, protecting him within. In the next moment, the sound of metal clanging rang out, and countless wind blades slashed at the golden cocoon. Sparks flew everywhere, and the cocoon shook violently. Seeing this, Gu Fei was somewhat surprised. The first progenitor of the wood race had actually grasped the power of 2 great Tao. Other than the power of the great Tao of wood, he had also grasped the power of the great Tao of metal. This was a sovereign of 2 great Taos, and the power of wood and metal fused together. This caused the first progenitor's defense to soar to an unimaginable level. Gu Fei's power of the great Tao of wind was actually unable to break through the first progenitor's defense. Gu Fei took advantage of the fact that the power of the wind Tao had yet to completely dissipate to take a deep breath. In the next moment, his entire body nearly doubled in size. His flesh, blood, tendons, and bones instantly unleashed a terrifying power. "Eat my fist." Gu Fei exhaled and instantly disappeared into the void. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already in front of the golden cocoon of the first progenitor of the wood race. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei directly threw out a new attack that surpassed his limits, the extremity-breaking fist. Bam! With a muffled sound, Gu Fei's fist fiercely slammed into the golden cocoon. In the next moment, countless cracks immediately appeared on the golden cocoon. Boom! Chapter 38:08. Gu Fei struck out with the extremity-shattering fist and directly blasted the golden cocoon of the Wood Clan's first progenitor, sending him flying. How is this possible? The Wood Clan's first progenitor was in disbelief. How could this guy be so powerful? He was a new sovereign who had just passed the extreme sovereign tribulation. However, the battle prowess displayed by this newly ascended supreme martial artist was much stronger than those veteran supreme martial artists who had lived for countless years. The Wood Clan's first progenitor was originally very confident. After all, he was a dual-path sovereign and had mastered the wood and metal great paths. With the 2 great paths combined, he could dominate the ancestral realm. But now, he was sent flying by a little guy with a single punch. He was going crazy. At this time, after Gu Fei punched out with the extreme breaking fist, his entire body shrunk like a deflated balloon. His swollen muscles shrunk rapidly. The extreme breaking fist consumed a large amount of Gu Fei's essence. With his current cultivation, he could only punch out 5 or 6 more times before he couldn't take it anymore. Boom! At this time, the Wood Clan's first progenitor crashed into a mountain. In the next moment, the entire mountain crumbled and dust rose into the sky. Roar! The Wood Clan's first progenitor roared and rushed into the sky. The power of wood and metal erupted from his body. A golden figure with vines wrapped around his body appeared in the sky. The gigantic Dharma idol crushed the entire sky, causing it to shatter. The Dharma that emerged from the Wood Clan's first progenitor was indeed shocking. However, Gu Fei only smiled at this scene. His face was still indifferent. Looks like my brother's death was not undeserved. I didn't expect you to have such heaven-defying combat power when you just became an extreme sovereign. If I don't kill you now, what will happen when you grow? The Wood Clan's first progenitor was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, and there was blood seeping out of many places. That was the Wood Clan's first progenitor's blood essence. The extreme sovereign's blood essence was incredible. To an alchemist, the extreme sovereign's blood essence was as precious as an immortal divine medicine. It could be used to make great medicines. Gu Fei had previously refined the second ancestor of the Wood Clan into her extreme Tao Dan. The life force contained in these extreme supremes, which were cultivated from plants and vegetation, was much more astonishing than that of ordinary supremes. Due to their powerful life force, they were much harder to kill than ordinary supremes. The reason why Gu Fei was able to kill the second ancestor of the Wood Clan was because the power of the great path of samsara was too great. It directly stripped the second ancestor of his cultivation and battle prowess. However, the first progenitor's cultivation and battle prowess were clearly much greater than the second progenitor's. The power of reincarnation might not be able to do anything to him. Previously, he was able to destroy the second progenitor of the wood race with a single punch, but this first progenitor of the wood race was not destroyed by his punch. Want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Gu Fei coldly stared at the first progenitor of the wood race. Ha ha! The first progenitor of the Wood Clan suddenly laughed. In the next moment, the entire world suddenly darkened. It was as if night had come in an instant. The entire world suddenly became so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Gu Fei fiercely raised his head. At the same time, an extreme level of primal chaos power descended from the sky. The entire world was collapsing as if it was being crushed by an invisible hand. Primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram. Gu Fei was shocked. He was not unfamiliar with this aura. In the ancestral god realm, he and the first progenitor of the wood race had fought across the sky. The first progenitor of the wood race had used the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram to resist the power of the ancestral god realm's heavenly punishment. The fact that the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram could resist the power of the ancestral god realm's heavenly punishment was enough to show how powerful and extraordinary this extreme Tao artifact was. At this moment, the power of the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram suppressed all directions, sealing off all paths of retreat for Gu Fei. The current him was like a fish in a fishing net. Little fellow, die! The first progenitor of the wood race roared madly. He desperately activated the primal chaos heaven ceiling diagram. An ancient primal chaos Tao diagram appeared around Gu Fei, and then it obliterated him. Everything in the path of the primal chaos Tao diagram was annihilated. Everything ceased to exist in an instant. It was obliterated by the power of primal chaos. Gu Fei did not speak. His expression turned solemn. The primal chaos heavens sealing diagram was known to be able to seal the heavens. The power of this extreme Tao artifact could not be underestimated. If he had the mountain and river cauldron, he naturally would not be afraid of this primal chaos heavens sealing diagram. However, the problem was that the disheveled old man had used all his extreme Tao artifacts to set up the formation before his tribulation. He only had 2 extreme Tao artifacts, the 9 heavenly stars sword and the sky blue immortal gold battle robe. At this moment, the power of primal chaos obliterated him from all directions. An extreme divine light emerged from Gu Fei's body, blocking the vast and mighty chaotic brain. The sky blue immortal gold battle robe radiated with extreme divine light. Streaks of extreme Tao grade Tao patterns emerged and interweaved on the battle robe, constantly releasing a powerful protective power. Gu Fei did not dare to be negligent. He flicked his right hand, and the 9 heavenly stars sword immediately appeared in his hand. In the next moment, he directly slashed with the sword. An extremely sharp sword light instantly rushed out from Gu Fei's hand. However, when the sword light rushed out, it was as if it had fallen into a swamp. Its speed immediately slowed down. Before it could slash the Wood Clan's first progenitor, it collapsed in the void. Seeing this scene, Gu Fei could not help but be moved. The power of the primal chaos heavens sealing diagram could actually suppress the 9 heavenly stars sword. A top extreme Tao artifact was indeed powerful. Ha! Now you know how powerful I am. The Wood Clan's first progenitor laughed. No one knew the power of the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram better than him. Is it very powerful? Gu Fei said disapprovingly. Although the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram was powerful, he still had a trump card that he had not used yet. Still stubborn? I will make sure that you won't even be able to cry later. The Wood Clan's first progenitor roared. Afterwards, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram. Rumble. In the next moment, the chaotic force that erupted from the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram instantly increased by 10 times. What? Gu Fei was shocked. The chaotic force that had increased by 10 times was obliterated. The protective light around him was immediately compressed to less than half a foot in front of him. Buzz. The sky blue immortal gold battle robe on Gu Fei vibrated. Countless extreme Tao patterns appeared on the battle robe and interweaved into Tao diagrams. An even more powerful extreme force erupted from the sky blue immortal gold battle robe. The god of the sky blue immortal gold battle robe was putting his life on the line. He released the extreme force as if his life depended on it to resist the chaotic force of the primal chaos heaven sealing diagram. Chapter 3809. The primal chaos Fengtian diagram was definitely one of the top extreme Tao artifacts in the primal god realm. It could contend against the power of heavenly punishment. The power of heavenly punishment could easily kill an extreme Tao supremacy. Even the strongest extreme Tao supremacy in the primal god realm would not dare to challenge the power of heavenly punishment. An extreme Tao supremacy was a supreme existence that stood above all living beings in the universe. Being able to kill an extreme Tao supremacy was enough to show how powerful and terrifying the power of heavenly punishment was. It could intimidate an extreme Tao supremacy and make them not dare to enter a place with the power of heavenly punishment. It was also because of the existence of the power of heavenly punishment that the major forces in the primal god realm could no longer control those places. Rumble, endless chaotic power, rushed towards Gu Fei from all directions. The power of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram was unimaginably powerful. If it was an ordinary extreme grade supremacy, they would have been obliterated by the power of the primal chaos sky ceiling diagram, and their bodies and souls would have been destroyed. However, the person that the wood race's first progenitor used the primal chaos Fontian diagram to deal with was Gu Fei, a supremacy of the nine paths and a living legend. In books, a supremacy of the nine paths was a legend. The void around Gu Fei was sealed by the chaotic power. The primal chaos Fontian diagram turned into an ancient primal chaos Tao diagram and trapped him within. Ha ha ha! Supremacy of the nine paths, legend of the extreme Tao. It's all a joke. Today, I'll kill a supremacy of the nine paths for the world to see. The wood race's first progenitor roared crazily. At this moment, the aura of the extreme Tao supremacy started to appear in the distant sky. Some extreme Tao supremacy had already arrived nearby to watch the battle. The shockwaves produced by the battle between extreme Tao experts were too powerful. Once the extreme Tao supremacy erupted, all living beings in the entire region would sense it, especially those extreme Tao supremacy. Some of them directly came to the vicinity of the wood race's ancestral land. Of course, the appearance of the ancient devil lord attracted the attention of most of the extreme Tao supremacy. The battle between Gu Fei and the wood race's first progenitor only attracted a small portion of the extreme Tao supremacy's attention. "Want to kill me?" "Ha!" Gu Fei laughed heartily. He had to admit that the primal chaos sky ceiling diagram was very strong, but he wasn't someone to be trifled with. He was a supreme being of the nine paths. There was a reason why the supremes of the nine paths were called legends in the primogenitor realm. What other tricks do you have? Still being stubborn? If you obediently accept your death, you might die a more comfortable death. The wood race's primogenitor sat cross-legged in the void and activated the chaos sky ceiling diagram with all his might. At this moment, the primal chaos Fontian diagram was continuously devouring the essence of the earth. The first progenitor of the wood race had drawn the power of the earth. This way, the primal chaos Fontian diagram's power had multiplied. "I've underestimated you. I didn't expect you to have grasped the grand Tao of earth." Gu Fei's expression turned serious. This first progenitor of the Wood clan had hidden his strength well. This guy wasn't a supreme of the second path, but a supreme of the third path. In the entire primogenitor realm, the number of extreme grade sovereigns that grasped 3 perfect great Taos could be counted on one hand. A supreme of the third path was much more powerful than a supreme of the two paths. The two were not on the same level at all. At this moment, a divine sound of the great Tao rang out from Gu Fei's body. 9 paths hummed, and 9 perfect great Taos erupted from his body. There were 9 types of great Tao, and each great Tao had 9 supreme Tao patterns. In other words, there were a total of 81 supreme Tao patterns intertwining around Gu Fei at this moment, and every Tao pattern was emitting a supreme great Tao power. The power of the 9 ways clashed with one another, actually pushing aside the chaotic force that had been annihilated from all directions. However, Gu Feidong was taking a huge risk by using these 9 types of great path powers. Once he lost control of these 9 types of great path powers, he would be the first to suffer. Seeing this, the first progenitor of the wood race was dumbfounded. He had activated the chaos sky ceiling diagram with all his might, but he still couldn't do anything to this guy. The extreme grade legend really lives up to his name. An extreme grade sovereign side in the distant sky. The first progenitor of the wood race had used the chaos sky ceiling diagram, yet he still couldn't do anything to Gu Fei. This was truly unbelievable. The chaos sky ceiling diagram was a famous extreme grade Tao artifact in the primogenitor realm. 9 Taos unite to break chaos. Gu Fei roared and circulated the 9 Daos power with all his might. His clothes immediately swelled up. The sky-blue, immortal gold battle armor on him shone with the most resplendent divine light of the great Tao and enveloped him. He seemed to be straining himself. Bean-sized beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. His body emitted the sound of wind and thunder as his blood circulated at an extremely fast speed. Mobilizing the 9 Daos power was much more difficult than moving a primordial divine mountain. One had to know that these were perfect great Tao patterns. Every great Tao pattern could crush the ages. Ordinary supremes were simply ants before the 9 Daos. The 9 Daos unite. The power of the 9 perfect great Tao patterns frantically gathered on Gu Fei's fist. "Break it for me." Gu Fei roared and directly punched out with the 9 Daos unite. The speed of this punch instantly broke through the limits. The 9 Daos unite allowed him to use the extreme breaking fist. In the next moment, a terrifying divine light rushed out from Gu Fei's fist. This punch actually broke through the chaos sky ceiling diagram and rushed out. That wasn't all. The terrifying fist force of the extreme breaking fist spread out in all directions, scattering the chaotic energy that had gathered. At this moment, Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly. His extreme grade god might was shocking. This was simply domineering. How is this possible? Looking at the countless chaos Tao patterns crumbling in the void, the first progenitor of the wood race was dumbfounded. He didn't expect his opponent to be this strong. He had already overestimated Gu Fei. However, he realized that he had still underestimated Gu Fei. The extreme grade supremes who were watching from afar were completely dumbfounded. Am I seeing things? He actually broke through the seal of the chaos sky ceiling diagram. Someone exclaimed in shock. The 9 Daos supremes were too strong. Even though they had just become extreme grade supremes, they could already compete with the first progenitor of the wood race, who was a veteran extreme grade supremes. Swoosh! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei rushed out from the seal of the chaos sky ceiling diagram and directly slashed at the first progenitor of the wood race. Buzz! A loud sound came from the body of the first progenitor of the wood race. Then, a ball of golden radiance enveloped him. Gu Fei's sword actually broke through the void of heaven and earth. It was as though the sword had split the entire heaven and earth skin city into two. It was incomparably shocking. The sword that Gu Fei slashed out landed on the head of the first progenitor of the wood race. It directly broke through the layer of golden radiance and continued to descend slowly. This, chapter 38:10. The power of the 9 Daos, as one was too powerful. Gu Fei actually broke through the seal of the primal chaos Fengtian diagram and rushed out. Then, he slashed at the wood race's first progenitor's head. Swoosh! The sword rainbow shocked the sky and soared for millions of miles. It was as if this sword could split the entire world in half. The chilly sword chi spread out, and the temperature of the entire world seemed to drop rapidly. Even the few extreme grade supremes who were watching the battle from 100,000 miles away felt the sword chi rushing towards them. Their faces felt as if a sharp blade had scratched them, causing them to feel a dull pain. What a powerful sword chi! What a powerful sword intent! An extreme grade supremacy exclaimed. The power of Gu Fei's sword strike was extremely powerful. Even the wood race's first progenitor's protective divine light couldn't block it. At this moment, the wood race's first progenitor was in a sorry state. He desperately activated the power in his body, and the protective divine light immediately became incomparably resplendent. However, this was of no use. The sword light above the wood race's first progenitor's head was still descending. It was less than a foot away from the wood race's first progenitor's head. The wood race's first progenitor couldn't help but be moved. His forehead was full of sweat. Damn it! The wood race's first progenitor roared continuously. He frantically circulated the power of the three great Daos. The power of the three great Daos erupted. And then he activated the power of the three great Daos of the world. At this moment, the wood race's first progenitor seemed to have transformed into the perfect great Daos of the three great Daos. His entire body emitted the power of the great Daos. These three powers of the great path turned into countless vines, entangling the sword light that was descending from above. Finally, the sword light stopped descending. However, at this moment, the wood race's first progenitor actually felt exhausted. At this moment, Gu Fei waved his right hand. The primal chaos Fengtian diagram that had already revealed its true form in the void immediately flew towards him. He grabbed it in his hand. Primal chaos Fengtian diagram. Gu Fei looked at the diagram in his hand and saw that there was actually a fist imprint on it. This fist imprint was gradually disappearing. The primal chaos Fengtian diagram was repairing itself. Just now, Gu Fei's punch had greatly impacted the primal chaos Fengtian diagram. I'll send you to hell. Without hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and arrived in front of the first progenitor of the Wood Clan. He then punched the progenitor in the chest. Bam! In the next moment, the first progenitor of the Wood Clan was smashed into pieces by Gu Fei's seemingly casual punch and turned into a mist of blood. At the same time that Gu Fei turned the first progenitor of the wood race into a mist of blood with a single punch, the forefather of Ying Tian and Mu Jinghong were engaged in a fierce battle at the peak of the Ying Tian sect's ancestral mountain. The two experts were evenly matched. Who do you think will win? That's hard to say. Their cultivation and battle prowess are equally matched. It's very likely that both sides will suffer heavy injuries in the end. The experts from the other forces who were watching the battle from afar were discussing in low voices. These people couldn't see anything because even the strongest existence among them was much weaker than old ancestor Ying Tian and Mu Jinghong. Everyone was guessing. At this time, at the peak of Ying Tian Ancestral Mountain, old ancestor Ying Tian was fighting more and more fiercely. However, Mu Jinghong was getting more and more frightened as he fought because he sensed his father's aura. What's going on? Why is that guy fighting with father? Mu Jinghong did not expect that Gu Fei would go straight to the Wood Clan's ancestral land and kill all the Wood Clan cultivators in the Wood Clan's ancestral land. The supremacy of the Nine Paths was a myth. During the heavenly tribulation, the power of the heavenly tribulation reached an unimaginable level. If it was an ordinary supremacy, they would have fallen under the heavenly tribulation. However, Gu Fei endured it and became the legendary supremacy of the Nine Paths. The benefits of undergoing the heavenly tribulation in the ancestral mountain were now being displayed by Gu Fei. This was something that even Gu Fei didn't expect. Ha ha! Mu Jinghong, if you obediently accept your death, I'll leave your corpse intact. How about it? Old ancestor Ying Tian laughed. Hearing this, Mu Jinghong's expression became frighteningly gloomy. Naturally, he wouldn't be stupid enough to surrender, let alone obediently let old ancestor Ying Tian kill him. Chaos of heaven and earth. Mu Jinghong let out a furious roar and immediately unleashed the Wood Clan's killer move. In the next moment, it was as if the entire world had been turned upside down, and all the killer moves that were hurtling towards him were all drawn to the side. The secret technique used by this descendant of the Wood Clan's supremacy seemed to have the same effect as the Chaos Reversal secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This old ancestor in Tion's eyes couldn't help but narrow when he saw this. At the end of the day, the Wood Clan was a super clan that had existed for countless years. The Wood Clan's foundation was very deep, and for countless years, there was almost no force that could shake this behemoth. But now, Gu Fei's sudden appearance had directly broken the balance of power in the ancestral realm. The ancestral realm was about to fall into chaos again. The ancestral realm reigned above the myriad worlds. Once the ancestral realm fell into chaos, the major forces in the ancestral realm wouldn't have the energy to run their hunting grounds. This was also an opportunity for the countless beings in the myriad worlds. Whoosh! Old ancestor Ingtian directly disappeared into the void, and when he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away, just out of the range of Mu Jinghong's Chaos Universe secret technique. Sky-defying slash. Mu Jinghong didn't want to tangle with old ancestor Ingtian anymore, so he immediately used another killer move. A divine light instantly flashed through the void. In the next moment, old ancestor Ingtian was actually cut in half, and his corpse fell from the sky. The experts who were watching the battle from afar were shocked by this scene. No one would have thought that this evenly matched battle would end so quickly. Humph! Like an ant, Mu Jinghong sneered and turned to leave. Who are you calling an ant? At this moment, a voice was heard. Mu Jinghong couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this voice. He quickly turned in the direction of the voice, only to see that old ancestor Ingtian hadn't been killed by him and was looking at him with disdain. How is this possible? Mu Jinghong couldn't believe it. One had to know that there was only one outcome for a quasi-supreme who was struck by his sky-defying secret technique, and that was the destruction of both body and soul. However, this old ancestor Ingtian was still alive. He didn't seem to be injured at all. At this moment, old ancestor Ingtian's corpse that had fallen from the sky actually disappeared. Incarnation! Mu Jinghong stared at old ancestor Ingtian opposite him and said coldly, "Hee hee." Old ancestor Ingtian smiled and didn't say anything. The old ancestor Ingtian that Mu Jinghong had struck with his secret technique was just an incarnation of old ancestor Ingtian. This was a secret technique that used incarnations to replace death. However, when he thought of the danger just now, the smile on old ancestor Ingtian's face immediately disappeared. Mu Jinghong, the one who will die today will definitely be you. As old ancestor Ingtian spoke, the aura on his body instantly surged, and the mighty energy waves from his body impacted the surrounding void, causing it to constantly vibrate. Chapter 38:11. Heaven-defying slash. Mu Jinghong didn't waste any more words with ancestor Ingtian. He immediately launched a fierce attack towards the ancestor Ingtian, and a near-immortal divine light flashed across the void. Without any suspense, ancestor Ingtian was once again struck by Mu Jinghong's secret technique. He couldn't dodge it even if he wanted to. However, ancestor Ingtian wasn't killed just like that. His corpse, which had been split into two, fell from the sky and disappeared into the void before it even hit the ground. In the next moment, a figure appeared high up in the sky. He's using a clone to die in his place again. Mu Jinghong was both shocked and furious. This guy actually had such a secret technique. It really wasn't easy to kill him. After all, ancestor Ingtian was the founding ancestor of the Ingtian sect and had lived for countless years. If he didn't have a few life-saving secret techniques, no one would believe him. A quasi-supreme existence would at least have one or two life-saving secret techniques. It should be known that such life-saving secret techniques could save one's life in a critical moment. Mu Jinghong, you're really something. Ancestor Ingtian was even more shocked. The Wood Clan's secret technique was shockingly powerful. Even with his cultivation, he still couldn't dodge that near-immortal divine light of annihilation. This couldn't go on. It should be known that this kind of cloning technique consumed a lot of vitality. Every time he was slashed, his vitality would be damaged. If he was slashed more than 10 times, even if Ancestor Ingtian was stronger, he wouldn't be able to hold on. Die! Old Ancestor Ingtian let out a furious roar, and an extremely terrifying quasi-supreme level energy fluctuation erupted from his body. A figure directly rushed out from his body and pounced directly towards Mu Jinghong, who was opposite him. What's this? When Mu Jinghong saw this, he was shocked. The blurry figure was extremely fast and had directly pounced in front of him. He could only feel a cold and gloomy aura assaulting his body, and he could not help but shiver. Chaotic universe. Mu Jinghong saw that it was too late to dodge, so he directly used the chaotic universe secret technique. In the next moment, the void around him began to tremble. The black shadow that was pouncing towards Mu Jinghong crashed into the void that was constantly vibrating around Mu Jinghong and disappeared in an instant. What? Ancestor Ingtian was shocked. His shadow clones had never failed before. As long as his shadow clones pounced on someone, they would be able to instantly devour that person's essence, chi, and spirit. Even their primordial spirit would not be able to escape. This kind of secret technique was very powerful. When the black shadow clone devoured the opponent's power, it was equivalent to him devouring the opponent's power. His own cultivation would increase greatly. What's going on? Old Ancestor Ingtian realized that he could no longer sense the existence of his shadow doppelganger. This was no small matter. It should be known that this was his secret technique that he had kept hidden for a long time. Die! Mu Jinghong laughed sinisterly as he waved his hands and formed a hand seal. In the next moment, an extremely dazzling ball of divine light exploded from his hand seal. In the next moment, the great ancestor Ingtian felt as if he had been struck by a primordial divine mountain, and the sound of bones breaking rang out from his body. Then, with a bang, the great ancestor Ingtian's entire body exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist. At this time, Mu Jinghong immediately performed the heaven-defying secret technique. The almost immortal divine light of destruction reappeared and directly slashed through the cloud of blood mist. The cloud of blood light suddenly shrank and turned into a ball of blood light only the size of a fist. It directly broke through the void and escaped. What? Mu Jinghong was dumbfounded. This guy was still fine and could still escape. Mu Jinghong, you're ruthless. When my master flattens the Wood Clan's ancestral land, your death will not be far away. A wave of divine thought came from the depths of the broken void. This Mu Jinghong's expression suddenly changed when he heard this. At this time, in the ancestral land of Ingtian, the experts of the other great sects looked at Mu Jinghong in a different way. This Mu Jinghong was indeed worthy of being a descendant of a supreme. Old ancestor Ingtian was no match for him at all. Just as everyone was amazed, Mu Jinghong rushed into the sky with a panicked expression and disappeared into the distance. He had actually left just like that. What happened? Someone said with extreme shock, "Is someone really attacking the Wood Clan's ancestral land?" Someone said in disbelief, "Won't we know if we go and take a look?" Someone called out and directly left the ancestral land of Ingtian for the Wood Clan's ancestral land. Everyone was shocked to the extreme when they sensed the fluctuation of spiritual will that came from the shattered void of ancestor Ingtian. The aura of Gu Fei and the first ancestor of the Wood Clan could reach the ancestral land of Ingtian, but it did not mean that the ancestral land of the Wood Clan was close to the ancestral land of Ingtian. The ancestral land of the Wood Clan was very far away from the ancestral land of Ing Tian. Even a quasi-supreme would have to fly for a long time to get there. Of course, there was a shortcut, and that was the transportation formation. Through the transportation formation, one could quickly reach the ancestral land of the Wood Clan. However, who would dare to use the transportation formation at this time? On the other side, there were two supreme beings fighting. Not everyone could withstand the power of the supreme being. Therefore, the experts in the ancestral land of Ing Tian obediently flew away. Soon, the experts from the various forces gathered in the ancestral land of Ing Tian had all left. A battle between supreme beings was naturally more attractive than a battle between quasi-supreme beings. As the news spread, many experts directly went to the ancestral land of the Wood Clan. At this time, in the ancestral land of the Wood Clan, two supreme beings were fighting. Gu Fei blasted the first ancestor of the Wood Clan into a cloud of blood mist with one punch. The first ancestor of the Wood Clan did not die, but his vitality was unavoidable. This guy, the figure of the first ancestor of the Wood Clan, appeared in the void. At this time, he looked a little tired. Gu Fei's punch had injured him quite badly. Samsara, Gu Fei directly used this secret technique. In the next moment, the power of samsara immediately surged out of his eyes. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of destruction. In the next moment, the first ancestor of the Wood Clan turned into a young boy under the power of samsara. In the next instant, he turned into a scarlet tree that was only a foot tall. What the extreme grade supremes who were watching from afar were shocked by this scene. This guy had actually grasped the great Tao of reincarnation. He had directly sent the Wood Race's first primogenitor into reincarnation, causing him to revert to his original form. The power of samsara could beat a peak expert back to their weakest state. It was as if time had been reversed, and everything had returned to the past. Chapter 38:12. Gu Fei was a paragon of the 9 paths and grasped the power of 9 perfect great Taos. Even in the primogenitor's realm, he was a legendary existence. At this moment, the ultimate power of samsara erupted from Gu Fei's eyes. It actually forced the first progenitor of the Wood Race back to his original state. The power of reincarnation directly stripped the Wood Clan's first progenitor of his extreme grade cultivation. However, in the next moment, the scarlet blood tree that was enveloped by the reincarnation force suddenly began to shake. An extreme aura erupted from the scarlet blood tree. Boom! The divine might of the extreme path exploded, and a shocking change happened to the crimson blood tree. The tree actually blocked the corrosion of the reincarnation power and recovered its extreme path cultivation. This guy, Gu Fei, was shocked. The first progenitor of the Wood Race was much stronger than the second progenitor he killed. Even the second progenitor couldn't resist his reincarnation power. If reincarnation doesn't work, then let's use primal chaos. In the next moment, a chaotic power of the great path erupted from his body. In just an instant, the space around him collapsed. This was the eruption of the power of the great Tao of chaos that Gu Fei had mastered. He seemed to have transformed into a supreme chaos god who had come from the primordial era. The divine might of the great Tao on his body was enough to crush the ages, and even a wisp of chaos energy could wipe out a mountain range. Rumble. Both of Gu Fei's palms were like a millstone crushing the scarlet blood wondrous tree that was bursting with godly might between his palms, wanting to obliterate it. The scarlet blood mystic tree seemed to have taken root in the primordial chaos, and it seemed to be supporting the endless primordial chaos. But at this moment, fine cracks appeared on the scarlet blood wondrous tree, as if it could crumble at any moment. However, The first ancestor of the wood race was a sovereign of the three paths after all. He grasped the three perfect paths of metal, wood, and earth. The power of the three paths erupted from the tree, actually blocking Gu Fei's chaotic force. Fine, I want to see how long you can last. Gu Fei made up his mind and directly used the 9 perfect great Tao powers that he had mastered one after another. This way, the first progenitor of the wood race would be out of luck. The wood race's first progenitor's aura gradually weakened, and it looked like he was about to be obliterated. Just as Gu Fei was about to use primordial annihilation to kill the first progenitor of the wood race, 9 terrifying figures suddenly appeared around him. They froze the space and surrounded him. The little fellow's cultivation is crazy. An old man in white robes, the leader of the group, stepped forward and roared at Gu Fei. A terrifying might erupted from the old man's body. With a single roar, it seemed as if the heavens and earth would collapse. Even Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved by the presence of the 9 extreme grade supremes. So what if I'm arrogant? Gu Fei coldly looked at the old man and said. The old man's entire body was surrounded by lightning and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction. Hurry up and release Taoist Brother Mu. Otherwise, I'll destroy both your body and soul. A middle-aged man in black robes shouted at Gu Fei. The 9 extreme grade supremes were all here, so what if this person was a supremacy of the 9 paths? Could he really fight against them? Yes, I'll release him right away. Gu Fei pretended to be flustered. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. The middle-aged man in black robes said arrogantly. Before them, even a supremacy of the 9 paths had to lower his head. If he didn't, he would die. However, in the next moment, the supremacy of the 9 paths and the other supremacy of the 9 paths were enraged. The supremacy of the 9 paths' eyes reddened. Gu Fei looked at him and smirked. Then, with a wave of his right hand, he gathered the power of the primordial annihilation and sliced the crimson blood tree that was the wood race's first progenitor into 2. The 9 supremacy of the 9 paths watched in disbelief as the crimson blood tree that was the wood race's first progenitor turned into dust and completely dissipated in the air. The wood race's first progenitor, a supreme existence that had dominated the ancestral realm for countless years and had the power to control the lives and deaths of billions of living beings, was killed just like that. His body and soul were both destroyed. This was an extreme grade supremacy of the 9 paths, someone who had grasped 3 perfect great Taos. The 9 supremacy of the 9 paths gasped at this scene. This young man was incredible. He dared to kill the wood race's first progenitor even though he was surrounded by them. The 9 supremacy of the 9 paths were all extremely shrewd existences. They were all super antiques that had lived for countless years. The moment Gu Fei killed the wood race's first progenitor, they had already thought of everything. The supremacy of the 9 paths was a legend of the extreme grade. Was this legend really that heaven-defying? Was he already invincible after becoming a supremacy of the 9 paths? Although they didn't believe it, Gu Fei had killed 2 of the wood race's extreme grade supremacy of the 9 paths. This was something they had no choice but to believe. This young man is already so ferocious now. If we allow him to grow, will there still be a place for us in the ancestral realm? The 9 supremacy of the 9 paths glanced at each other. They all wanted to kill Gu Fei. You guys want to gang up on me? Gu Fei smiled nonchalantly. Although he was surrounded by the 9 supremacy of the 9 paths, he didn't panic. This made the 9 supremacy of the 9 paths a little uncertain. After all, they were facing a supremacy of the 9 paths, a legend among the extreme grade supremacy. No one knew how powerful this supreme existence who had grasped 9 perfect great Taos was. If they were wrong and couldn't kill this young man, the nine supremacy of the nine paths would have to face Gu Fei's crazy revenge. The wood race would be the best outcome. Kill. The leader of the lightning Tao sovereign roared. His voice was like a clap of thunder. In the next moment, countless purple lightning balls rushed out of his body and bombarded towards Gu Fei. A terrifying aura of destruction spread out, causing the souls of countless living beings in the surrounding tens of thousands of miles to tremble in extreme fear. The wrath of a supremacy could destroy heaven and earth. This was no joke. The Thunder Path supremacy had already restrained himself. Otherwise, countless living beings near the wood race's ancestral land would have died under his extreme divine might. Seeing the Thunderpath supremacy make a move, the other supremacies had no choice but to bite the bullet. This was because they had helped the wood race's primogenitor attack Gu Fei in the previous interrealm battle in the ancestral god realm. Karma had formed between them and Gu Fei a long time ago. Now that Gu Fei had become a supremacy of the nine paths, he would definitely target them at the first opportunity. The fate of the wood race was the best proof. When the nine supremacy of the nine paths attacked, even a great world would be directly destroyed. In the next moment, the wood race's ancestral land exploded. Boundless destructive power engulfed Gu Fei. Chapter 38:13. In the wood race's ancestral land, the nine supremes attacked at the same time and directly destroyed the wood race's ancestral land. The terrifying power of supremes spread out, and the entire world collapsed. Although the ancestral ground of the wood race was protected by a supreme formation, it still couldn't withstand the power of the nine great supremes. Not only the entire ancestral ground of the wood race, but even the area around the ancestral ground of the wood race was directly erased from the world. Endless mountains and countless living beings were directly torn to pieces by this power. Even the powerful beings that relied on the wood race couldn't retaliate at all. Many powerful races gathered around the wood race's ancestral land. These races relied on the wood race to survive, and there was no lack of quasi-supreme existences among them. However, even quasi-supreme existences were like ants before the power of the nine supremes. The moment the extreme Tao's power spread out, even quasi-supreme existences would be annihilated. The nine races that relied on the wood race were also completely annihilated in an instant. Mu Jinghong, who had just rushed back, couldn't help but be shocked, furious, and in despair when he saw this scene. The wood race's ancestral land was completely destroyed. The entire ancestral land turned into a primal chaos. Nothing could survive under the power of the nine supremes. Everything would be destroyed. In other words, the wood race was truly done for this time. Thinking of this, Mu Jinghong couldn't help but roar at the sky. However, he was directly ignored by the nine supremes. Although Mu Jinghong was a descendant of a supreme, he was no different from an ant in their eyes. With the death of the wood race's two primogenitor supremes, Mu Jinghong fell from the clouds to the ground. His former glory, where even supreme existences would have to be polite to him, was no more. In the primogenitor's realm, where the strong preyed on the weak, only the strong would be respected by others. The weak had no status at all, and their life and death were in the hands of the strong. Mu Jinghong gritted his teeth and directly turned around to leave. He had a forbidden artifact on him that could resist the extreme Tao's power. As for the others, they did not dare to approach at all. Even so, there were still quite a few people who suffered from 8 lifetimes of bad luck. They had just arrived, and before they knew anything, their bodies and souls were destroyed by the mighty extreme Tao Godmight, and they died on the spot. It was good to watch the show, but not everyone could watch the show. With the primogenitor of the wood race as the center, the land within a radius of 10 million miles was directly razed to the ground. The 9 supreme beings attacked without any scruples. Such supreme beings basically didn't care about the lives and deaths of weak living beings. At this time, Gu Fei's supreme martial body was directly destroyed by the 9 supremes. However, the moment Gu Fei's martial body exploded, 9 forces instantly erupted. The 9 streams of power turned into an irresistible flood that surged out. The 9 supremes were caught off guard and were sent flying thousands of miles away by the power. What the leading lightning Tao sovereign couldn't help but be startled. These 9 Tao sovereigns were truly formidable. With all 9 of them coming out at the same time, who could stop them? Even if it was an existence at the peak of the extreme Tao, he might not be able to take down this fella. What scared the 9 supremes the most was that this fella was only a low-level supreme being, but his battle strength was ridiculously strong. One should know that there was a difference in strength between the extreme Tao sovereigns. A mid-level supreme being could definitely crush a low-level supreme being like a dog. But right now, a low-level supreme being was crushing a mid-level supreme being like a dog. This was simply too monstrous. In the next moment, Gu Fei instantly reassembled his martial body. A powerful aura of extreme Tao burst out from his body. He took a step forward and instantly appeared before the lightning Tao sovereign. Breaking extremity fist. Without hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with the breaking extremity fist. This fist technique only had one move and only one punch. With a single punch, one could unleash a power that surpassed one's limits. In fact, this was the strengthened version of the Heaven Ascension secret skill. What the Lightning Tao Sovereign was shocked. He hurriedly crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself. The speed of the opponent's fist was too fast for him to dodge in time. Bam! Kacha! Bang! 3 sounds could be heard at the same time. Gu Fei's fist landed on the Lightning Tao Sovereign's arms, causing his bones to shatter instantly. The final sound was the Lightning Tao Sovereign's body exploding into a bloody mist. It was just a single punch, a simple and direct punch, yet it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Even a mid-level supreme, being like the Lightning Tao Sovereign, could not withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. The other 8 supremes were shocked to see this. How could this fella be so strong that even Boss Thunder was no match for him? Rumble, the power of the Lightning Tao exploded. Within the bloody mist that the Lightning Tao Sovereign had turned into, streaks of blood-colored lightning flickered, continuously emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. Gu Fei still wanted to attack and slay the Lightning Tao Sovereign. However, at that moment, the 8 great supremes made their move once again. This time, they actually took out their self-refined ultimate god weapons. Boom! A huge seal descended from the sky and slammed down on Gu Fei's head. The extreme god might that was released from the seal seemed to be able to crush the world. At the same time, the long whip in the hands of an extreme being turned into a colorful snake that coiled around Gu Fei. The body of the snake emitted black gas from time to time. This supreme was known as the Myriad Poisons Supreme. The whip in his hand had been smelted with the most poisonous substance in the world, Yin-Yang Chaos. Gu Fei directly displayed the great Tao of Yin and Yang. He held a ball of black light in his left hand and a ball of white light in his right. He circled his hands before him, and a yin-yang diagram of yin and yang immediately appeared before him. The Supreme Being's attacks that were aimed at him were all repelled. The Supremes hurriedly dodged to the side. However, above Gu Fei's head, the juniors and the 2 Supremes who attacked from both sides failed to defend themselves. However, Gu Fei's yin-yang chaos erupted and enveloped his entire body. This was the strengthened version of the chaotic secret technique. In the next moment, all the extreme Tao weapons that were smashing in front of Gu Fei were all reversed. Boom! In the distance, a towering mountain that pierced through the clouds, was directly swept by the extreme Tao treasure. It was directly reduced to dust and completely disappeared from the world, breaking the extreme with a sword. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately displayed his strongest move. He smelted the myriad Daos and created his own killing technique. The extreme Tao-level sword Wei power instantly chopped down in front of the 8 Great Supremes. So fast, the 8 Supremes quickly dodged. However, they had severely underestimated the power of Gu Fei's sword. The 8 sword lights struck the 8 Supremes at the same time. 3 Supremes were actually cut in half by Gu Fei's sword at the waist. The other Supremes were more or less injured and bleeding. This kind of extreme Tao injury was the most difficult to treat. The 8 Supremes who were struck by Gu Fei's sword were also bleeding like ordinary people. Good Lord! The 8 Supremes were inexplicably shocked. At this time, because the 8 Supremes blocked Gu Fei's attack, the Thunder Supremes had already reconstructed his physical body and came back to life. Roar! With a roar, he directly turned into a purple lightning bolt and charged at Gu Fei at an extremely fast speed. The Thunder Supremes was really angry. He was in existence at the middle level of the extreme Tao, but his body was actually blown up by a punch. No one would believe it if he were to tell others. However, to the Thunder Supreme's shock, Gu Fei's body swayed and actually turned into a lightning bolt and charged forward. Boom! With a loud bang, the 2 bolts of lightning instantly collided with each other, causing an earth-shattering noise. The terrifying power rippled out, and the surrounding void immediately turned into chaotic nothingness. In the next moment, the 2 figures instantly separated, but immediately attacked each other again. Soon, the Thunder Supremes was sent flying again. At this time, the 8 Supremes had already forced out the sword principle power that Gu Fei had injected into their bodies, instantly restoring their powerful extreme Tao cultivation. Kill! The 8 Supremes stopped Gu Fei, not allowing him to chase after the Thunder Supremes. Since you guys want to die, then I'll help you. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and directly displayed the heaven-treading steps. In an instant, he disappeared into the void, moving at an extremely fast speed, and directly threw 8 punches. In the next moment, 8 clouds of blood mist appeared in the void. Gu Fei actually instantly threw 8 extreme breaking fists, blasting the 8 Supremes into blood mist. However, even so, the extreme Tao Supreme would not die. However, Gu Fei immediately displayed the reincarnation Great Tao power, instantly reducing the cultivation of the 8 Supremes. Some of the Supremes were directly beaten back to their original state. Among the 9 Supremes who attacked Gu Fei, 3 of them were Supremes of the human clan, while the other extreme Tao Supreme came from the 5 major alien clans. Gu Fei did not directly kill off the 8 Great Supremes. Instead, he merely sealed them up. Everything happened too quickly. At this time, the Thunder Supreme's face was ashen. Could it be that the legend of the 9 Supremes could not be broken? You want to kill me when you're only at the extreme Tao? You think too highly of yourself. Gu Fei's voice sounded in the Thunder Supreme's heart. He stared at the Thunder Supremes and walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the entire void trembled. Humph! If you want to kill, just do it. Why are you so long-winded? The Thunder Supremes stared coldly at Gu Fei. At this time, he had already lost all hope. Even the 9 Supremes couldn't defeat this guy. It seemed that no one could stop this guy's rise. Haha, I won't kill you. It would be a pity to kill you all. Gu Fei laughed. One should know that these were extreme Tao Supreme. Killing one of them would be one less. Naturally, Gu Fei would not do such a reckless thing. He was going to establish a force in the primogenitor's realm, and there were many places where he needed manpower. Chapter 38:14. Gu Fei battled the 9 Extreme Supremes. If Gu Fei had been an ordinary Extreme Supremes, this would have been a sure-death situation. Unfortunately, Gu Fei was not an ordinary Extreme Supremes. Instead, he was a legendary Extreme Supremes. As such, the 9 Extreme Supremes were out of luck. Who could compete with the 9 Extreme Supremes? Gu Fei directly broke through the joint attack of the 9 Extreme Supremes. He struck out with the ultimate breaking fist and destroyed the 8 Extreme Supremes' bodies. Then, he used the Samsara Force to erase the cultivation of the 8 Extreme Supremes and sealed their spiritual souls. Of course, Gu Fei's Samsara Force did not really erase the cultivation of the 9 Extreme Supremes. Instead, it was a kind of seal that could be called the Samsara Seal. However, the Extreme Supremes trapped in the Samsara Seal thought that they had really been forced into the Samsara and their cultivation had been erased. Of course, the Extreme Supremes trapped in the Samsara Seal were the weakest and could be easily killed by Gu Fei. Previously, he had killed the Wood Clan's second primogenitor and first primogenitor in the same way. However, the Wood Clan's first primogenitor was too powerful. He was a supreme of 3 paths and had mastered 3 perfect great paths. Gu Fei's Samsara Seal almost failed to suppress him. Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately put away the Thunder Path Supremes. The 9 Extreme Supremes were sealed in his inner world. It was as if 9 divine suns had appeared in his inner world and illuminated the sky. Master, what are those? In a pavilion in a valley, a little girl raised her head and pointed at the 9 balls of divine light in the sky. She asked a white-robed woman in the pavilion, "I don't know what they are either." The white-robed woman raised her head and looked at the 9 balls of divine light in the sky. Her face revealed a trace of doubt. This must be Gu Fei's doing again. At this moment, a figure directly broke through the void and appeared in front of the pavilion. He took a step and instantly entered the pavilion. It's Big Brother. The little girl immediately threw herself into the arms of the black-robed young man as soon as she saw him. "Huh? Little girl, you've grown taller," Gu Fei said as he patted the little girl's head. "Big Brother, you haven't come to see little Ling Xian in a long time," the little girl said with a pout. "Is that so?" "Huh?" The black-clothed youth smiled as he picked up the little girl. He was Gu Fei. The white-robed woman and girl within the pavilion were precisely the girl Yen and Gu Fei had saved in the 36th monastery's trial. Gu Fei then brought the little girl into his inner world and handed her over to Yen gave the little girl a name, Little Spirit Fairy. The little girl was about 6 or 7 years old. She was wearing a white dress made by Yen because of her cultivation. She looked like a fairy in the forest. Yen treated Little Spirit Fairy as her own daughter, and she was very attentive. Every once in a while, she would bathe in a medicinal concoction made from various kinds of immortal herbs. In Gu Fei's inner world, there was no lack of immortal herbs. It should be known that back then, Gu Fei had moved the divine spring of life from the Hell Dao into his inner world. The spiritual qi in his inner world was much denser than in the ancestral realm. Of course, the only thing Gu Fei's inner world lacked was a perfect heaven and earth great Dao. However, this problem was easily solved after Gu Fei became an extreme Dao supremacy. Gu Fei had mastered 9 perfect great Daos, especially the primordial Dao and the primordial Dao. These 2 great Daos were one of the most primitive great Daos in the world. It could be said that the laws of the world were born from the primordial Dao, and the primordial Dao, what Gu Fei needed to do was to imprint the perfect primordial Dao, and primordial Dao he had mastered into his inner world. What is that? Why do I sense the aura of the extreme Dao? Yen asked Gu Fei curiously. Haha, why don't you guess? Gu Fei was in a good mood. after subduing the 9 great supremacies, he would have a place in the ancestral realm. However, the waters of the ancestral realm were very deep, much deeper than Gu Fei had imagined. No one knew if there were mythical existences in the ancestral realm. Gu Fei could not let his guard down. However, at the very least, he was not afraid of forces like the Wood Clan. An extreme Tao intermediate stage, extreme Tao supremacy, was no longer a threat to him. Only existences that had achieved great success in the extreme Tao or the legendary extreme Tao mythology could threaten him. How would I know what it is? Yen glared at Gu Fei and said, "Ha, you definitely won't be able to guess it." Gu Fei laughed and said, "Big brother, what is it? Tell us." Little Ling Xian hugged Gu Fei's neck and said coquettishly, "Okay, then I'll tell little Ling Xian. Actually, it's not anything special. It's just the divine souls of a few extreme Tao supremacies that I sealed." Gu Fei said nonchalantly. What little Ling Xian was still young and did not know what an extreme Tao supremacy was. However, Yen was different. She had been following Gu Fei since the mortal realm. She knew very well what an extreme Tao supremacy meant. You succeeded in transcending the tribulation? Yen covered her mouth and said with great surprise. She knew that Gu Fei had transcended the tribulation. Now that Gu Fei had returned, didn't that mean that he had succeeded? Extreme Tao supremacy. That was an extreme Tao supremacy. Her husband had actually become an extreme Tao supremacy, the most powerful existence in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if Yen Er's temperament was very transcendent, and even if the immemorial sacred mountain collapsed in front of her, she would not change her expression. However, at this time, Yen was like a little girl screaming and jumping in the pavilion. This was absolutely unimaginable under normal circumstances. The 2 maids waiting outside the pavilion were directly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. One must know that the feeling that Yen gave them was too cold. Gu Fei looked at Yen with a smile and did not say anything. Extreme Tao supremacy, invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Just thinking about it made Yen Er's blood boil. Let's go and celebrate. Yen calmed down and looked at Gu Fei. She blinked and said mischievously, "Yes, I have something for you." As Gu Fei spoke, he took out a jade box from his body. This was a jade box refined from the immortal divine jade. Things that were stored in such a box would definitely not deteriorate no matter how long it was stored. Yen took the box and opened it to take a look. Inside was a dark object the size of a thumb. It seemed to be a medicinal pill. At this time, Yen looked at the pill in confusion. This pill was too ordinary and too inconspicuous. Why did Gu Fei give such a thing to her? Yen also knew that the thing that Gu Fei gave her was definitely not an ordinary thing that could be easily found. Chapter 38:15. In Gu Fei's inner world, Gu Fei gave Yen a jade box. Inside the jade box was a black pill. Even Yen, a grandmaster alchemist, couldn't tell what was so special about this black pill. Yen knew that Gu Fei wasn't an ordinary person. Now that he had become an extreme Tao sovereign, the things he gave her were definitely extraordinary. However, Yen was bewildered because the black pill in the box was too ordinary. It wasn't eye-catching at all. This is a supreme Tao divine pill. Gu Fei, who was carrying little Ling, said to Yen, "What did you say?" Yen was shocked when she heard this. Her hand trembled, and the jade box in her hand almost fell to the ground. Supreme Tao divine pill. This inconspicuous black pill was actually a supreme Tao divine pill. How was this possible? Yen couldn't believe it. Supreme Tao divine pill was a legendary pill. Yen Was the successor of the pill cauldron gate. Refining supreme Tao divine pills was her ultimate goal. But now, Gu Fei actually gave her a supreme Tao divine pill. Where did you get this divine pill? Yen asked Gu Fei. Where did you get it? I refined it myself. Gu Fei shrugged and said, as if nothing had happened. What? Yen couldn't help but be shocked when she heard this. This was actually refined by Gu Fei. How was this possible? One had to know that Gu Fei's alchemy skills were taught by her. The ultimate goal of an alchemist was to be able to refine supreme Tao divine pills. Everything is possible. Gu Fei smiled. Big brother, do you have more of these pills? Give me one too. The little girl in Gu Fei's arms suddenly said. Only one. I'll give you another one next time. Gu Fei said after thinking for a while. Well, then Xian, thanks big brother in advance. The little girl nodded and said seriously. Gu Fei looked at the 9 divine lights in the sky and said to Yen, let's go back. Yen carefully put away the jade box. Then she walked out of the pavilion with Gu Fei and headed toward Yen Er's residence. Behind the valley, there was a cave abode. Yen and little Ling Xian lived there, while the 2 maids lived beside the cave abode. To Gu Fei, this day was a long time of peace. He was in his inner world, holding little Ling Xian and strolling in the forest with Yen He really enjoyed this rare peace. Gu Fei had given the extreme Tao elixir to Yen With Yen Er's cultivation, it wouldn't take long for her to break through to the extreme Tao supremacy realm. After returning to Yenner's cave, Gu Fei immediately helped Yenner refine the extreme Tao Dan. Little Ling Xian was very sensible. She didn't pester Gu Fei, and Yen Instead, she went to find the 2 maids to play with her. In the cave abode, Yen sat cross-legged on the ground. Gu Fei sat cross-legged opposite her. He activated his mysterious technique, and under his careful control, the medicinal power of the extreme Tao Dan gradually dissolved in Yen Er's body. The sound of wind and thunder immediately came from Yen Er's body. The medicinal power of the extreme Tao Dan was transforming Yen making her more and more extraordinary. Gu Fei and Yen sat in the cave abode for 3 days and 3 nights. A powerful aura spread out from the cave abode, which shocked little Ling Xian and the 2 maids. Endless power of the great Tao spread out from the cave abode. The entire cave abode, and even the entire valley, was shaking as if it could collapse at any time. After 3 days, all kinds of strange sounds in the cave abode gradually disappeared. Soon, Gu Fei and Yen walked out of the cave abode. Yen Er's body was shrouded in an aura of the extreme Tao. Go, Yen said to Gu Fei. Yes. Gu Fei didn't say anything else. In the next moment, he disappeared on the spot. No one knew where he went. Big brother left just like that. Little Ling Xian was a little unhappy. She had always called Gu Fei Big Brother. Soon, the 9 balls of divine light in the sky suddenly disappeared. After Gu Fei collected the 9 balls of divine light, he didn't leave the inner world. Instead, he found a place and started to activate his mysterious technique. He imprinted the Tao patterns of the great Tao into the divine souls of the 9 extreme Tao Supremes. He had placed a restriction on the divine souls of the extreme Tao Supremes. In this way, these extreme Tao Supremes would never dare to betray him. Gu Fei's hands constantly formed seals. 9 seals rushed out from his hands and directly imprinted into the 9 balls of divine light in front of him. After doing all this, Gu Fei collected the divine souls of the 9 extreme Tao Supremes. Then, he took a step forward and directly tore the void apart. He directly left the inner world and went outside. He didn't want these 9 guys to restore their Tao bodies in his inner world. The Tao bodies of the extreme Tao Supremes were extremely powerful. If they were to be reborn in defiance of the natural order, they would need to consume a lot of essence qi. The essence qi needed to restore the Tao bodies of the 9 extreme Tao Supremes was unimaginably huge. Even if the spiritual qi of the heaven and earth in Gu Fei's inner world was abundant, it would be completely devoured by the 9 extreme Tao Supremes. Therefore, Gu Fei could only bring these guys outside to restore their Tao bodies. If the wood race's ancestral land hadn't been destroyed, it would naturally be a good place for the 9 extreme Tao Supremes' divine souls to restore their Tao bodies. At this time, Gu Fei had to find a place for the 9 extreme Tao Supremes to restore their cultivation to the peak. At this time, the extreme Tao aura from the primordial mountain range was still shocking the heavens. The ancient devil, Venerable, was still fighting with the mysterious old man. The ancient devil, Venerable's demonic might was shocking. Even though he had been sealed for countless years, his cultivation and battle strength were still terrifying. Ordinary Supremes couldn't interfere. What's going on? Gu Fei sensed the disheveled old man's aura. Was this guy still watching the show? Gu Fei thought for a moment before he took a step forward and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was already outside the primordial mountain range. Rumble! As soon as Gu Fei arrived, he heard a muffled thunder-like sound, causing his ears to buzz. This, Gu Fei couldn't help but be moved. The cultivation of the 2 guys fighting in the primordial mountain range was definitely above the first ancestor of the wood race. At this level of cultivation, it was extremely difficult to improve further. The ancient devil Venerable and the mysterious old man were rare extreme Tao experts in the primordial mountain range. Boom! The 2 experts continued to clash head-on. Demonic qi filled the sky, and chaotic qi was vast. The 2 extreme Tao level powers directly shook the heavens and earth. The mighty power ripples shook the surrounding void, causing countless pitch-black spatial cracks to appear. This was the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The extreme Tao Supremes were so powerful that even an extremely stable world like the primordial mountain range couldn't withstand the destruction of their power. Chapter 38:16. Inside the primogenitor mountain range, the war between the immortals and demons caused mountains and rivers to crumble. Stars fell from the sky and shook the entire region. No one knew how many creatures perished in this war. To ordinary creatures, this was definitely a disaster. Countless races were wiped out, and even a small part of the primogenitor mountain range collapsed. Of course, this was the primogenitor mountain range, the ancestral mountain of the primogenitor realm. It had existed for countless years and was also the gathering place of the Earth's ancestral veins. The primogenitor mountain range would never be destroyed. A small part of the primogenitor mountain range was merely the outer part of the mountain range. Even so, it was enough to shock the various forces in the primogenitor realm. One had to know that this was the primogenitor mountain range, an ancestral mountain that could exist for eternity. Only an extreme supreme could destroy a small part of the outer part of the primogenitor mountain range. However, there was an ancient legend in the primogenitor realm. If the primogenitor mountain range was damaged, something unexpected would happen. The primogenitor mountain range seemed to have a guardian deity, an unknown existence that surpassed the extreme supreme was guarding this mountain range. Of course, this was only a legend because no one would come to the primogenitor mountain range to destroy a small part of it. However, the extreme supreme demon sovereign appeared at this time, and the mysterious old man took action. The war between the immortals and demons erupted, and the location of this war happened to be inside the primogenitor mountain range. When Gu Fei returned, the mysterious old man and the extreme supreme demon sovereign were fighting fiercely. The two supreme experts were far stronger than ordinary extreme supreme. Middle stage extreme grade. Gu Fei's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this. Any one of these two extraordinary experts was much stronger than the first founding ancestor of the Wood Clan. The mysterious old man cultivated the primal Tao. Every movement of his could shatter the void. It was as terrifying as a supreme primal god splitting the world apart. At this time, only extreme supreme existences could watch the battle nearby. The other experts, even quasi-supremes, hid as far away as they could and didn't dare to come close. An existence of this level could kill a peak quasi-supremacy just by casually releasing a wisp of aura. The mysterious old man and the extreme supreme demon sovereign were truly invincible existences in the primogenitor realm. As for the Wood Clan's two great progenitors, they could only rule over a region. Invincible. It was just a thought. When I was rampaging through the ancestral world, you were still playing with sand. You actually dare to block my path? You're courting death. The ancient extreme Tao demon lord continued to roar as his demonic voice shook the sky. A terrifying demonic shadow shattered the void as a gigantic demonic palm slammed down on the mysterious old man. Tisk, you're just someone who lost to an utmost being of primordial chaos. Yet, you dare to act so arrogantly before me? What a joke! The mysterious old man scoffed in disdain. A large hand of chaos shot up from below to meet the demonic palm that was slapping down. Violent chaos, immortal power erupted from the hand, shaking the heavens and the earth, and shattering the void. You, the ancient extreme Tao demon, Venerable suddenly flew into a rage, as if his tail had been stepped on. Boom! The two mountain-like hands collided fiercely. The collision of the two extreme powers formed a terrifying energy storm that swept out in all directions. Wherever this energy storm passed, the void was directly annihilated. Mountains were instantly crushed into dust, and even the dust was obliterated. Even the extreme Tao Supremes who were watching the battle nearby were inexplicably shocked. Some extreme Tao Supremes hurriedly retreated further away, not wanting to be affected by the impact. Rumble! The mountains within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles were directly erased from the ground. The Wind Saint Supremes had long retreated. At this moment, he could no longer interfere. The combat strength of these two supreme experts was much stronger than them. These two fellows, the Wind Saint Supremes, had no choice but to admit defeat. The cultivation and combat strength of the other party were displayed clearly. It was obvious whose fist was harder. Of course, no one could see the depth of an existence like Gu Fei. In the center of the storm, the two figures instantly separated. The ancient extreme Tao demon, Venerable, was directly sent flying into the depths of the starry sky by the recoil, directly smashing through more than a dozen stars before stopping. As for the mysterious old man, he was directly slapped down from the sky by the ancient extreme Tao demon, Venerable. Boom! With a loud bang, the mysterious old man directly smashed into the ground. The entire ground immediately undulated violently like waves. The ground sank, and a bottomless black hole appeared on the ground. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. At this moment, Gu Fei came before the disheveled old man. Done! The disheveled old man tossed an immortal fruit into his mouth. Ha ha! Is there anything I can't handle personally? Gu Fei took out a chair out of nowhere and sat beside the disheveled old man. The disheveled old man took out a cup made of undying spirit jade and filled it to the brim. A sweet fragrance of wine spread out immediately. Gu Fei picked up the cup and looked at it. It was filled with an emerald green, immortal brew that looked like liquid jade. When did you brew this? Gu Fei looked at the disheveled old man curiously. This fellow was bad at everything but this. Although this wine looked decent, Gu Fei wondered how it tasted. It's a secret. The disheveled old man laughed. Tisk. Gu Fei drank the immortal brew in the cup in a single gulp. The next moment, he felt a warm current flowing from his throat into his stomach, spreading from his abdomen to his entire body. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This wine was really decent. Even if he drank it, it would still have some effects, and the vitality within his body would be even more exuberant. If any ordinary person were to drink this cup of immortal brew, wouldn't they be able to ascend to immortality? Good stuff, right? Ha ha. The disheveled old man laughed gleefully. He had put in a lot of effort to brew this immortal brew. Anything else? Give me 500 kilograms. Gu Fei licked his lips. The moment he drank that cup of immortal brew, he fell in love with it. What? When the disheveled old man heard Gu Fei's words, he nearly jumped out of his chair. 500 kilograms? Do you think my wine is water and you can get a few thousand kilograms just like that? The disheveled old man glared at Gu Fei and hollered. He had put in a lot of effort and only managed to brew a few hundred kilograms of this immortal brew. Even if it's not 500 kilograms, a few hundred kilograms will do. Gu Fei replied nonchalantly, No, not even a kilogram. The disheveled old man hollered. Just as Gu Fei was talking to the disheveled old man, the mysterious old man and the ancient extreme demon lord started fighting again. The cultivation and combat strength of these two supreme experts were on par. It wasn't an easy task to determine a victor. However, as the two supreme powerhouses were fighting, a blurry figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the primordial mountain range and stared coldly at the battle between the ancient extreme Tao demon venerate and the mysterious old man. Scram! All of a sudden, a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. What? Everyone was astonished, especially the extreme grade supremes. Who's that? Someone noticed the figure in the depths of the primordial mountain range immediately and exclaimed, Is that legend true? The primordial mountain range can't be destroyed, and it's inauspicious? An extreme supremacy exclaimed. You're saying that fella is the legendary guardian of the primordial mountain range? An extreme supremacy said disapprovingly. The legend of the guardian of the primordial mountain range had been passed down in the primordial realm for countless years. However, no one had actually seen the so-called guardian of the primordial mountain range. The extreme supremes, in particular, did not believe this legend at all. That was because the extreme supremes were already the strongest existences in the universe and were known to be invincible. Die! Just as everyone was bewildered, the voice rang again. However, this time, there was only one word. Die. In the next moment, the terrifying figure that was still in the depths of the primordial mountain range suddenly appeared in the battlefield between the ancient extreme demon lord and the mysterious old man. Boom! A peerlessly powerful force erupted from the figure, sending the ancient extreme Tao demon lord and the mysterious old man flying away in an instant. This time, the supreme venerables who were watching the battle nearby were instantly dumbfounded. Even Gu Fei and the disheveled old man were taken aback, especially the disheveled old man. He spat out the immortal wine in his mouth and almost sprayed it all over Gu Fei's face. What's going on? Where did this fella come from? He's too strong. The disheveled old man said in shock. He stared at the blurry figure in disbelief because it wasn't his real body that attacked. The blurry figure wasn't an existence of flesh and blood. It was an existence that was in between a clone and an incarnation. However, it was such an existence that sent the mysterious old man and the ancient extreme demon lord flying. This scene was simply unbelievable. Swoosh! The blurry figure continued to attack. Two rays of sword light shot out from his hands and penetrated the bodies of the mysterious old man and the ancient extreme demon lord. Roar! The ancient extreme demon lord roared furiously at the sky. However, in the next moment, he soared into the sky and escaped into the starry sky. The mysterious old man also retreated. He had no choice but to retreat. This fellow was too heaven-defying. He injured him the moment he attacked. He couldn't fight against such an existence. However, the blurry figure didn't seem to want to let them go so easily. He soared into the sky and chased after the ancient extreme demon lord. That figure instantly caught up to the ancient extreme Tao demon lord. Then, with a swing of his sword, he beheaded the ancient extreme Tao demon lord. What a strong fella! Both Gu Fei and the disheveled old man were taken aback. The combat strength displayed by the blurry figure was simply too terrifying. Chapter 38:17. The battle situation in the Primogenitor mountain range was unexpected. No one expected that a mysterious expert would suddenly appear while the primal chaos sovereign and the ancient extreme demon sovereign were fighting. Furthermore, the battle prowess displayed by this mysterious expert left everyone dumbfounded. This was because this blurry figure had sent the ancient extreme Tao demon lord and chaotic supremacy flying the moment he attacked. This was simply unimaginable to the extreme supremes who were watching the battle nearby. One must know that the ancient extreme demon sovereign was strong enough to run amok in the primogenitor realm. As for the primal chaos sovereign, he cultivated the great Tao of chaos and grasped the perfect power of the great Tao of chaos. He was also a peerless expert who rarely appeared in the world. He was the first ancestor of the Wood clan. Compared to the primal chaos sovereign, he was much weaker in terms of cultivation and battle strength. However, he couldn't even take one move from this expert who suddenly appeared and fled in panic. Could the legend actually be true? An extreme supremacy said in disbelief. The Primogenitor mountain range is inviolable. An older extreme supremacy sighed. It was said that the Primogenitor mountain range couldn't be damaged. Once it was damaged, something bad would happen. It seemed like the battle between the primal chaos sovereign and the ancient extreme demon sovereign had touched the taboo of the Primogenitor mountain range. At this moment, the ancient extreme demon sovereign reattached the head that was severed by the mysterious expert and fled. He seemed to be very afraid of this mysterious expert. However, the blurry figure was like a terrifying primordial divine mountain crashing down from the sky. Everywhere it passed, the vast and mighty energy waves from its body shook the heavens and earth. The mysterious figure directly collided with the ancient extreme demon sovereign and directly turned him into a bloody mist. Seeing this scene, all the extreme supremacy of the primogenitor realm were directly turned into stone statues. They were dumbfounded, and everyone was in disbelief. That was the ancient extreme demon sovereign. He was peerless and powerful. Even in the primogenitor realm, he would definitely not meet a worthy opponent. However, such a powerful existence was actually turned into a bloody mist by the mysterious figure. This is simply a legend. An extreme supremacy exclaimed. Roar! At this moment, a terrifying roar rang out. The blood mist that was the body of the ancient extreme Tao demon lord shook violently before turning into a gigantic demonic figure. Everyone thought that the ancient extreme Tao demon lord would fight to the death with the mysterious powerhouse. But in the next moment, everyone's eyeballs nearly dropped to the ground. The devilish projection that was countless times larger than a mountain suddenly exploded with a loud boom, transforming into countless specks of crimson devilish light that shot out in all directions. Blood demon doppelganger, An extreme-grade sovereign exclaimed. This supreme demonic secret art had long been lost in the primogenitor's realm, but he didn't expect that someone would actually be able to grasp this demonic secret art. The demonic Tao was a large faction in the primogenitor realm, but they were public enemies everywhere. The demonic Tao cultivators in the primogenitor realm were very low-key. The appearance of the ancient extreme Tao demon lord naturally alarmed the powerhouses of the demonic Tao. At this time, the demonic shadow that exploded turned into countless rays of demonic light and rushed out. The mysterious powerhouse continued to attack and destroyed most of the blood demon doppelganger, but a small portion still managed to escape. The mysterious powerhouse didn't chase after the ancient extreme Tao demon lord either. The faint figure retreated into the depths of the primogenitor mountain range. After a long while, everyone finally recovered from the shock. What's going on? The Wind Saint Supreme looked in the direction where the figure disappeared with a horrified expression. Even he didn't know where that mysterious figure came from. Who knows? An extreme-grade sovereign shook his head helplessly. The legend had come true. The news spread quickly and would definitely shake the entire primogenitor realm. It's just a doppelganger, but it's actually this powerful, Gu Fei said in shock. He couldn't help but be moved by the battle strength displayed by the mysterious figure. The disheveled old man fell silent and didn't say a word. At this time, the battle ended and many cultivators turned to leave. The news of Gu Fei's rise would soon reach the ears of the leaders of the various factions in the primogenitor realm. Let's go too, Gu Fei said. Without waiting for the disheveled old man to reply, he took a step forward and disappeared into the void at an extremely fast speed. This guy, the disheveled old man, hurriedly kept his things and chased after him. The ancestral land of the Wood Clan was originally a decent place, but unfortunately, it was destroyed during the battle between Gu Fei and the Nine Path Supremes. Therefore, Gu Fei temporarily settled down in the ancestral land of the Yingtian sect and went into seclusion. He had the idea of going into seclusion when he successfully passed the tribulation. There were many things that Gu Fei had to do next. First, he had to refine his inner world and then find a place for the 9 guys whose extreme-grade Taoist bodies were destroyed to recover their cultivation. He wasn't afraid of these extreme-grade sovereigns because they definitely wouldn't dare to betray him. After all, their lives were in his hands. When Gu Fei returned to the ancestral land of the Yingtian sect, the patriarch of the Yingtian sect came out to welcome him. At that moment, the owner of the ancestral land changed again. Mu Jinghong had already escaped to God knows where. While Gu Fei was battling the 9 Path Supremes, Mu Jinghong didn't even dare to return to the ancestral land. Instead, he escaped into the endless mountains. This was simply like a drop of water falling into the ocean. It was simply impossible for old ancestor Yingtian and the others to ferret out Mu Jinghong in the endless mountains. While Gu Fei was in seclusion in the ancestral land, the entire cultivation world of the ancestral realm was in an uproar. All the cultivators in the ancestral realm were discussing this matter. Although most cultivators didn't recognize Gu Fei, they knew that the 9 Path Supremes had appeared in the ancestral realm. This was a mythical existence. No one who hadn't seen Gu Fei with their own eyes would believe that someone in the ancestral realm had cultivated to the 9 Path Supremes. The 9 Path Supremes had mastered 9 perfect great paths. Since ancient times, there hadn't been many such heaven-defying existences. Someone actually cultivated to the 9 Path Supremes. How is that possible? In an ancient city in the eastern region of the ancestral realm, some cultivators were discussing Gu Fei in a bustling restaurant. They also didn't believe that anyone in the world could cultivate to the 9 Path Supremes. After all, the 9 Path Supremes were mythical existences. This news came from the Jin clan. It should be reliable, a young cultivator in white said after some thought. In the eastern region of the ancestral realm, the Jin clan was one of the strongest clans. It was one of the 5 divine clans, and the progenitor of the Jin clan was a golden, sacred sovereign. When Gu Fei underwent his tribulation, the golden, sacred sovereign had also appeared. I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. In the restaurant, the cultivators continued to discuss. At this time, countless cultivators in other regions were also discussing Gu Fei. In an instant, Gu Fei's name had spread throughout the entire ancestral realm. How dare you? Gu Fei, I will definitely take revenge for the extermination of my clan. In a cave deep in the southern region of the ancestral realm, a young man said furiously. This person was the descendant of the Wood Clan's supremes, Mu Jinghong. Mu Jinghong had seen the Wood Clan's ancestral land explode with his own eyes. Everyone in the ancestral land had naturally died. Gu Fei, although you are very powerful, and I'm not your match, are your family and friends also that powerful? I will let you know what pain and bitterness are. Mu Jinghong's eyes were filled with venom. In order to take revenge, Mu Jinghong would do anything. If he couldn't win openly, he would use underhanded means. Gu Fei didn't know that the Wood Clan still had Mu Jinghong, a fish that had escaped the net. This was because he didn't take Mu Jinghong seriously at all. In his opinion, Mu Jinghong was just a fellow slightly stronger than an ant that could be destroyed with a wave of his hand. At that moment, on the peak of a towering mountain in the southern region of the ancestral realm, a dozen extremely powerful existences were gathered in a temple. Each of these people exuded the aura of an extreme grade. There were 13 of them, which meant that there were 13 extreme grade supremes gathered in this temple. 13 extreme supremes. That was almost half of the extreme supremes in the primogenitor realm's southern region endless territory. This mountain was like an arrow that could shoot into the starry sky at any time. This was the ancestral mountain of the Shooting Sun Shrine, a major force in the southern region of the ancestral realm. Just like the Wood Clan, the Shooting Sun Shrine was a cultivation force in the southern region of the ancestral realm. The successor of the Shooting Sun Shrine cultivated the art of archery. With a bow in hand, he could shoot down the stars in the sky with a single arrow. He could even shoot down the sun in the sky with a single arrow. The Shooting Sun Divine Hall's Hall Master was an extreme grade, supremacy. His archery Tao had been cultivated to the extreme grade realm. So a single arrow fired by the Shooting Sun supremacy could definitely shoot down an entire starry sky, not just one. Brother Shooting Sun, aren't you going to say something? A white-haired old man asked the Shooting Sun Supreme, who was sitting on a throne in the middle of the hall. The other Supremes also looked at the Shooting Sun Supreme. The Shooting Sun Supreme was a middle-aged man in green with delicate features. Although he was sitting on a throne, there was a glimmer of light in the depths of his eyes when he closed them. My opinion is that we wait and see first. Don't act rashly. The Shooting Sun Supreme glanced at the crowd in the hall and said indifferently, could it be that we 13 Supremes can't defeat a mere Gu Fei even if we join forces? Someone in the hall said indignantly, Humph, weren't those 9 fellows killed by Gu Fei even when they joined forces? Someone said disapprovingly, Gu Fei is a 9-path supremacy and an extreme grade legend. Even if we join forces, our chances of winning are still very slim. I won't send myself to my death. A purple-haired youth said indifferently, Chapter 38:18. Genius in a second, remember love, go away. To provide you with exciting novels to read, the Shooting Sun Temple was one of the super forces in the southern region of the ancestral realm. It was much stronger than the Wood Clan, and the temple master, the Shooting Sun Supreme, was a supreme expert at great mastery of the extreme grade. There weren't many supreme experts at great mastery of the extreme grade in the entire ancestral realm. This was the confidence of the Shooting Sun Temple. Great mastery of the extreme grade. Who could compete with them? Gu Fei's tribulation transcendence had shaken the entire ancestral realm, which naturally alarmed the Shooting Sun Temple. However, Gu Fei was undergoing the tribulation transcendence in the ancestral mountain range, so the temple master didn't intervene. Now that Gu Fei had killed 2 of the Wood Clan's progenitors and captured 9 Supremes, the Shooting Sun Temple couldn't sit still anymore. The 9 Supremes and the 2 Wood Clan's progenitors made a total of 11 Supremes. This was almost half of the Supremes in the southern region of the ancestral realm. There were less than 30 Supremes in the entire southern region of the ancestral realm. Gu Fei had defeated 11 Supremes, which meant that he was invincible in half of the southern region of the ancestral realm. The Thunderpath Supreme was a mid-level Supremes, yet he was defeated by that fellow called Gu Fei. We don't have any enmity with that lunatic, so there's no need to provoke him. A Supreme who looked like a young man said. There were 13 extreme grade Supremes gathered in the ancestral hall of the Shooting Sun Temple. Among them, the Shooting Sun Supreme had the highest cultivation and the strongest combat power. The other Supremes naturally followed the Shooting Sun Supreme's lead. Xing Chun, what do you mean by this? Are you trying to stay out of this? A black-robed old man said angrily to the young Supreme. That's right. The southern region's cultivation world is being attacked. If we don't stand out, others will think that there's no one left in the southern region. A white-robed middle-aged man nodded and said, the auras of these 2 people were a little special. The black-robed old man seemed to be shrouded in a layer of black mist, making his silhouette blurry. The white-robed middle-aged man exuded a domineering aura. It was the domineering aura of an extreme Tao expert. He merely sat there, but he was like a supreme overlord overlooking the common people beneath his feet. Ha ha, what a joke. Black Wind. And you, Li Huangji, can the 2 of you represent the entire southern domain? Exalt Star said with a look of disdain. The Black Wind Sovereign and Li Huangji couldn't help being enraged. 2 extreme Daos immediately erupted from their bodies. In the next moment, the entire Shooting Sun ancestral hall trembled. What, you want to fight? Bring it on. As he said that, an extreme pressure burst forth from the Star Exalt's body as a starry sky appeared around him, with countless starlights flashing about. The Star Exalt cultivated the power of the stars. Humph! Li Huangji didn't do anything. However, the Black Wind Sovereign sneered, stood up, and took a step forward. Enough! Just as the 2 extreme Daos were about to start a fight, a cold voice suddenly resounded. Everyone quickly looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the one who spoke was the Shooting Sun Sovereign on his throne. The moment the Shooting Sun Supremacy spoke, both the Star Supremacy and the Black Wind Supremacy stopped what they were doing. The Black Wind Supremacy didn't say anything as he obediently returned to his seat, not even daring to let out a fart. The Star Exalt glanced at the Shooting Sun Sovereign on his throne and didn't say anything as he returned to his seat as well. The Shooting Sun Sovereign glanced at the Shooting Sun Sovereign on his throne and said indifferently, I'll still say the same thing. Plan before you act. The Shooting Sun Sovereign stared at the Star Exalt opposite him and said with an ominous glint in his eyes. The Black Wind Sovereign stared at the Star Exalt opposite him and gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered with an ominous glint. What? The other Supremes in the hall were shocked when they heard that. You actually want to invite that existence? Is that possible? Someone exclaimed. That existence was definitely a taboo existence. At this moment, even the star exalt didn't say anything else. He knew that the Black Wind Sovereign couldn't possibly invite that person. All right, that's it. The Shooting Sun Sovereign stood up and returned to the back of the hall, leaving the Extreme Daos at a loss as to what to do. The Star Exalt also stood up and walked out of the Shooting Sun Ancestral Hall. He didn't have any grudges with Gu Fei. Unlike the other Supremes, these Supremes had fought with Gu Fei during the battle at the Ancestral God Realm and were indebted to Gu Fei. One should know that during the battle at the Ancestral God Realm, the two Wood Tribe primogenitors had invited many Extreme Daos. In this way, these Extreme Daos were all cheated by the Wood Tribe primogenitors. In the Ancestral Hall of the Shooting Sun Shrine, the Extreme Daos who didn't leave gathered together. The rise of Gu Fei made them feel threatened. We must invite that existence to come out. The Black Wind Sovereign said, hatefully. The other Supremes couldn't help but nod. At this time, Gu Fei didn't know that someone wanted to harm him. He was still in seclusion in the Ingtian ancestral land, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. At this time, the old ancestor Ingtian was relieved. The original masters of the Skyless sect, Qingyun Path and Ten Absolute Palace, were all rescued by him. As a result, a great purge began. The experts who were loyal to the Wood Tribe in the four great sects were directly killed. The four great sects suffered a great loss. The old ancestor Ingtian and the other three old ancestors joined forces to hunt down Mu Jinghong. Gu Fei could disregard Mu Jinghong, but they couldn't. One must know that Mu Jinghong was only a quasi-supreme being, with four quasi-supreme beings joining hands. Would they be afraid of him? Moreover, they had Gu Fei backing them up. However, Mu Jinghong was very cunning. The old ancestor Ingtian and the others couldn't find him at all. The Wood Tribe had been operating in the southern region for countless years. If Mu Jinghong wanted to hide, even an extreme grade supreme wouldn't be able to find him. While the old ancestor Ingtian and the others were chasing after Mu Jinghong had already entered the primogenitor mountain range. Soon, he arrived in front of an inconspicuous valley. Mu Jinghong didn't enter the valley. Instead, he took out a jade talisman and directly crushed it. Roar. In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the valley. The entire valley seemed to be shaking, and the originally peaceful world suddenly became lively. Countless birds and beasts scrambled to escape into the distance. While Mu Jinghong was still in shock, a big hand directly stretched out from the valley and grabbed Mu Jinghong, pulling him into the valley. The roar that came from the valley spread far and wide. The cultivators who passed by nearby areas heard it. Some fearless fellows directly rushed in the direction of the sound, wanting to see what was going on. However, just as those cultivators arrived in front of the valley, a divine light suddenly rushed out from the valley and directly swept over. Those cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were killed by the sword. Even their corpses turned into dust. With a gust of wind, they disappeared in the void without a trace. The cultivators who had just arrived and witnessed this scene were all scared out of their wits. Some cultivators recognized this place. It's the Heaven Fiend Valley, a cultivator exclaimed, then immediately turned around and fled. The Heaven Fiend Valley was one of the many dangerous places in the primogenitor mountain range. The valley looked very ordinary from the outside, but it was a different scene inside. Since ancient times, all living creatures that entered the Heaven Fiend Valley had never walked out. Some people said that there was a terrifying existence in the Heaven Fiend Valley. Mu Jinghong might have escaped into the Heaven Fiend Valley. When the old ancestor Ingtian received the news, it was already half a day later. The Heaven Fiend Valley the old ancestor Ingtian, and the other headmasters couldn't help but look at each other. Although they were all quasi-supreme existences, they were invincible as long as the extreme grade supremes didn't take action. However, even they didn't dare to rashly enter the famous dangerous place in the Primogenitor mountain range, unless it was an existence at the level of Gu Fei, because such an existence was unparalleled in the world. A mere dangerous place was naturally nothing to them. However, Gu Fei was in seclusion, so the old ancestor Ingtian didn't dare to disturb Gu Fei. In the ancestral hall of the Ingtian sect, the old ancestor Ingtian sat on the throne in the main hall. At this time, he was having a headache. Mu Jinghong must be eliminated. Otherwise, there would be endless troubles in the future. Send someone to monitor the Heaven Fiend Valley. The old ancestor Ingtian directly ordered. This was the only thing he could do, because he didn't want to send people into the Heaven Fiend Valley to die. In fact, some people in the cultivation world had already guessed that there might be extreme grade supremes entrenched in the Heaven Fiend Valley, because there was once an extreme grade supremes who entered the Heaven Fiend Valley. That supreme almost couldn't come out. Although he came out of the Heaven Fiend Valley in the end, he was seriously injured, and his cultivation almost fell from the extreme grade realm. Even a supreme was injured, so the creatures in the Heaven Fiend Valley must be extremely powerful. Who would still dare to enter such a dangerous place? The Heaven Fiend Valley was a dangerous place, but why did Mu Jinghong dare to enter the Heaven Fiend Valley? Outrageous! If we catch Mu Jinghong, I'll make him regret being born in this world, Palace Master Shiju said while gnashing his teeth. The Azure Cloud Path Master and the Wuqian sect ancestor were filled with hatred as well. They were captured by Mu Jinghong and suffered great humiliation. They wanted nothing more than to tear Mu Jinghong into pieces and burn his divine soul in the netherworld flame for millions of years. Only after suffering the pain of having his soul refined could they vent their anger. Humph, the Wood Clan is finished. Even the ancestral land has been destroyed. What can Mu Jinghong do by himself? The old ancestor, Ingtian, smiled and shook his head. At this time, in the Heaven Fiend Valley, Mu Jinghong knelt in front of a black mountain, constantly kowtowing. His forehead was already a bloody mess. At the peak of the black mountain, a black shadow sat cross-legged. It was a man in black. The man in black closed his eyes and didn't pay attention to Mu Jinghong at all.